Good evening. We are here right on time. I've been rushing hectically, getting home from the city. Now the dogs are playing. Guys, welcome. Hold on. Say hello, guys, before they start playing. Say hi to Princess Coco Chanel with your dirty little face. Let me know if you can see me. I already see there's some people in the comment section. Good evening. Welcome to the Resistance headquarters. I'm King NiCO, and this is the new show that I'm the host of, that all of you help bring together and create. And boy, we're in December. It's already flying by this first week. So before things get too crazy, and before we head into 2022 and put this 2021 and 2020 behind us, long gone, we need to recap all the rituals that happened, right? So let me just quickly see everyone's in here saying hello. We got Asia Francis, good evening, everyone. That's what it is. The truth is absolutely contagious, right? So the excitement for the truth is incredible. Robbie's in the house. Kim Rutherford's here. Welcome, everyone. Lisa Spires. Incredible. Everyone's just right here looking for answers. So you all see the thumbnail. It's insane. That's pretty much what Astroworld was, but with more evil, more fire, more technology and demonic forces, right? So everyone, it's good to see you all talking in the chats. So for you guys that have all been here before, guys and girls, I may be showing some stuff I've already shown in the previous lives from last month. Because again, I don't like seeing, first of all, I didn't like seeing Astroworld happen and that innocent lives were lost, right? Second of all, we didn't like seeing the lies from the mainstream media on the death count and all the how security handled stuff. It was all lies. And now almost a month later, it seems like they're trying to sweep it under the rug, distract you with Rittenhouse trial and Omicron variants. So we're going to get into it because it's all connected. And I'm not going to let anything get swept away and hidden, right? I'm sorry, my throat. I just got to take some more fluids in. I got to learn to stop yelling and screaming in my day-to-day life because it's hurting my voice when I'm supposed to be on here teaching and talking to you all. So I've sent the link out to invite some friends on to help share some of this information. So I'm just going to double check that I did send it. So, so hey, Katie, I'm also in Ontario. We got a new nickname for it, Unterrible, because it's absolutely insane what's going on here. Lindsay, so Astroworld, like I said, I've been looking for truth and exposing the evil and the dark forces for many years now. And when I saw Astroworld happen, I didn't see it till like a day after or almost 2 days since it happened. I was like, that's the big one. So I knew from then, I jumped online. I'm going to show you all the information again that was gone over, just to recap, refresh the memory, tie it into what you've seen happening in the world today since Astroworld, because as I said, demonic forces were released from that portal. They fed off the energy of the innocent that were there. And we're going to show you how it all went down. Yeah, so 444, that's one of the people I have coming on, Joseph Aquaviva, master dramatrinator, calculator. That's how I known him, because I also do gematria, you know, so he's going to come on and talk about the numbers, talk about the connections with Astroworld and the new Omni crap that's going around. We're going to show you the anagrams. There's so many memes going around, so we're going to go through the Facebook page and just go through everything. So we got Illinois, USA in the house. Hi, Kelly. Yes, Karen, Michelle, Crusaders. We're all Crusaders here. So with lots of love going around the world. to all the crusaders that are crusading for the truth, crusading for freedom, that will resist, defy, and will not comply. Yeah, the numbers for all of that. I'm going to take you to Joseph's page. So I'll just bring it up right now so it's not just me on the screen. Give me 1 sec. Okay, the window's not there. Okay, give me 2 seconds. So I'm going to bring up a page. So while I'm talking to you all and sharing your comments, I'm going to show you what we got to share with you. Yes, Lindsay, realize. Yes, so I'm just down the road in Mississauga. San Diego, California, sunny San Diego. Welcome. See, people, this is from everywhere. We're going to tell you and show you the truth. To all the new subscribers and the people watching for the first time, welcome. I wish that a lot of you have already seen the past lives that I've done, right? Here we go. So Joseph's in the chats. So Joseph, I sent you the link. What you got to do is click on it, enter the virtual studio. Whenever you're ready, I'm going to head to your page soon. So take your time, feel free. And yeah, we're going to show these people some of your amazing decodes on the recent news post Astroworld, plus your Astroworld decodes, right? Plus you're the only one that I've seen make the connection between this new nonsense variant and Astroworld. And also this variant, they announced 666 days after you know what was classified a global pandemic, right? By the WHO. We got Susie Rachel in the house. Welcome. We got some loyal crusaders here. So yeah, I just mentioned that. So Omnichrom's name, exactly. So guys, here he is. Joseph's going to be coming on when he's ready. The comments, you guys are amazing. So many comments coming through. I haven't even got started yet. So I'm going to share the screen quickly. There we go. So if you guys can see what's up on the screen. So this is Joseph Aquaviva's Facebook page. And as you can see here, I've gone back to November 29th because this is what a real decode looks like, ladies and gentlemen. So let me move my screen over. So I'm not going to be able to see the comments quickly. So let me just give a quick point out as to what kind of decodes we'll be looking at. So Joseph Aquaviva on Facebook and on YouTube. Please make sure you subscribe and find and stay in touch with him, because you'll be seeing everything, right? All the numbers are connected. So like you see, nothing is coincidence when it's connected to the Jesuit order, right? And the New World Order, which is what we're going through. So let's quickly have a look at some of his things here. So yeah, we are here. What is it? It's December the 3rd, right? And this is what's been happening in the world. And all the truth seekers, all the people out there seeking the truth, since the announcement of this new variant, people have brought out the movies from the past, the video games from the past, right? And here we are. We got a Sega Genesis video game. So again, it's Sega Genesis. There's more biblical ties to Genesis. We got it's by Eidos. So that's reverse for so die, if you can still hear me. And there's the Nomad Soul. So let's go to the next slide here. So the Nomad Soul is an exact match to the New World Order and the Jesuit Order. Right, we're going to fly through this. The slogan on the video game says, "Who will you be after you die?" So there you go in the calculator. Who will you be after you die is 322, which is the skull and bones, right? It's all about death, which is why the creator's Eidos is reversed for so die. You get it? So again, we're going to fly through some of the main numbers I can show you here, because this is, again, Joseph's amazing work. The Nomad Soul equals 60, and 666 equals 60 in the same cipher. So again, like I've been trying to tell you, this is all tied in with the rituals and the energy and the taking of your soul to hell and we're going to show you how we're in the devil's playground right now. And if anyone's seen the clip from the video game of, I think it's David Bowie speaking, he's saying this is a message for all the awakened ones to unite. And so basically, and this game was made when? The date, I think it was 1999, this video game was out, or on Sega, or earlier, sorry. So let me go through some more. So these are the codes. There's a date duration right there, actually. There you go, the all-seeing eye. So again, so look at this imagery. So on the video game, it says, who will you be after you die equals 119, and all-seeing eye equals 119. So look at this imagery here, because that is all the imagery you saw at the Astroworld. We have pictures of Travis Scott pointing to the exact same all-seeing eye. So it's all connected. David Bowie, Freemasonry. So you guys are going to learn about all of it. The Masonic Order, the Jesuit Order, the Luciferians, David Bowie, and how it's all one and the same, just posing as separate entities, but it's all the synagogue of Satan. You see that? Okay, I want to jump out of this and show you the image of the film from the 60s. So we're going to go as far back as even as the 1960s. So again, this is Joseph's page. Again, you got to follow us on Facebook to get the daily updates. Excuse me, my poor throat is just... So again, 2022 is just weeks away. And people are still oblivious to the evil that's been happening in this world. Still living their day-to-day lives just as the Bible said would happen, just as it was in the days of Noah. So going through the codes, Omicron. So here's a picture of the cover here. So this movie is from 1963, and it's 1 hour, 42 minutes in length, exactly. Also, the C word also equals 142, right? So nothing is coincidence. Here's the blurb from the film. And as you can see, the spirals on the artwork, which will show you the side-by-side with Astroworld, says an alien takes over the body of an Earthman in order to learn about the planet so his race can take it over. Complete nonsense, but not entirely too far out from the truth that we're all currently going through, that is still trying to be hidden from us while it's taking place. This is the insanity and the urgency of what is happening, and why people need to get on board quick before this year is done, because 2022 is going to be absolutely no better than the previous 2 years. You've seen social media and all these platforms and apps take a huge hit and barely work properly for anyone. We've had people, the hackers are on next level. I've had people that I know have their Instagram accounts hacked and not gotten back, and the hackers still possess them to con people. These apps and this internet is very evil. All devil's tools, right? We're going to look at more numbers. Like, guys, every news story is just coded. So as you can see here, 846 is a big number, ties in with the days of Noah, tribulation. The fallen angels also equals 846. And as you could see here, as Joseph's showed us in this news article, the FDA panel endorses Merck's C pill for whatever. And there you go. There's the C pill also equals 846. So the fallen angels, you're going to see how the fallen angels are the ones in control of everything that is happening. And that's who's these puppets are serving, right? So let's get back. I'm going to get back on here and see some comments. New Crusader, welcome, Lauren. So again, like I said, I wanted to tell you everything's to do with the fallen angels. So as you can see there, the fallen angels equals 666. So I put that up there because that's the mark of the beast, and they're the ones that are in control. This Satan character, the devil, the Lucifer, was one of these, the fallen angel, right? And he was able to deceive a further 201 of them and get them to fall with him. So if the father of lies and deception, if he can get these far superior beings to us to leave heaven and follow him and suffer an eternal damnation in hell, then yeah, us humans have no chance unless we choose God now in Jesus. So we're going to show you how the fallen angels are tied into everything. And as you can see, Travis Scott has the numerous occasions posed as a fallen angel in the thumbnail for this live, on the album cover of his the birds and the trap sing at night, fallen angel. A lot of people are confused what a fallen angel is because we've been raised in society that angels are good and all these statues of angels in the world are a good thing and for peace and harmony, when it's not. We've got to expose the enemy. And I know a lot of people come on and say, oh, you spend a lot of time focusing on the evil, focusing on what you don't want. I was like, no, I know what I want, but I know also that I have a job to do to show others, to let them have the same chance that I had to choose the right options, which means, and a lot of people don't know that this evil exists. People don't even still believe in aliens, and we're here in the end days. So we'll be getting all into it, right? This is the concert from hell. Again, that whole ABC, all this nonsense going on in the news, they haven't told us or shown us any truth. It's all lies and it's been swept under the rug, right? So I'm going to get to a folder full of stuff for you, or I'm just going to take you back to my Facebook because that's where a lot of this information is. We've got to get back to it. Coco, stop, please. Okay, so there we go. So we just scroll through some stuff here on the page and you'll see I'll be bringing up the numbers, the codes, all the imagery back from the festival. So as you can see here, we've got this new variant going around. So if people are wondering, the connections with all these variants, they're all from the Greek alphabet. So there you see alpha, beta, gamma, delta, right? And there you see Omicron, Pi, Sigma. And there you see, I think Stephanie did this, Pi COVID equals 666. So everything's it's come from the Greek alphabet, right? So we'll get back and show some more findings that's been going on. Lots of you. There's Stacy. She's just blown up this week and come out full force, exposing all that she's learned and in the New Age religion that I've been bringing up and questioning lately because why not? Because with all the evil going on in the world, we got to start questioning the ones who are doing all the magic and the rituals for peace and love and harmony. And I pretty much said it's not working. So Stacy came on and spoke about it and told us why. So she'll definitely be back. If you guys want to quickly hear what she's going on about, that's her channel right there. Well, so many comments. I'm just going to go through it as we just gather the momentum and get into this. Like I said, I don't really have things prepared or plan a script. You know, I just go through my feeling and what people tell me they want to see and have been asking for. So as you can see here on the screen, there's the connection that I told you I'd show you. So let me just click on it. So as you can see, the Omicron from the 1960s movie has the same spiral thing going on as it does with the Astroworld. So there's the side by side. As you can see, whatever happened to Astroworld and was released is now this new variant, this new way of death. They're going to blame it on this Omicron when it's not. It's whatever dark forces were released from the portal. And that's why they named it Omicron, because it's all tied in with the Astroworld portal, right? There's the portal. So again, okay, let me just see the comments because I don't want to start getting too hard into this because I know a lot of people have watched the live already and a lot of people haven't. So it's still up there on YouTube. The channel's there. Bring it up for you. And you'll see this whole series. But we're going to get back on the series because I don't want this to go away because everyone needs to be aware of what happened so we can move into 2022. Because what is going to happen in 2022 or maybe before 2021 is not over yet. They can pull this next false flag at any moment. So we need to get everyone on board because everyone's going to be deceived. It's going to be the biggest mass deception that this world has ever seen. And people are going to fall for it. And I just pray that I'm not here because I'm already losing my mind seeing the way people are acting over an invisible virus, right? Imagine how they're going to act over holographic images in the sky. It's going to be next level. So we got Mike Avina says, bro, look at the murder rate across the US since Astroworld. Buddy, are you ready? Yeah, exactly. Ever since, it's been insane. Every story in the news has been 666, right? There's the channel right here. So we're live right now on YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, everything, all the content's still somewhat there. I got one video blocked, but I pretty much added the info in another video. So you can see there's hours of the footage there. So today, or just yesterday in the news, so we're going to return to the Devil's Playground because that's where we are. So this is in Taiwan. We got 666 Taiwanese nationals extradited to China, right? That's the story from Taiwan. 666, and as you know, I showed you many stories post Astroworld. The whole of November was just full of 666 cases, 666 deaths, 666 everything. I'm going to show you right now because today in the news, the Foo Fighters again working on a film called Studio 666. So it was in the news 3 weeks ago, right after Astroworld. It's here again in the news. Sorry, that's not bringing it up. As you can see, it's right here. The Foo Fighters get the rock out, but not the demons. A new Studio 666 teaser. So the teaser for this film called Studio 666 just came out 9 hours ago. So it's constant. A week ago in Toronto, we had 666 schools with confirmed cases, right? Not 666 cases, 666 schools with confirmed cases. So there's more 666 tied in with every different pocket you can get all across the earth. I've seen it in Vietnamese, Taiwanese, Mandarin, Cantonese, Greek, German, Indian. It's everywhere. 666. So let's bring up the comments because, as I said, this is everyone's show. We're going to get into it. It's also a video game. So yeah, that's what was the news this week. So a lot of the decodes came out, Steph, that this new variant, the name they chose, which is also an anagram for moronic, believe it or not, and en commun. So it's an anagram for two other words apart from Omicron. And if you add Delta Omicron to it, that spells media control. So Delta Omicron is an anagram for media control. Again, no coincidences. We're not spending hours trying to make it equal that. People are just saying, look, it equals that. So it's just the way it is. And again, that video game, 1999, also associated with Bill Gates. Give me a break. These guys have been planning this. Mike Avina, thank you. Project Bluebeam. That's what I'm getting at. This is the final deception. And if people don't understand who and what the fallen angels are from the Holy Bible, because it's been there, it's been written since this was here. We've had it for a couple millennia now. And if people can still be deceived by what's about to happen, even though it's been written, this is where salvation comes into play and free will. And people are going to choose their free will to accept deception, right? You got to understand the seriousness of that. To believe in aliens and spaceships. Did you just assume the devil's gender? No, we already know the devil is androgynous. We're going to get into the Baphomet and all these demons, especially the Baphomet, because the phallus of the Baphomet is pretty much all over the earth, on the World Health Organization logo. It's on the United Nations logo. So, you know, the star stabbed into the earth with the snakes intertwined, that's the Baphomet phallus. And the Baphomet basically has a penis and breast. So he has both male and female parts. So remember, they're not human, they're not like us, and they're referred to as the sons of God. The Bible, the book of Enoch, all scripture talks of male angels, sons of God, leaving heaven, falling to earth to choose wives. There is no scripture anywhere that says there were female angels that left heaven to find a husband and do any of the sort. That never happened, right? Yes, Micah Vina, welcome. Not just a community. This is the Crusaders of the Resistance. So welcome to the Resistance. We are building and rising in this evil earth to challenge the evil. We are the light because there's balance. You know, as we can see, the evil has shot up in this earth. And guess what? The good will rise, equal, and opposite, because that's how balance goes. So as one rises, or if evil rose, or if good rose first, then there's somehow evil will rise. But evil has risen, and now we are the good guys rising with God's army to resist the wiles of the devil as we put on the full armor of God, right? Yeah, the symbolism, that's why I've never seen anything so satanic, full of signs and symbols, full of demonic entities. After looking at all the footage, we'll go over everything. It was so much. Hi, Kim. Kim's online. Okay, so let's get into some footage quickly then. I showed you some stories here. So I want to open up a folder for you guys and get the Astroworld folder I got open up here. So we're going to just get into it. We got here. Yes, no such thing as a gender spirit. In the heavens, it's just spirits. Right. Okay. But the energy behind it, there might have been a masculine energy because there was no feminine energy. So when God created Eve, the first woman, and that feminine energy, that's why Lucifer and the rest of the angels came, because they'd never seen anything like it before. That's why they wanted to choose themselves wives, because they never had that in heaven with the other angels and with God. So the fact that God made man and made wives for man is what annoyed the angels, the ones that chose to disobey and come here to destroy us, because they were just jealous and angry and envious, right? And they failed. Okay, so I'm going to open up this folder. And we're going to get back into Astroworld. Just, I don't care if you've seen it before. We have to recap everything. There's people that want to know what's going on. There's people still on the fence about what happened, right? So we got to bring it up. So I'm here. I'm in a folder that I created for Astroworld. Let's just get to some of the videos. What do we got here? Open this one up. Can you guys see that? No, it's not letting me see it because I have to share it. Okay, can you share that? So talk to me. Anyone wants to jump in and join, feel free. But I'm just going to play this quick just to give you a quick reminder of what we're dealing with. Okay, that's one. Sorry, I didn't really find. That was the one where there was supposed to be a demon jumping into the crowd. So I've had people, millions of people, watch that video. People, so many comments, people analyzing it, people saying it's a demon. I've seen other angles and seen actually there was someone, a physical person, jump off the ambulance that was in the crowd. So, but still, that was just one clip. There is lots of clips of what happened there with these demons. So I'm going to show you some gematria, because I'm trying to show you that there's an evil in this earth, and if anyone's heard of the Antichrist or anything of the sort, this is what they're working to bring in right now. Okay, so as you see here, I should even make that bigger. See, it's small. Okay. How do I do this? Okay, so fallen angel Obama equals 726, right? Which is also the same as Astroworld Feast 2021, because it was a feast. A feast for who? Because as anyone that was there knows, there was no food on sale, right? So what was it a feast for? So as you can see, we're going to bring up the numbers closer. So Astroworld Feast 2021, Astroworld Hadron Collider Portal 726, Live Nation, which is also Evil Nation, the organizers of the show, right? Antichrist equals 726, Astrofest Ritual equals 726, and Revelation equals 726, because we are in the book of Revelation. So again, I'm still learning how to use this software, but it's really easy to use. I'm just one person here doing all of this. So I want to bring up some more video. I think it was all on my Facebook. So again, hopefully a lot of you were able to learn a lot from what I've shown from the previous lives over the past. Yeah, live backwards is evil, says. So yeah, Live Nation is Evil Nation. So there's enough. I have more than enough to show that this was a satanic evil event, from the names of the organizers to the show, to the signs and symbols. I'm going to bring up all the information on my Facebook. We're going to dissect all of it. Since the internet's playing up, it's damn Facebook's so damn annoying. Just want to go back to November, the beginning, and then watch. You're going to see the full rundown of everything. So I actually do have it open here. It's not going to take too long. I'm at November 26th. I want to get this down to the bottom. All this is Obama's fault. He unleashed rainbow people. There's someone, King of Mundo, says he released the rainbow people and the freeloading illegals in America. If that's not evil, I don't know what is. Exactly. If you're referring to the New Age religion, then I think I know what you're talking about. Wow, a month already, crazy. Exactly, Kerry. It's been 4 weeks, 1 month. And look how each week, like the first 2 weeks, like people were on it. The news was still announcing the deaths. And then boom, the last week it's just gone. It's just Omicron variant, this, that, kids, this. It just disappeared into nothing, right? That's why we're going to recap and bring it back up. So yeah, Kelly says she's rewatched the show. You got to rewatch these things. I watched it, the whole thing again, and it's nothing. You don't get the feeling of the same thing as when you hear someone that's there. So there's some people that gave their testimonies and eyewitness statements, and when you hear what they saw and you see how they react, you know what went down once you put the two together. Okay, I'm almost there. Sorry. Again, like I said, I didn't really have time to prep anything. I just rushed, grabbed this. I'm going to show it just like how the other lives went, right? So it's not, I didn't prepare anything for those. I just came on, did the same thing, showed all the info. So and again, this is a new format. I'm using the StreamYard and to stream better and share better. Again, welcome everyone. We got a lot of people in the house tonight. So everyone wants to know the truth. Sorry if I'm dilly-dallying. I'm going to get to it just right now. Start getting through the info, the codes, signs and symbols. Okay, so I got one up here right now. We're going to start sharing the screen again. Okay. Okay, here we go. So guys, here's the first picture that I have. Oh, I think I have a couple more. Sorry. Okay, let's just get to it. I want to get right back from the beginning. As you can see, November 8th. So there you go. There's all the footage and stuff. It all began right there. There's all the deaths and the dates all came out instantly. So as soon as I saw it and found out we were on it, signs and symbols don't just they pretty much speak for themselves, right? You don't need to look twice to know that, oh, something evil happened. So again, I used to go to concerts. I loved going to these shows. And the last show I went to and said, I'm done, I'm never going to one again, was Astroworld, Travis Scott in 2018. So I want to share with you some footage I took from my last ever concert because I was so spooked out by what I saw. So if you can see it playing there, sorry if it's not too smooth, but there's the stage. It's got skulls. There's the crowd. So this was the energy rituals. I was standing there and witnessed it happen. Yeah, sorry, I don't have to turn the volume up now. So yeah, I was at Astroworld. I seen the ritual take place. I didn't know it was just Travis Scott doing it because I went to other shows and I never experienced the same satanic ritual happen, but I saw it happen there, and that was it. So Drake gets Houston. So Drake did get Houston to salute the devil. So when Drake came out at Astroworld, he fully got the whole crowd to salute Satan. As with so did Travis Scott. He got so but Drake got them to salute the devil and hail Satan. Travis Scott got them to blaspheme the God and rebel against God by telling them, put your middle fingers up to the sky, right? That's blaspheming the Lord while hailing Satan at the exact same time. So, okay, so November 5th. So I'm going to bring up this image here. November 5th was Kris Jenner's birthday. So as you can see here, she turned 60 on November 5th, 2021. April 30th. Okay, so Astroworld took place November 5th. So we know the saying, remember the 5th of November, right? Again, that's like a little jingle that gets in everyone's head around the world to get them to remember. So the fact that they tied in someone, a rebel named Guy Fawkes that wanted to blow up the Houses of Parliament in the United Kingdom in London, the fact that they got us to remember the 5th of November, made a song about it, and then this evil satanic event happens on the 5th of November, makes you think, were we conditioned to help summon in this evil on this date, right? Part of the ritual. So again, November 5th is when it took place. And the birthday of Travis Scott is April 30th, 1991. April 30th, 1991. So he's 30 years old this year. April 30th is also the Church of Satan was founded on April 30th, 1966, right? So April 30th, 1966. And as you look down at the bottom here, if I can make it bigger somehow, sorry. From the founding date of the Church of Satan to Astroworld was exactly 666 months and 6 days. Sorry, so can you guys see that clearly? Yeah. So as you see here, April 30th, which is also one of my sister's birthdays, the one that I grew up with. So it's the Taurus star sign. So it's under the bull, right? The bullhorn bull for Taurus. And I'm starting to lean because after looking into this and finding out that also in America, the first U.S. president, George Washington, was inaugurated into the White House on April 30th. So there's the April 30th again. Bugs Bunny made his first appearance on Looney Tunes cartoons on TV on April 30th. Adolf Hitler died or committed suicide or disappeared to Antarctica on April 30th, 1945. So a lot of evil in history and a lot of symbolic dates have taken place on April 30th, which possibly could be a ritual date. It could be the day that they crucified Jesus Christ because it was around Easter, right? So there's the dates. So I'm going to exit out of that one. I want to bring up, so we're going to keep going through them. So here's, okay, so also on November 5th, this wrestler died, right? He was a previous Mr. Olympia. And his final post, if you can see that right here, I'm going to make it bigger. So here he is, Flexatron. So look, that's what he calls himself, Flexatron R. Hoden. And he passed away on November 5th. And his final post on Instagram, it says, "See you on the other side." Right? Flexatron, Omicron, Transformers, everything's so connected. So why did he post his final post before he passed away, "See you on the other side," on the same day that Astroworld takes place? And the message inside of the portal says, "See ya on the other side." Here's all the imagery from the show. So this Mr. Olympia passes away. His last message is, "See you on the other side." Right? So Mr. Olympia, let's see if you can see the codes there. Mr. Olympia equals 726. The same as Antichrist equals 726. Do you not understand that? So him dying, being a previous Mr. Olympia, is part of the Antichrist ritual ushering in this new age. So he was sacrificed. And that's why his last message was, "See ya on the other side." Right? Sorry, let me see some of these messages now because I can get lost into this. So once I get going, that's what you want. You want me to get going because then the truth's going to come out. And once you see all the connections and I start dissecting everything. So Mr. Olympia equals 726, which is the same as Antichrist equals 726. The same as Live Nation equals 726. Astroworld Feast 2021 equals 726. So again, you got to understand there's not too many numbers to go through, but it's the same ones that keep coming up, right? There's the 666s, the 474, the 846, the 726. And once you start looking and once I start showing you, because I don't expect everyone to just jump on the internet and become an expert decoder. This is why I'm here doing it, because I can help show it to you. As long as you trust me to do it and can see the connections that I've made, then yeah, you don't have to go do it yourself because there's enough of us have already been doing it, right? So I'm going to show you Yakowitz. So you want to learn about the demons and evil. So if you can go to Wikipedia, Yakowitz, right? As you see there, let me make sure you guys can all see it on the screen. Okay, so Yakowitz was a mountain god, right? It received human sacrifice, and the name Yakowitz means fire mountain, right? Yakowitz is a mountain god that receives human sacrifice, and its name means fire mountain. So there you go. There's another connection there to Astroworld. There's all the eyeballs. I don't know, this sick, creepy fetish with eyeballs, but everyone in the music industry and everyone in Hollywood is obsessed with eyeballs. Like the most creepiest thing to be obsessed with, right? So here's some numbers founded by Joseph. As you can see, deadly equals 666. Concert equals 666. So again, it's in the Bible. This number really is the number of a man, which is the number of the beast. So this could, if it is the number of a man, then maybe it is associated with the 6 electrons, the 6 protons, and the 6 neutrons, right? So this is why the beast maybe chose this, because Lucifer saw God make earth and man, so he knows the way God did it through the numbers and the letters and the words, right? He created earth over a number of days, right? So there you go, deadly concert, 666. We're going to get into everything. I'm going to try and do it as quick as possible, so this isn't like a 4-hour live. I want to just rush through what's already there, and then you guys can all make up your own minds, right? So this guy is evil. He gets the whole crowd to salute the devil. I'm not going to bring it back up again. There's the connections with Adolf Hitler, so you can see it. So like I said, Travis was chosen, born, not just he lived a life and became cool, and then the Illuminati said, oh, you have to work with us now. No, he was born for this. Like, before he was born, his parents did a ritual on a specific day, and they impregnated some kind of demonic essence into the into the conception process, right? So when he was conceived through demonic ritual, and then these people, they don't allow the God to birth them through a certain date. As soon as that date comes that they assign the ritual to, they perform a C-section and cut out these individuals, right? So I'm not saying that he was cut out with a C-section, but most likely he was a C-section. If not, then who knows? They make this stuff up. Some people will say that they were grown in a tube or clones in the clone factory, but that's another topic for another day. But I'm going to tell you right now that these people were born for these roles, for these just to be possessed by these demons that are in control from behind the scenes, right? But soon they're not going to be behind the scenes anymore, because Astroworld released them from behind the scenes so that they can be in this scene to perform the final deception, which is the fake alien invasion / abduction. And we're going to get into it. Again, these people were born to perform this evil, to deceive you. And I'm not going to allow that to happen, because I'm not going to be the only one that's not deceived, right? I'm not the only one. There are thousands across this earth, but we need to find them and make sure we're all on the same page right now. So Manny Castillo says, he's a puppet and just does what he's told. The Pope is really behind everything. Yeah, the black Pope, right? There is no good Pope or white Pope. It's just evil Pope, right? So Stephanie's got a comment there, right? So again, quickly go back. Add me on Facebook, everyone, so I don't have to keep making lives, showing you stuff that's already there, but we need to revisit. Like I said, these numbers are important. Why does Live Nation, which is Evil Nation, equal 726 and 846? So again, learn these numbers because they're not new. These numbers have been a part of our whole existence, especially 846, which is the fallen angels equals 846. 846 is so it was 8:46 a.m. when the first supposed plane flew into the World Trade Centers on September 11th. This is when the Antichrist ritual went hard with a boom in this millennium. It was 8:46 a.m. You can quickly Google it now, find out what time did the first plane hit the first tower. It was 8:46 a.m. Guess what? George Floyd died last year, right? That police officer knelt on his neck for 8 minutes, 46 seconds. This is the code. This is what they're doing, right? Again, 8:46, you're going to see a lot of, and I'm going to make sure you see it and understand why you see it, why it's so symbolic, because it is associated with the most evil entities of this earth. Our biggest enemy, not each other, it is the fallen angels. I don't want to be sitting here coming on like a crazy person talking about angels and demons, but it's real. And I see it, others are seeing it, and I'll be bringing those people on that see it too. And we're going to show you that Travis Scott, he's not a fallen angel, but he works for the fallen angels, and he has been possessed by demonic spirits to help release these fallen angels, because they have more deception to do on this earth, right? Because God's about to perform some of his most amazing miracles. These angels need to hide it so that you don't know that God exists, so that you follow them to the dark pits, right? So there's 7:26, 8:46 for Evil Nation. Again, so let's recap this clip here. Hopefully you guys can see it without this breaking on me, because the internet or too many windows open at one time. So I want you to...
Here, Kenny.
Yes, each click is just so slow for some reason. Hopefully I can see this video with the graphene oxide. So there's a video on the screen there showing the inside of someone's internals. See, this is what I mean. Facebook just wants to not cooperate right now. But I wanted to show you some graphene oxide, because everyone at this show, majority of the children at this show, or the attendees, 90%, maybe more, have had the graphene oxide inside of their system, right? So what I'm trying to show is that when this graphene is inside of you and they turn certain frequencies on, because as you know, we've all seen the Astroworld videos from all the other people on YouTube posting it, and all the first eye statements 6-8 hours before, like hours before Travis Scott ever even got there, there was music playing at the park, Energy Park, Energy Stadium. They had a frequency and a loud thumping, just banging bass playing. It wasn't music. There were no DJs. It was just a frequency. And what that was doing was triggering the graphene oxide, the luciferase, all these chemicals that people have been injecting in them now, putting them inside of you, right? Exactly. And that's another thing. The truth, I don't like being the bearer of bad news. I don't want to come on here every night for 3 hours talking about satanic dark forces and the devil and how everyone's soul is going to get taken to hell. I'm sick of that. I want to go home and stop focusing on the evil, but it's everywhere, every nation. This is what we have to understand, what a new world order is. It's the whole world is moving very fast into a one world government, a one world religion, a one world currency, or just a one world order. And if people don't see it, I'm trying to show you and explain. I'm like, this Astroworld, I shouldn't even have to show you Astroworld to explain that there's a new world order, evil sweeping over this earth, right? But it helps. Everything helps. And the more ammo I have to expose this evil, the better chance that you have to get saved, that I might be saved. Like, I'm not saying I'm doing this to be saved. Like, no one knows, but I pray it helps with my judgment from the Lord, right? Hi, Raven Brown. Welcome. If you are all first timers on this on this live and seeing me talk about Astroworld, you've already missed like 20 hours of information. So subscribe to the YouTube right now. And after this live, like don't leave it now because we're still going to go over it. But I did like 10 to 20 hours worth of information. I'm not trying to redo it all in one live, but I do want to get a lot of it into this video, as I never had this software when I was doing that. So please get on board, subscribe, take in all the information I'm giving out today, and find all the stuff I put out for the whole of November. We hit 2.2 million views in 1 month, over 6,000 new subscribers in just a couple of weeks. So God bless. Like when the time is the time, and you get called upon, like that's it. Everything is just gonna happen. So I'm here making sure I'm doing the work that God wants me to do, right? So we're gonna get back to the screen. Hopefully I can play this video of the graphene, whether people want to see it or not. We have to expose the evil. We have to, oh, you didn't miss this one, Raven. So we have to expose it. And as you can see here, that is graphene oxide inside of a body, inside of organs and arteries and tubes and vessels and veins. So we're going to look at that. I'm not going to try making it bigger because I don't want to crash the whole system. So hopefully you can all see. So imagine now, when that is inside of you, that reacts to magnets, like magnetism. It's metal. So we don't need to be, I don't know how much common sense you need to know that metal is magnetic. And this also reacts to frequency, which is where the 5G come in, which is where that whole weird frequency was being played at the festival, because it was doing something to them. Everyone's different. Like some people are strong enough that their bodies can just adapt to being turned into a cyborg, right? Some people's bodies, like my own, I got my ear pierced as a kid, my body forced it out. Like some people just reject foreign objects, right? That shouldn't be in the body. So it's like the strong will adapt and the weak will just fall prey to the evil, right? So everyone's body's different and will react different to having metal inside of it. And when that metal reacts to a frequency, it's just insane. Yes, we are God's army. Susie's here, welcoming people. We've had people here from day one, and we're trying to gather the rest, right? And it seems Astroworld is helping wake people up. But again, it's been a month, and they've been able to just slowly push it away and raise a new flag. Omicron, oh my God, forget about Astroworld. That's old news. No, it's not old news. We're going to focus on this for the rest of the year until everyone wakes up. So we cannot go into 2022 without knowing this, because I truly believe, and I'll be able to show you numbers and codes and a lot of information with a lot of other people to back it up. 2022 is not going to be any better. So this is preparation, mentally, spiritually. Just put on the blood of Christ and the full armor of God, and you won't be deceived, because it's coming. So here we go. Look at this evil. What happened at this festival? So hopefully I can bring this up without crashing the system. So I did a decode because I've been dreaming of this my whole life. Something, and it was just too crazy to ever think something like this could ever happen. So as you can see, that's the CERN Hadron Collider at the top here. So that's CERN. There's the Astroworld portal. Looks very, pretty much brother and sister to me, right? Almost twins. You guys see twins? So Astroworld. And if you see here, I did a decode. There's the numbers. There's the souls or the demons either walking across the bridge from limbo into this world, or the lost souls that just got taken over by demonic forces are leaving this world, going through the portal to enter limbo. But whatever that was showing at the show was very demonic and disturbing. And as you can see in the calculator here, I typed in fallen angels return through Astroworld Hadron Collider portal. And look at the number that equals 666 in the most pure cipher, the English ordinal. So I'm going to show you. We're going to go to the site right now, actually. I'm going to type it in. I have the gematria calculator here. So this is the site. It's gematrinator.com. So these are the 4 base ciphers. So I'm going to type in what I just typed in. So the fallen angels return through Astroworld Hadron Collider portal. There it is. I just typed it in, no trickery, no tricks. And there it is. In the most pure English cipher. So on this site it gives you the key. So each language has a cipher. There's forward English, there's reverse English, right? So how I'm able to do this is just you go to the calculator, you can bring up all the ciphers and you just type your name or whatever it is that you want to get the answers from. So I knew deep down that this Astroworld, I didn't have to look at it twice. It took me one look to see fallen angels came through that Astroworld. That's the only way they could come through, because I know the end game. I know the final deception. I'm like, well, how are the fallen angels going to pull this off if God committed them to the underworld and sentenced them to limbo to await trial? So they're not in hell yet, which is why they're able to come back. So don't get confused when people say, oh, the devil's already in hell, the demons are in hell. No, they're not in hell, because if they were in hell, then they won't be able to make any kind of effect on this earth with their magic and voodoo, right? So that's why they need you to believe that they're in hell, so that you don't think that they can ever come back, right? But I'm telling you right now, they are back, and they are here to work and to deceive and to own you. The fallen angels, right? So again, on this show, you are going to see everything. Not only am I just going to say fallen angels, I am able to show you statues, impossible statues that humans couldn't make, like 20-foot statues that made out of solid gold of angels. From Mexico to Argentina to Europe to Australia to New Zealand, like every part of this earth is not safe from these buildings, these structures, these fallen angel statues and imagery made out of solid freaking rock that humans still today can't carve. Not even machines can carve like that. This is like godly work done. So I'm going to be able to prove that the fallen angels were in heaven. They came to earth. They ruled on earth. They recreated a heaven on earth, that God cleansed this world, that God really did flood it and put them away. And then after the flood, they were able, like, that's where magic and sorcery comes in. The only thing that you're connecting to when you do magic and you're summoning spirits is the fallen angels. So there you go. Fallen angels equals 666 of them returning through Astroworld Hadron Collider portal, right? So let's go through the comments. Bridge, exactly. Yes, Asia. Guys, I want to hear how all of you, because I used to feel like I was the only spiritual one out there, but ever since this 2020 hit, I found my tribe. I found the people that have known this and seen this and had the dreams. So Philippe Rivera says Jesus was black, God was black. You know, this is awesome. Everyone's got their voice and would be heard. So Diana Gwynn says, Nat Guat advised endless war, full spectrum dominance. You don't have a war on terror, it's a war of terror. See? So everyone is bringing in. See, the source. So F YouTube says, cutting off from the source. What's the source and how can they cut you off? So we're going to talk about the pineal gland, which is like in the forehead by the brain. And how can they cut you off in that connection? With fluoride. So to fluoridate. So I'm going to go to the calculator. I'm going to bring up some ciphers. And I'm going to show you fluoridate. Fluoridate. Right? We're going to go to the English Sumerian. And fluoridate equals 666. So again, everything the devil does to disconnect you from source is the mark of the beast. So thank you, FUTube, for coming on here and commenting about cutting off from source, because that's exactly what they've been doing. Through all the McDonald's and the Burger King and the low frequency demonic music, it's been messing with us. From the water, our most important source, because we're like 70% liquid water. They have been tampering with the water. It is the water that has been fluoridated, which contains the mark of the beast, because I typed it in right here. It says 666. So to be fluoridated is why men in particular, I'm a man, have been cut off from source, cut off from masculinity, because they, you know, what have you witnessed that the fluoride does, right? So when you hear people talking about fluoride and, oh, I don't use fluoride in my toothpaste anymore, like, do you even know why? A lot of people know why, but how deep do you know why? They need to fluoridate you because the mark of the beast is there. They don't need you being connected to God. They need you to be completely cut off. And that's where the fluoride comes in. Cloud Strikes asking, what's your belief? Fluoride was used in water at Nazi concentration camps. Exactly. So we've got a lot of intelligent people here. I'm glad to see it. So I'm preaching to the choir here. It's just people need confirmation. So like I said, I'm not coming on here trying to be like, oh, I know everything. Sit down, listen up. No, I'm here to do some confirmation, because you're here because you already know, have a gut feeling that there's something off and there's something dark and evil in this world. And you've noticed it even more since Astroworld happened. It's just been daily. It's like, wow, I can't get a break from all the evil that's happening, right? So again, we're going to go over everything. Yeah, it's a good question. How you can, I purchase fluoride-free water and fluoride-free toothpaste, and then you go from there. Like I've been using fluoride toothpaste and drinking the crap water my whole life, and I'm thankful that it didn't affect me as much as it affected some other people. Like, everyone's different, right? So I'm blessed, but I still not taking my chances. So I've taken the steps now to change my toothpaste so there's no fluoride in it, and to just drink fluoride-free water. You can pick it up at the stores and just stay off it, because it's cutting you off from source. It might not be turning you like homosexual or changing your sex or making you very, you know, submissive and obedient. It will just cut you off from source. So it has multiple uses, and they rely on each and everything working. If you don't turn gay, then you'll just be cut off from God. And either way, they still win, right? So we got to stop with the fluoride. I see a lot of YouTube on here. Is this going live on Facebook right now? I'm not even sure. So let's get back to it. So I got a lot of stuff on the Facebook I was showing you guys. So there's only two species, the serpent race and humans, Cain and Abel. Yeah, lots to do with Cain and Abel. You're going to learn a lot about those two, especially the sons of Noah, Ham, Japheth, and Shem. So we're going to go through everything and how it was real, because how come I can see in this crazy world today, I can see that the Bible is real. I'm not just sitting here because I went to church and someone told me it was real. No, I've lived my whole life not really caring about the Bible, but loving God. But then I noticed after reading more of the Bible that, wait, this is true, because I started to see as I got older and matured out of my ignorant teens and early 20s because I had to just live normal life, and you ask for guidance because you know your friends and your school and your family's not going to do it. I started to see, and I can't stop seeing, and every day it's just more confirmation, more truth that this really happened. The flood, the angels, Adam and Eve, Cain and Abel, it's all real. So again, I told you about the Looney Tunes and Bugs Bunny. So I want to show you the Space Jam connection, because there is a connection. Like, why is CERN's Hadron Collider portal that they've been building for years, but the one they show us is the big oval spiral. It's got the red and the blue and the orange. And then you look at the Looney Tunes logo. It's also the same colors, the same spiral. And the same thing at the Astroworld. The same thing on the Space Jam. And what is Space Jam actually about? It is about Looney Tunes, cartoon characters needing help from a human like Michael Jordan. And remember, Jordan got sucked into the portal. So there is the image of him getting sucked into the portal, the Astroworld portal. So there's the conditioning for the children that this is a cool thing to do, to get sucked into a portal, into another world, another dimension, right? So they've been conditioning us since the 90s. Even me loved Space Jam and had no idea it was about portals and demons coming through and exchanging for humans, right? That's what it is. Just look at the signs and the symbols. Yeah, thank you, Naomi. Like, I never wanted to have to get on and do these lives, but no one else was, doing and sharing the info that I wanted to be seen online, because I was doing it myself. And then I just realized, I'm like, wait, maybe I do need to go live and share this because no one else is doing it. And if they are, they're getting deleted off of YouTube and shadow banned, because I know I'm experiencing the same thing too. So I want you guys to see everything I'm showing you. Yes, T Clem. So I did go over the chakras, because the Astroworld logo is the same as the 7 chakras, because that's the energy. They want your energy. So yeah, let me get to it, because this is exciting. Now I'm getting to it. You guys are asking the right questions, making the right connections to all the work that I've already done, because I made those same connections. So we're going to share it all together. I wish this Facebook was moving a lot quicker, but it's working, so that's all that matters. Yes, Yogi Jaya. CERN is the portal in real life. But was it really? Did they want you to think that CERN, big, massive metal thing, was the portal? Or did they tell you that's the portal, but then bring one to Astroworld, which was the real portal that looks similar, but not as high tech? But does it really need to be that high tech? Remember, we're not the ones building it. We just watch it, and they're showing us, and they're doing these things in front of us, right? Thank you, T. Clem. I'm learning lots from everyone. That's why I love doing this, and I love going through the comments just to make sure everyone, I don't like thinking. For a long time, I thought I was crazy, and I was the only one that's seeing this, but everyone's here. If you was a winged demon angel, would you hang out during the flood? The thing is, they didn't hang out because God banished them from this earth. So they couldn't escape or fly above the water. They couldn't return back to heaven. They were shut out. And they were shut out from earth too in the physical. But because they're sons of God, because they have far superior powers, they are able to still wreak havoc on this earth for as long as they have, through their magic and rituals, enough to get the humans that serve them to build the technology to release them. Why is this so hard to believe? Yes, it does. So the CERN logo does show 666. Again, more 666. So I'm going to bring up the CERN logo, because again, everything's 666. We've been warned about this number and to pay attention to it, right? Yeah, and CERN also has something to do with Shiva. So there you go. There's your CERN sixes. It's like these people, don't they have like so much money they can't get like good creators and designers? They all have to make the exact same logo. Like I see the Google logo in there. I see it's the same crap, and we're gonna get into it. So let's keep moving. I want to get back to this page, but it's damn Facebook. It's so annoying. So let's just try and refresh that. What's the Pistis Sophia? It proves everything that I'm saying. I'd like to see that. Felipe Rivera. Yeah. So we use code words on here. I'm not going to say, we're going to call it the snake bite. So, guys, girls, ladies, gentlemen, please stay away from the government. They're not your best friend. And I'm trying to show you through other means because there's a lot of truth that's out there. There's a lot of people that are on the Facebook and they're on the Instagram and they're sharing in their stories lots of truth, lots of doctors and police and paramedics speaking out. So yeah, KCR sketch says you can't believe that YouTube wants to block this. Like it's all true, like unbelievably true. Like if it wasn't true, then someone like me talking about this, it would be easy to make fun of me, right? You know how the media is in society. Like if I was just out here making a fool of myself, then it would be easy to just make fun of me. But they're not going to because they know I'm shedding so much light onto the truth of this world and the evil plan that they're doing. So instead of trying to ruin me and make fun of me, they just silence me and pretend I don't exist and prevent me from reaching as much people, right? Yes. See, Jerry, you know. That's where, see, again, we're exposing here the fallen angels. These people are evil. The fallen angels equals 666, right? I can type it in. I can show you what it equals. They equal 474, 666, 846, right? So, yeah. So, it's in the book of Enoch. For all you people that are the first timers here on the show, please subscribe to the YouTube channel. Follow me on Facebook. Actually, yeah, I see someone from Facebook here because I've gone through the book of Enoch. And just as Jerry Honeycutt says, right? Everything Jenny just says in this comment is in the book of Enoch. And I have opened it up. I've gone through it live with all of you and shown you the names of the enemy who are the fallen angels. And they fornicated with not only humans, but with all the insects, all the birds and beasts of the land, which is where they created their own pets. They had the griffins, which was like a half lion, half bird type creature. They had dragons and the dinosaurs. Yeah. That's why everything was washed out at the same time, because everything was created at the same time. So, yeah, meta is goal in Spanish. Tiffany Marie says, if they haven't seen it yet, they never will. But we're still here fighting for them. Like all of us could just make peace and know that it's coming and forget about everyone and go bunker down somewhere, but we're not. We're still here, deep in the devil's playground, just fighting it, right? Josie Donato, see, she's here from Facebook. Got a lot of you on the YouTube here. YouTube's my domain, it seems like. Thank you everyone for being here. You will not regret it. Go over everything. So much truth, so much everything. So sorry, I'm trying to bring up the Facebook again. It's been acting up. I think I'm just going to close this one and use this one. So yeah, like I said, this is live. So and I'm prepared. I just threw it all together and testing out this new StreamYard software. So again, because we have a lot to go over. It is December 2021, and it is urgent that people look at Astroworld. There's a lot of good info out there, but like I said, I've put out 12 to 20 hours of Astroworld debunking with all the videos. I've analyzed that show start to finish, right? We've got 2.2 million views in 1 month because of Astroworld and all the exposing and the truth. And I found thousands of lovely crusaders across this earth. So again, it's not good what happened, but us that are left here and that are awakened to the truth need to jump all over it and share it, so that not that it's going to happen again, because I think they only needed one Astroworld to make it happen. So it's just they're going to move straight on to the next one, and we have to revisit it and make sure, because it's going to be quick. There's going to be barely any time to grasp anything before we're under this new rule. And the next false flag is going to be so big, so massive, that the New World Order is going to be able to have full control over everything. That's how they're going to enforce the mark on the forehead or in the forehead or the chip inside of you. They're already pushing to it. All on Canadian news, they're talking about how it's so easy to fake the certificate, how there's too many loopholes. People are faking it. That's why the numbers are still rising, right? I told you this was going to happen, and that's why. And then they're going to come out with a bracelet, and then people are going to fake the bracelet. And they're going to be like, you know what? The only way to beat all the loopholes and all the faking of the bracelets and the certificate is to put a chip inside you. Good luck trying to fake that, right? When it's inside of you or in your forehead. So we're on the cusp of that now. We are on the cusp. And the one thing, they're not just going to enforce it, they need the false flag. And the false flag of all false flags to be able to enforce the mark of the beast is going to be an alien invasion from another world, right? This is what they're leading up to. This is why it's important to listen to this channel to learn about everything I taught about the flat earth and the dome and how NASA is full of lies and how it's fake, space is fake, because they need you to believe in the universe, so you'll believe that there's like life on other planets and that one day they might visit us and friggin' attack us and abduct us. The rapture is coming. So when people start disappearing off this earth, because God's called this final miracle to save those trial and tribulation, right? Because that's coming. He's going to spare some people, and the angels know this. So they've been released right on time, 666 months after the founding of the Church of Satan, to pull this off. You guys are going to learn so much. It's incredible. And a lot of people that are here have heard me speak about this, and that's why they're back, because they know. I honestly know what I'm talking about, and it's coming. I show the signs and symbols. Symbolism is their downfall, and it's their downfall now. They're not going to fall anywhere but to hell. And the only thing that's they're going to fall no matter what, but it's going to be with how many souls are they going to fall with. Because if you look at this earth right now, you can see it plain as day, that people are oblivious. People do not have God in their hearts. Millions, if not billions, will be left behind on this earth. And it is going to be mayhem. It's going to be chaos. This is where their new world order comes from. Order out of chaos. Ordo ab chao. It's on the US money. They are going to create new world order out of chaos. And the only way they can create chaos on earth, where everyone is fluoridated and just submissive and not going to fight back, they have to send in the fake aliens. They have the technology, the 5G, the Project Bluebeam, the CERN, the HARP, the weather control. They control everything. They even have a fake sun, maybe a fake moon. All we know, like nothing is as it seems. And they are pulling all the shots. And it's all to deceive, just as the Bible says. That's what I'm saying. I feel like the Holy Spirit is speaking through me, showing me these things, just giving me the urge and just to get out there. And it's like, I don't have a script here. The Holy Spirit's just saying, get on there, will guide you. Just show them the information. You've done this, and we're here. Yes. 111. So 111, Philippe Rivera says 111 is a spiritual number, right? So we're going to go to gematria. We're going to go to date durations because, like you said, 111 is a very spiritual number. I'm going to show you a date. And a lot of you may have heard of this date, but the date is September 11th. So let's bring up the gematria. So we're going to go to September 11th, 9/11, 2020 to, okay, let's just go to New Year's Day, right? Or the end of the year. Okay, there you go. Okay, so as you can see here, I put in the dates. September 11th to December 31st. So September 11th is the 254th day of the year. And that day leaves 111 days remaining, right? There's your 111. Why they did the September 11th attack or ritual is because Jesus Christ was born on September 11th, which leaves 111 days left in the year, right? So there's the connection there. Naomi's talk said mermaids also. Lone Wolf is asking, what do you think created the dinosaurs? So everything I'm showing you is to do with the fallen angels. The Book of Enoch also talks that the fallen angels, they came to earth and they fornicated with women and they created giant Nephilims. And not only did they have sex with human women, it was the fallen angels that spread their seed into the insects of the earth, into the animals, into the birds, into everything. And everything that they spread their seed into became some kind of like giant monster hybrid, right? I think even that they created a cyclops, like a one-eyed giant. So I know all of these things we were taught were like cartoons and mythological creatures when we were in school as kids, but a lot of these things did exist, from dragons and cyclopses and pegasuses and flying horses. It's because the fallen angels, they created, because the fallen angels, their whole plan is to corrupt the DNA. So anything that God created, their job is to corrupt it, right? So if God made man and God made woman, they're going to come here and corrupt it and make their own version. They made their own versions of the birds, their own versions of the insects. They made their own sea monsters with all these megalodons and stuff. Like nothing was left. Anything that had a pulse, that had DNA, they got into it and corrupted it. This is why God saw that there was so much evil on the earth that he decided to flood it, because his creation was so corrupt that only Noah was left. That's why Noah was saved. So the dinosaurs did not get wiped out by some meteor from light years away. It was God. It was all at the same time. There's not millions and gazillions of years of earth and history. We didn't evolve from monkeys. So we're going to get more into everything. So questions. Yes, it is all real. I'm not telling you to believe me. I'm asking you to just hoping that you've already done some research and you're having a hard time believing it. And I'm just here to confirm, yeah, whatever you researched, whatever you dreamed, whatever your gut feeling is telling you about the Bible or Jesus or the end of days or angels, it is true. Don't let anyone tell you that you're crazy or you smoke too much weed or you're just living in la la land, because they're living in la la land, especially if they're sitting there in front of City News or CNN or BBC News. They're getting brainwashed while telling you you're brainwashed. This world is sick, it's twisted, it's upside down. And I'm here to turn it back right around and make sure everyone has an equal chance of salvation. Because right now, think we do. The manipulation is at its all-time high. Yes, the birds, lots of feathers. Yeah, hopefully they're not silencing me now. KCR. So guys, please. So I'm going to show you my YouTube, because for anyone that's new here, I'll show you. Here's my channel. So it's King NiCO on YouTube. You're all pretty much watching it from there now. So if you got to subscribe and go through all my videos. So here's the videos. So we're live right now here. I did the pilot episode. Got people trying to call me while I'm on live right now. So good, guys. So if you go back 3 weeks ago, so yeah, 3 weeks ago, I got 1.8 million views right here on one video. And we got a further 400,000 views on the rest of my videos going through to make it a full 2.2 million views. So get on the YouTube, get on my Facebook, because I only use YouTube to post all my videos and stuff. So I don't like do too many shorts on there, right? So Facebook is great for that. I can just go on Facebook, post some decodes I just did without having to make a friggin' 3-hour live, right? So you guys got to stay connected. Here's my email. You'll see it scrolling at the bottom there. So all inquiries. I also accept email money transfers, because like everything helps, right? So I'm here making sure to keep this going, to keep researching and gathering the info and bettering the software to bring it to you, right? So jump on board. If you have any info, send it to me, contact me, ask me questions, message me on Instagram too, KingNiCO18. You'll find me there, right? So we get back to the comments. Eat healthy, become vegan, never get any vax, and protect your chakra. Yeah, I'm kind of doing that right now. This food. Exactly. See, everyone's looked at this stuff, so we're going to keep going through it, because it's all on the Facebook, it's all on everything. You guys are all pretty much aware. So I'm here to bring it all together and tell you, yeah, that's correct, right? So is this live right now? Yeah, that's live. Okay, we're live. Okay, I want to show you some stuff. Most recently, like when I got the jab. Crazy. This is Serenity Queen right here. Oh, shoot. Let's just not do that. This thing's not letting me click on videos. I just want to get to the decodes. Like I said, daily on my Facebook, the decodes are there. Daily, more videos. I share everything there. Like I said, there's the Omicron connection with Astroworld. So like I said, anyone that's coming here trying to find out about Astroworld, I've decoded the whole event from Travis Scott to Drake to Kris Jenner to the people that weren't even there. This thing was massive and so connected to everything that's happening now. So I'm going to do my best to get some juicy information in this live and get you all just mind blown. But like I said, it's going to be hard to replicate everything that I've done before. It's all on there. So we're just going to scroll through. I'm not in a rush tonight, so you guys take your time, get your snacks, get your smokes, get your drinks, because I'm just going to try and take my time and show you everything that I've seen from this Astroworld, the connections with the Omicron and the movie. So that's the movie from 1963. Look at the movie cover. More Astroworld connections. More portals, more okay, and look at this. So Revelation 8:8. So we're going to show you the connection with the infinity symbol, because that infinity logo is everywhere. And it's like a number 8 on the side. So Revelation 8:8 says, listen to this. And the second angel sounded, and as it were, a great mountain burning with fire was cast into the sea, and the third part of the sea became blood. Again, Revelation 8:8. So we go back to Astroworld. They announced 8 deaths. That was their announcement. Even though we all knew there was many more and still more deaths coming out daily. We'll get into that, because it's well over 20 now. like officially well over 20, but the news, stop it, Coco. The dogs are being bad. The news will not tell you. So 8, this is why the symbology of the 8 and the 8 flames. So as you can see in the image there, I'm not going to try and make it bigger because I don't want to mess up anything. But yeah, 8, because Revelation 8:8 says, and the second angel sounded, and as it were, a great mountain burning with fire was cast into the sea. What great mountain burning with fire? Is Astroworld not Revelation 8:8? Let me get to some comments because I feel like this is a big one here. Because I know you've all been seeing the 8 and the infinity. So I'm going to show you. The Canadian Blood Services, this is their logo. So I'm in Canada. I just drive like 2 minutes down the street and there's signs, there's Canadian Blood Service clinics everywhere. And that is the logo that the Canadian Blood Services chooses, right? There's the blue, there's the red. We're going to get into the blue and red, right? Because this was all part of the Astroworld blue and red, like smashing of energy. It was like an exchange of energy. The angels exchanged something with the people that suffered in the festival. And here it is. It's all to do with your blood. And watch this. Watch this. Who else has the same logo? Who else announced they got a new business just last month? Meta. Why has Facebook changed their logo? Why is it the exact same as the Canadian Blood Services logo? Why is it the exact same as the number 8? Why is it the exact same as the Ouroboros? Why is it the exact same as the logo that was used at the Pearl Jam concert? So as you know, Travis Scott, on the day of November 5th, the day of the festival, so on that morning, he released a video, a music video on YouTube, on Vivo, on every platform. He released a video to his new song called Escape Plan. Right? This is how sick these people are. In that music video, Escape Plan, Travis Scott is wearing a t-shirt, a band t-shirt, and the band is Pearl Jam. Pearl Jam, and I think it was 20 years ago in 2000, they had a festival and there was a crowd surge at this Pearl Jam festival and 8 people were crushed and died at this Pearl Jam concert. So Travis Scott releases a video to his song called Escape Plan while wearing a Pearl Jam t-shirt hours before his own show, his own concert, his own festival where there was a crowd surge and 8 people were crushed and died. Are you not seeing the ritual here? How sick this is. So Jagotic is saying this unites people. Black people realize Pearl Jam, right? Philippe, this is not a debate about our own beliefs on God. It's about what NiCO is talking about. So yeah, guys, no bullying, no arguing in the comments because we're not trying to get this channel flagged and reported and striked and deleted, right? So that's why I'm doing my best. Trust me, I love to cuss and curse. I scream, I shout. I'm a very aggressive man. And when it comes to a fight, I don't back down. So that's why I spend a lot of my days screaming and shouting and cussing at people because it's just ridiculous what's going on, right? So yeah, I'm doing my best to not swear, not get aggressive and scream and shout. So please, let's all try and unite because we need to, because whatever's happening in this world, we're not going to be able to get through it alone. The more people we have, whether we like them or not, is going to be better for our safety in a world that's just going full on crazy right now, right? So yeah, only love. He was wearing Pearl Jam t-shirt and music video. It's Twisted. Lindsay Noel, thank you so much. I hope everything is great with you. Everyone send Lindsay Noel some positive vibrations. We're all here to spread love. We're all here to appreciate everyone and appreciate that we're all in this. We're all in this dark world right now. We all want the truth. We all want answers. We all want to know what's up. No one wants to hear like, oh, it's the end of days, it's doomsday, like we got 5 years to live. No one wants to hear that. But eventually, in this earth, one of our civilizations is going to hear it, because this thing can't end forever, go on forever. So if it is going to end, aren't you going to be glad that maybe we're the ones that get to see the ending, as we weren't there for the beginning, the middle, or the end? Because Adam and Eve were there at the beginning, Jesus Christ was there in the middle, and now here we are at the end. Like, is that so hard to believe? Or would you rather tell yourself that, oh, this world will never end, we got like thousands of years left before any end of day scenario could happen? So you go and enjoy, go get your boosters and your weekly jabs and this shot, that shot, and drop your kids off to the government every day and just have them kick in your door. Like, that's not the world I want to live in. And the way it's going, yeah, 100 years, good luck. 10 years, good luck. We're in the last 7, 8 years. Tribulation is about to begin. I was obsessed with freaking time travel. I just wanted to know about the past, the present, the future. I wanted to know about all of it, but it's not real. Like, you can time travel through your DNA. You can time travel. This is what I'm telling you about. So I'll show you on. You can inherit memories from the past. That's what I'm trying to say. So we'll go to Google quick, and I'm going to show you something called inheritance of memories. But this is what I've experienced. I was able, as a young age, to have dreams or visions of a life that wasn't mine. And when I used to talk to my dad and he'd tell me stories of his life or when he was a child, I realized that I was seeing my dad's life because his DNA is inside of me. So I inherited my father's memories, right? Are you guys following me here? We'll get into that. I already spoke about past life and how that's kind of contradictory to Judgment Day and the laws of God. So I don't believe in past life anymore. I believe in inheritance of memories. I believe we can see and inherit the memories of our parents, of our grandparents, and as far back as even as Noah, and even Adam and Eve, depending on how pure your genetics is and how perfect you are in your generations, your gene rations, right? It's all about the generations, which is why right now on this earth, your DNA is being corrupted because God and the past and our ancestors of the past are communicating with us, showing us that, yes, there was a flood. Yes, there was angels that caused this evil. Yes, Jesus was real and was crucified and died for our sins, right? So memories. I'm going to bring up this right here. So it says, memories are stored in the brain in the form of neuronal connections or synapses, right? There is no way to transfer this information to the DNA of germ cells. The inheritance we receive from our parents, we do not inherit the French they learned at school, but we must learn it for ourselves. So like, yeah, so we can inherit just their memories. We don't inherit their skills and their talents, like, or the language they spoke. We just inherit what they can see or felt at that time. And it's incredible, right? Exactly. So T. Birmingham, thank you for pointing that out, because I did mention the Mr. Olympia died the same day, and his last message was "See you on the other side," right? And also a band member from UB40 named Astro. I think it was Astro, not Astra. His name was Astro, believe it or not. His nickname passed away too. So it's good to go through this, to bring back the information and everything that we found out, because things are so easily forgotten, especially in this world with new stuff in the news every day. Like, I want to get back on the Astroworld and expose it for what happened and what it really is. Thank you, Leah. Yeah, UB40's got some good songs, good like reggae type vibes. But yeah, one of them just died same day, named Astro, day of Astroworld. So this whole Astroworld was connected from, it's got lots of different branches that branched out from, that connected lots of different celebrities from all over the world, right? And if you want to go as far back, we'll go as far back as the sacrifice of Kobe Bryant, because that's when I started to go ham with the gematria. Remember, it was January 26th. Kobe Bean Bryant sacrificed in a helicopter crash, which opened the bottomless pit. If you want to talk about how everything evil happened since Astroworld portal opened up, how about we want to really go back to the bottomless pit being opened up? That was the death or sacrifice of Kobe Bryant. That was all staged. I went back, this is 2 years coming up now. Did the decode. So I'm looking forward to revisiting the Kobe Bryant decodes, because I came to the finding that he was chosen, Kobe Bryant was chosen to open the bottomless pit, right? And we're going to get into the gematria. Kobe Bryant scored a career high of 81 points versus the Toronto Raptors in one game. He scored 81 points. What game was that? That was Kobe Bryant's 666th career game. Right? Let's Google it. You want to see proof? Kobe Bryant's 666th career game? You're going to see. I'm not making this up, and I've been looking at these numbers and seeing it for years, my whole life. Yeah, Kobe Bryant, 666 career game. There it is. You see it? When Kobe Bryant scored 81 points on his 666th game. So what do you guys have to say about that? I want to hear what you have to say. Because I haven't mentioned Kobe Bryant in a long time, because this happened almost, and next month it will be 2 years. 23 months ago, this happened. And this was at the beginning of 2020, right? 20 is the death number. I'll show you right now. 20 equals death. So when we get to a year where it's 2020, that's double death, right? So I'm going to type in death. Hold on, where's the all ciphers? There, 20 and 4 reduction is death. There you go. And it's also 38. So can you see that? Thank you, Birmingham. There are loads of connections. So death is 20. So look at 2020. And remember I told you Astroworld took place on the 5th of November. And with that date, there's a little jingle associated with that date. Remember the 5th of November. Remember the 5th of November, right? Is there a jingle that goes with 2020? Don't we say that we have 2020 vision? 2020 vision? What is 2020 vision? If 20 is the death number, then 2020 vision is death vision. And look what 2020 gave us. Not even 26 days into 2020, a new decade, a new year, a new everything. Kobe Bryant dies, and the most obvious ritual to me, because the night before, King James, the King James Bible, you know, LeBron James, He's referred to as King James, which is the King James Bible. So when I say that everything that is happening is biblical and is following scripture, these people are living out these rituals by doing what the Bible did, but manipulating it and reversing it and doing their own sick, twisted version. So the same way that God gave birth to Jesus, the Christ, on September 11th, 3 BC, the Antichrist is born on September 11th, 3 AD, right? The opposite, because 2001 is 2 plus 1 is 3. So if you know the real birth of Jesus Christ, it was September 11th, 3 BC. So if you want to give birth to the Antichrist, you're going to make it the same day, but not 3 BC. It's going to be 3 AD. Because 2001 was the first year after the millennium, the Y2K, right? So 2000 would just be 2, not 3. So they waited till 2001 to make it 9/11, 3 AD, right? Birthing ritual for the Antichrist, who's about to show himself next year. Right? So let me go back to some of these comments because I'm just, yeah. 2020 also means perfect vision. How many people were awakened to truth in 2020? Yeah, 2020 vision. So there's lots of symbology. Like we should have seen it. We should have known, oh, we've been conditioned to say 2020 vision. I wonder what's going to happen in 2020. We should have known. The same with remember the 5th of November. We should have kept looking at that date and expecting something to happen, not the rebellion rising up and taking out government. No, it was the rebellion of the fallen angels. That's the rebellion, the original rebels, not Guy Fawkes who rebelled against Parliament. That's nonsense. That whole story, remember the 5th of November with Guy Fawkes rebelling against government, is fake. It is a story for the fallen angels rebelling against God because they're the original rebels. They're the ones that defied him and are still rebelling because Judgment Day has not yet happened. So everything is still to play for. Exactly. Look into the flat earth. I'm not going to get into it now because this is about Astroworld and I'm trying to build this army. We need to have hundreds of thousands of people awaken to this truth, crusading for freedom. We need this now. We need to pull together, unite. You know, I can say it till I'm blue in the face, but my way is showing you some truth because I could tell you, oh, the government's evil, don't trust them. That's not enough, right? People need to see and feel, and that's where I come in because I have seen and felt the truth. And when I show you some of this stuff, not only do you see it, you feel it. Because when I first looked into flat earth, I felt it and I had like shakes go up my whole body. I want you all to have that. I want you all to awaken to the truth and realize that feeling that there was something hidden from you and you finally found it. Do you know how good that feels to get truth that was hidden from you and finally have it revealed to you? So I've experienced that. I'm not going to get too into it, but you should see and know that there's something. And I can talk for hours and I can show you some stuff and I'll keep connecting, right? Thank you. There's Stacy. Stacy's on here. So let's get back to the Facebook because, yeah, we got lots to go through. I'm going to keep showing you numbers, the codes, the imagery, the symbolism, the stories in the news, the 666 everywhere. It's just like, is there no other number? Is there no other number apart from 66 these days? No pride over here. We're trying to unite. Like I said, there's no pride. I'm not here. I cannot do this by myself. I do not want to be the only person that knows this. That's why I'm on this mission to build this army, to have everyone on one page. Not someone's in the book of Genesis, someone's in Peter, someone's in Matthew, someone's in Paul. 5 people in Revelation. We need to get on the same page, because guess what? Evil that's running this earth, they're not on separate pages. They're on one page. They're on the same page, and they're doing it, right? And they're working together in like a force, right? That's why it's happening. Humanity right now is just la-di-da. Some people want to work. Some people don't want to work. Some people are just stuck. Some people are not stuck. Some people are embracing the evil. Some people are against it and can't function. So we need to give confidence to those that are struggling right now, because the time is so hard. We need to get them back into the Bible, not in a boring biblical, I'm going to go to church and have my pastor read the most boring, insignificant verse to me. No, we need to get to it, get to the point where we're at right now. And that's where I come in. Brilliant experience, brilliant. And then it just went from there. I went into the transpocalypse, I went into everything. So I'm going to mention keywords, but I've looked into everything, and the stuff I've seen proves that the Holy Bible is the absolute truth. And so is all the others, right? So is the Bhagavad Gita and the Quran. But you got to understand what the truths of those books are telling you. They're telling you that their God is God, but who is their God in those books? They worship the devil. So I'm not going to get into it. So I'm not here to hurt any feelings or shock people and feel like I'm attacking them, because we should all know by now that religion is not anyone's best friend. And I know I talk about Jesus and the Bible, but again, I'm not a Christian. I'm not a Catholic or I don't come from church or any religion, right? So I come from truth. And if the Quran was the truth, I'd tell you it was the truth. I've read it, but it's not. Okay, guys, if there's people arguing in here, I know they've probably got a troll or something in here. So yeah, Philippe, that's not the first time. So guys, after watching my show, my channel, you'll see this statement come up. The Bible was changed by people and written many different times and changed throughout the years. How can we believe it? That story is a lie. It was not changed and rewritten. It was kept, and it was copied and written. That's why there's like 50 different versions of the Bible, not just one version that was rewritten and that's it. There's an original version. The only way to hide one truth version without destroying it, because God said you cannot destroy it. So if you're the devil and you need to give these people the truth of who and what and where we are and who's God and who he is, like that was it. He had to give them the Bible, but he's like, shoot, the devil doesn't want them to know the truth. He doesn't want us to know. So not only does he give you the truth, he makes different versions of it, right? He's allowed to do that, right? He made like 50 different versions and be like, yeah, there's this version, there's the New International Version, there's the English Standard, there's this. So the fact that there's so many different versions is the fact that people have a hard time looking into it because they don't know which one to look at. And then they just forget about it and say, yeah, forget the Bible. They just give that statement, oh, it's been rewritten, I don't trust it. Again, I'm not from the church. I don't step into churches. Ever since I was a child, I've been in churches all over Europe, all over the world. And every time I stepped into one, I felt uneasy and I never partaked in the ritual that they do there. I always felt uncomfortable with the humming and ahhing. I was like, this isn't church. It's like the fact that these people come here and call themselves Christians and they don't see that they're doing a satanic ritual with the and the kneeling and stuff. I'm like, God, I don't remember God saying to do any of that to worship him, right? So again, I don't follow the church. I don't follow a pastor or the Vatican or the Pope. Jesus. Okay, let's get back to some of this, the truth on here, because these things will go on forever. There's so much. I love talking to you all. I've shown you Revelation 8:8. So let me quickly say that again, because that's huge. So remember that the number 8 from the Astroworld. And now when you look in your life, you're going to see the Metaverse logo, the Canadian Blood Services logo if you're in Canada. Everything is the Infinity logo. It's not new, it's old. They keep using the same logos for anything and everything. So now look at the connection. The Canadian Blood Services is using this logo, and the Metaverse is using this logo. Do you not think that they're connected somehow? Because for them, they want to get inside your blood, right? To put technology inside of your blood so that they can connect you and imprison you inside of the metaverse. That's the connection between Facebook and the metaverse and the Canadian blood, because it's all technology. They want to turn you into the internet and lock you in a metaverse. That's the importance of this snake bite. The venom that's in it is like technology, nanites, graphene oxide, metal that responds to frequencies. They're trying to put you inside of a computer, and the only way to do that is to turn your blood and fill it with nanite technology, with graphene oxide, so that you will be able to connect to the metaverse. Look at the connection. They are trying to connect you to a computer and lock you inside of it. Transhumanism. Epstein, don't even get me started with these Epsteins and Giselle Maxwell's or whatever, and the Kyle. A lot of these are distractions. A lot of it's false hope. I'm seeing a lot on my Facebook. Everyone's like, yes, the Epstein list has been released. Guess whose name was on it? Trump's name, Trudeau's name, every celebrity's name, Bill Gates. Okay, so what's everyone doing? We're just sitting here watching the news and this fake trial, which is just wasting time. And it's, you know what it's doing? It's wasting time. That's going to lead all the way up to the fake alien invasion. So not only are they going to release the truth to you through this freaking trial and tell you that, yes, the Trudeaus, the Trumps, every politician went to Epstein Island and did exactly what you know they did. That is going to come out. But when it comes out, it's going to be too freaking late. Because guess what? The same day that they announced in the trial that Trudeau is a pedophile, the freaking alien spaceships will be in the sky. Guess what? No one's going to jail. They wasted and dilly-dallied, and they waited till the very end to tell you the truth. Because that's how it's supposed to go down. That's how God said it was supposed to go down. That the devil can do whatever he wants as long as we have our free will to choose him or hell, right? The devil. And the devil has been able to manipulate that choice all the way up until trial and tribulation begins, right? That's how he is playing it. I am exposing the devil's game plan, this end game, is to draw it all the way out. He's going to tell you at the very end that all your leaders and politicians are pedophiles, satanic puppets. So stop getting into this damn trial because we already know it's true. Why are you going to wait for CNN to tell you, oh, look at this. Trudeau is a pedophile. Trump was also there. There's video footage. But guess what? Oh, breaking news. Aliens are here. We got to lock down the world. Who cares about that? You guys let it go way too long. Followed them way too far. All the way to the end. No one's going to jail. No one's going to go to Gitmo. People have this false damn hope that these people are going to get locked up. It's not ever happening. Not in this evil world. This world is too evil to lock away evil people. We're not living in a good society where pedophiles like Trudeau and Trump are going to get arrested and go to jail. That is delusional. What world do you think we live in? We are in the devil's playground. These are the devils that helped create the playground. And now they're just going to show you who they are, what they were a part of all these decades. And guess what? No one's going to jail. There's going to be no stoning, no electric chair or lethal injection for anyone. No Oprah, no Ellen. You know, these people should have been crucified decades ago, not like minutes before freaking the rapture, right? It's too late. Stop, get off of that and just choose Jesus. No one's going to jail, especially these politicians. If anything, they'll make it legal, right? Which they're pushing more towards is making all their crimes against humanity legal. And the thing is, people are just sitting back at home, not taking action, not standing up, not screaming about Astroworld and trying to wake up their friends. They're just sitting in front of the TV, hoping and praying for some impossible miracle that Trump and Trudeau is going to get arrested and go to jail along with Oprah and Bill Gates, and they're going to clap and be like, yay, all the evil people have been tried for their crimes. We can go back to normal. It's not happening. I wish. I'm not here trying to be a Debbie Downer and oh, I'm so doomsday. No, like, just look around. It's not happening. By now we should know the game, the story, the setup. So yeah, please, if I see that any of these people do go to jail and I was wrong, let me know. But according to scripture, this is all part of the plan. The devil will reveal himself, but he reveals himself in the last hour. The final hour. Babylon will fall in 1 hour, and it will already be too late. Babylon should have fallen years ago, not in the final hour when it will fall in 1 hour. And then what? Everyone's too doped up on serum and snake bites. They're just going to be like, and fluoride, to be like, oh, what do we do now? And then, oh, look, spaceships. Okay, so let's get back to Facebook. I don't want to talk about those people. There's Project Bluebeam. So again, as you see here, yeah, these people are sorcerers. So here's Project Bluebeam. This is how they're going to do it. So journalist Sarge Monash wrote in his 1994 book, Project Bluebeam, that there is an experiment by NASA and other government agencies to lead us into a global government by fooling us into a staged tribulation featuring a staged holographic alien invasion to bring in a false messiah to unite all religions into a one world religion. He also wrote that the holographic technology could be felt through touch and that through certain frequencies you could hear voices talking to you. What is important now is to all become aware of this project so we cannot be deceived. This is real. Supposedly, this person spoke about this in a book in 1994. I never read this book. I only just saw this meme in the last day or so. And this is everything I've seen and all the visions I've come up with is that this is how they're going to do it. They're going to have holographic images. And if the 5G is on, and like you said, that you'll be able to touch a hologram and feel it like it's real, that's crazy. But nothing is wild these days with the technology I've seen going on. Yeah. So just because the book of Enoch was taken out of the Bible doesn't mean that you still can't have both of them together, right? It's not hard. It's not an official, oh my God, the book of Enoch was taken out. The Bible no longer means anything. No, you get them separately, you put them together, you know the truth. That's what I had to do. I read the Apocrypha, which was also taken out of the Bible. I read that before Enoch. Enoch was the last one that came to me, and it's the most amazing. It's the one that exposes everything. Oh, this Project Bluebeam. Yeah, the 5G is real. And we're about to see the force of it very, very soon. So like I'm on Facebook. If you guys are on YouTube and you're not following my Facebook, you got to get on there because you'll be getting constant updates and codes and and just announcements for when I'll be going live. Sometimes I just quickly do lives on Facebook or Instagram to chat without doing these big, massive shows, right? Because look, we're already 2 hours in. I'm talking to you all. We've had hundreds in here the whole time, nonstop. So the fact that I got an audience like this is incredible. I never would have imagined, but I have dreamt it. And we need to get more, from thousands to hundreds of thousands to even a million. Just hearing something that's real, because our time is up. Right? So again, the Facebook, I got all the lives on there. I posted this. Again, see? So again, for you that haven't seen the previous ones, this is a big one. This one was 3 hours, 40 minutes. Travis Scott releases The Fallen Angels at Astroworld. This was massive. Over 27,000 people tuned in and watched that right now, right? So, and it was almost a 4-hour live, 27,000 people. This is what's been going on. I've just been coming on here and giving it to you straight, right? A new, different, unique way of teaching, to show and tell, and give my voice and my way of explaining to go with it. So yeah, 5G. You will know them by their fruit, but the symbolism of what confuses everyone and has them searching for a truth that is really a lie. Yeah, so again, I'm glad to have Stacy, Proverbs 31 woman, with me to help. Like, I'm not alone in this anymore, guys and girls. We're not alone. So if anyone's out there that's a truther or a tinfoil hat conspiracy person, and you've been talking about aliens and demons and spaceships and Project Blue Beams, yeah, you're not alone. Find me, message me, I'll get you on the show. Again, yeah, guys, this is an open show. So if anyone wants to come on, I'm going to send an invite. I'd like to hear from anyone. You guys are free to jump in. I'm going to post there's the link in the chat. So I just posted the link in the chat. You can come into the studio, but I'll still have to let you in. So it depends who wants to come in. I just posted in the chat there. So Keith says, Satan is the king of this world, letting you do this on YouTube for a reason. Yeah, exactly. Keith, well done. Because Satan, you can just get rid of anything. And the fact that I'm being allowed to be on here and expose this, he wants that, because Satan, the more that you know and the truth is out there, the more he feels that, yes, he's going to take your souls because you chose him and went against the truth. But the truth is only going to be out there in these last days. So the fact that I'm on live, I'm not getting censored on this, means that our time is short, and these fake alien invasion could happen before 2022. Because remember, the spaceships have to be in the sky before the rapture. Right? Hey, Nikki. Because remember, people are going to disappear. And if the spaceship images are not in the sky and people are disappearing, then that whole association with alien abduction isn't going to work. And the whole world will instantly be, God is real. Satan doesn't want the whole world to look up in the sky and be like, God is real, because then he loses everything. Screw him. Kim's back. Hey, Kim. Love having you all here. I'm still going strong. So yeah, I'm just going to go through the Facebook, trying to get through as much info as I can. I want to wake up as many as I can. Revelation 8:8. Again, this is what's tied in to Astroworld. And the second angel sounded, and as it were, a great mountain burning with fire was cast into the sea. So again, more biblical connections. I don't just come here and give my crazy wild thoughts on what I think. I show you gematria coding with the numbers, which is irrefutable. You can't irrefute math. I show you Bible verses, Bible prophecies. I show you everything, the science and symbols. So I'd like to say I'm coming at this with triple threat, triple attack, right? So again, there's your Pfizer. Okay, so there's a lot of witchcraft going on in the world today. So as I talked about, I was talking about the New Age, and I'm leaning, there's a fine line with this New Age religion, right? So as you can see, all the children and all the young people that went to Travis Scott, they've been conditioned into this satanic religion. And I'm going to expose this religion, not the New Age. The New Age religion, the movement, that's been around since the 70s, right? With the free love, man, and the hippies. That was the first of it, right? I see someone's joined in. We got Leah Kang in the studio. So once I'm done, I'll see what Leah's got to say. But as I'm saying, the New Age movement is like the group of all the thrifty store people, and they all like burn sage and do tarot cards. Like that's just straight up New Age satanic religion, right? If they're using it with intentions to do satanic things, because with everything there's a light way and a dark way, and it all depends on the eyes of the beholder, right? So not everyone is going to jump onto this new age. There's a whole young generation. How is Satan going to get the young generation to do something that he got the old generation to do with like the hippies and our generation with tarot and Ouija boards? He knows that the young kids aren't going to do that. So he gets them with the music, with the hip hop, with the reality TV stars like the Kardashians and the Kylie Jenner. And yes, Joel Osteen, New Age. Don't get me started because we're going to expose all these fake pastors, all these fake preachers. I've only met one real good pastor, and he's currently on tour in the States right now, Pastor David Lynn with the Christ Forgiveness Ministries. I went to him like before the pandemic. I was at his church, but I spoke to him. I wanted to hear more about flat earth and a pastor, these preachers that aren't talking about flat earth and aren't talking about what I'm talking about. I find it hard to trust them. I'm like, you are in the church, you're in the house of God, you're a beacon of light, you're a preacher, but yet you haven't woken up to the same things that I've woken up to. So yeah, we're gonna get to that. So right now, I'm gonna stop talking. I'm gonna bring on.
I got the motors.
We got Leah. Hi, Leah.
Hey, hi.
Thank you for joining in.
You're welcome. I just wanted to tell you about the other map. There's like another map of the world. Like from a long time ago. I don't know if you ever seen that one.
You're talking about an old, like a map. So is it like a flat Earth map? Is Tartaria like the main empire on this map? And does it have like? Does it
It
have
has
an
like a bunch of drawings
Yeah.
of like Australia, where Australia would be. There's
Yeah.
like dinosaurs, or not dinosaurs. There's like lizards and a bunch of really like weird stuff like that.
So yeah, I see the map, and I think what you're talking about is the continent that was called Lemuria. So there's a continent called Lemuria that supposedly, so there was supposed to be a part of the Earth where it's in between like Asia and Australia where it's empty, and they say that there was a continent there called Lemuria. So that might have been washed or sunken away in the Great Flood, but that's a very good to point that out. There's the Makeda's map. I'll show that. I can bring up the Makeda map. You can order this on Amazon. So wait, tell us where you're from. Where are you right now?
I'm in San Diego, but I'm from Oregon.
Oregon, welcome.
Yeah. Salem, Oregon. Yeah.
Let everyone know what's it like in San Diego, because a lot of there in Ontario.
Well, it's pretty. Like people go out, but only people like my age go out. Like you don't see any old people out anymore. You know what I mean? Because of the pandemic or whatever. And it's very, I don't know. It's just, it has a really weird vibe. Yeah. Like, I mean, everyone's just sketchy, and nobody shakes hands. Nobody is even close to each other. Like, if you don't know the person, like, you can't, nobody talks to each other, like, at least like 5 feet, 8 feet away from each other. Like when they, Like it's nothing like it used to be. Basically, it's just totally changed. And
the fact and what you see is people have just embraced this new way, totally forgotten, and not people aren't making a fuss about this new way. They're just going along with it, right? And
and everyone's saying that well, I asked people, I played this game and I asked people on the game, I was like, hey, have you felt a weird vibe ever since the whole Astroworld thing happened? And they're like, yeah, I feel a really weird vibe, like because this guy was really spiritual. And he said, yeah, I feel a really weird vibe. And I agree. I've ever since Astroworld, like I just felt a really weird vibe,
Yeah, and it's not you're feeling, you've noticed, because it really is a weird vibe on this earth. People have just been dying left, right, and center now, and not just people that have taken the snake bite. I've known people that are freedom fighters that are against that, and they've still suffered the same death as someone that's taken it. So here I'm going thinking, are these people being possessed, or are there literally demons here that people are somehow accepting it, and then it's killing them that way? And some of these people are with New Age, so I'm questioning the New Age because I feel like some of these Reiki healings and ceremonies are kind of calling in these dark spirits. And not all of them. I know there's some people that does some really good healing, but there's a lot of people practicing this art. And I don't feel that everyone's maybe doing it right.
Oh yeah, no. I mean, I was gonna get like a chemical peel or whatever, and I was like, I don't even want to do that.
Yeah. So you've been staying strong. Look at us. We're coming into year 3 of this. So in March, it'll be 2 years, and then we'll be going into I haven't worn a mask or complied to any of this.
Yeah, me neither. I'm not gonna get my shot. No, my mom has though, and that's really scary. I'm scared for my mom.
My friend.
Oh, my friend, his friend got the shot and literally died like within an hour, like not an hour, a day of taking it.
There's so much of that happening, and guess what? None of it's being seen on the news.
No. Yeah, so my grandma actually had COVID. And she said it was really terrible. She cut her hair. It was so hot and bothered and just nauseous and terrible that she just cut her hair off. And she's had her hair for like a long time, 20 years. She's like she just felt like she wanted to die. It's really sad. But she got the shot and she got better. And that shot actually made her better. But I don't believe that. I think it has some sort of a nano. Well, because my grandpa told me how they make it. They make it with nano, like there's little robots in the shot.
Yeah, exactly. Of course there is. And just because it doesn't affect them immediately, maybe because it's not on yet, maybe everyone's body, but yeah, this is happening. And we got to pay attention, and we're about to see, because 2022, it's going to happen. So we got Jules waiting to come on.
All right. Thank you. Okay.
You can stay on.
Okay, cool.
If you want. Good evening, Jules. What's going
on?
Good
evening. How y'all doing tonight?
Where are you calling in from?
I'm calling in from Newark, New Jersey.
New Jersey, what up? Thank you for tuning in. Are you a new viewer? You've been watching for some time or what?
Not watching for maybe the last few months. The Astroworld event kind of got me really tuned into you and tuned into a couple of others. So, but your content is something that's been keeping me involved and is very interesting. And I agree with a lot of what you're saying and your community says as well.
Thank you, Jules. Yeah, again, it's not my information. I'm just like trying to share what I've seen and making sure everyone can come up with their own conclusions. And I hope that it's the same conclusion what I come up with, because I use common sense. I'm not a blind person, and obviously you guys are all here because you've seen what I've shown, and you're like, wow, this has to be it. So yeah, we got San Diego, New Jersey, guys. I love that.
Absolutely. I actually wanted to ask a question. So you mentioned something that was very interesting to me and that I agree with actually. So I wanted to ask just to kind of like as an affirmation for myself. So do you think that's the reason why the hip hop music, especially when the music that's targeted to the inner city communities is turned really like depression? Or like out of nowhere, like it's no more dancing, no more partying, no more hip hop. Everything is the pessin and the drug use and that's all it is. I really believe like that's another big way that he's using the music to draw them into the darkness.
So
unknowingly.
So the hip hop, it used to be empowering, right? Back in the 80s, Run DMC. We all know. I don't have to go through all the Wu-Tang Clan and Tupac, but guess what? It went from being rebels and excuse me, niggas with attitude, the NWA, all that stuff. Everyone was anti-government, right? That was hip hop. It was good, and people loved it. And what it became, it changed from being empowering to belittling, to songs like "Reppin' the Low Life" with Future and Weekend. The dots are saying "Reppin' the Low Life," and I'm like, "Low life? Who's repping life?" You know, so it just went downhill to mumble rap, so you can't even understand what they're saying anymore.
Yeah,
There's
mumbling. They're so brainwashed. They don't even know what to say. They're just like.
And one of the, I apologize for cutting everyone up, but one of the things I've noticed that strikes me as odd the most is the all the music is so anti-life. Everything is always don't trust the other sex, only, you know what I mean? Don't trust the opposite sex, only trust you. It's just so anti-life. Everything is kill, kill, kill. It's just it's really depressing, and it's like
break, destroy the home, destroy your friend's home. Like no one lives happy because everyone's just out to get everyone. The devil horns and everyone's sticking their tongue out like, hey, low life. I'm like, whoa, how did hip hop become like this, right?
Yeah, and a part of my question is how now someone like me, I have a 13-year-old son and a 12-year-old son, and I have a 3-year-old son. So how do I explain to them that everything that's going on around them in school, outside at the park, the music they listen to, the cartoons they watch, everything that they're seeing is a lie, and that's wrong. And the people that are gonna call you weird are the ones that are blind. Like that's what I really tune in for, because I'm trying to really answer that question. And I'm trying to find a way to answer it, because I know myself answering that question is going to help a lot of other people in my community. Because I believe us as people, we're not all bad. I believe a lot of us are just dormant.
I know, and that's a good question. Thank you for asking it. And the thing is I don't want to sound cliche, but the only way to raise your children right and against that stuff is teaching them the truth of God and the Bible and Jesus. Or if you don't want to hear that cliche answer, back in the 80s and 90s, kids just take the belt to them and give them beatings, right? I don't I'm not saying that because I got that way. I come from a Caribbean, Jamaican background.
I got beat with a belt too, and honestly, you know, kids they crave discipline, you know what I mean, and you don't have to do that to, you know, to give them discipline, but they crave it, you know. Like if you spoil your kids rotten, they're gonna be like, you know, like wanting something. They'll be like, what the heck, you know, where's the discipline?
They won't love you. They won't love you when when you need their love the most. They won't give it to you.
I changed. I got beaten just for doing the Running Man. So my dad knew then. I don't want to see you doing that rubbish on the TV or jumping up and down the
NiCO
song.
Let me tell you something. I grew up in I was born into a Pentecostal church. So I was one of those guys that used to sit in revivals and sit in church for 6-7 hours straight out of the day. You can't get up and get food. It was literally, we couldn't watch certain cartoons, couldn't listen to certain music. But as time went on, everything got more lax. Now that same church, all as a group went and got the vaccination. I'm no longer a member.
Wow. See, the churches are pushing this now.
It's bro, I don't know if the church is, but like the church collectively decided we're going to get vaccinated, and that's what happened.
Well, they don't have no choice because they're funded by the government, right? And now you
see that's the thing. The Pentecostal church was founded on the fact that we don't take any government money. That's something we definitely do not do. That's why you'll never see, if it's a real Pentecostal church and you go into the church, you'll never see an American flag hanging on any walls or anything like that, because that's supposed to be a part of it.
And who's
that's why it was so odd. And it's like everything is just so odd now.
So
it's like it's sneaking into everywhere.
So who's the savior of the Pentecostal church? Because I know each church.
I was wondering that too. I don't really know.
Exactly. Now Pentecostal only is supposed to mean spirit led. That spirit being the Holy Spirit. So that's all it is. So Pentecostal is
spiritual kind of. spiritual.
It's supposed to be, but religion took it a whole other place. I'll be completely honest with you with that. Because religion itself took it an entirely other place. But you know, like he said about the Quran and all the other biblical books that they made so many versions of, that doesn't mean that God isn't there, and the truth isn't there. It's just that, you know, there's a lot of things going in distorting the image, and I believe that's what happens. But it's just sad and unfortunate. Again,
Yeah.
That's the thing. Each one of these churches, they've been infiltrated by evil. Whether it's the Mennonite church, where they worship the apostles. So each church worships something different. So the Catholics worship Mary. You said the Pentecostal, there's the Holy Ghost. You know, and it's like each one is a different part. Like, and then we all know it's
Why
supposed
can't they all be the same?
I know some of them even say baby Jesus, not the second.
Oh, really?
There's
I
some
thought that was just
churches
like a joke on
manipulate-
that movie with Will Ferrell, but I guess not. Wow.
So some of them manipulate and say, "Oh, let's worship the baby Jesus or the
yeah,
Jesus."
Well, I mean, he was his son. I mean, yeah, you know, I went to a Baptist church and I would go every Wednesday, every Sunday, twice a day on Sunday. And, you know, I was really excited when I could go out and actually you know, be able to like sit with the pastor. I mean, sit with, you know, where the pastor preaches and stuff. And I got baptized, you know, and all that. And when I was like really, really young, and I kind of felt different afterwards. But I mean, I'm just spiritual now. I mean, I don't go to church, but I mean, I read my Bible. You know what I mean? I don't need really to go to church. I just feel like I'm gonna get brainwashed or something if I do.
you do, Leah. You do go to church though. You're in church right now.
Yeah, exactly.
What we're doing is like church. It's Bible study. Trying to save children.
Yes, that's important.
Yeah, I need to get a Book of Enoch though. I don't know where to get that one.
But the thing is, how can we reach the children? Like, I can only be and act as young and cool as I can to get them, and then hit them with the truth. You know, like I can. It's like, how can we get them to listen? Like, I too was at Astroworld back in 2018. You know, I'm a big 30-year-old man at a hip hop concert. You know, and I saw what I saw and said, that's it. I didn't know it was going to get as big as Astroworld, but here we are. So now we need to know the kids.
I mean, did you see the video though of the angels in the sky in the sky over there?
Yes.
Like there's like these black angels, like they look like, dude, they look like Egyptian angels.
Yeah,
or not angels, whatever, Egyptian gods, like they look like that.
The thing that shocked me was the fact that the stage itself looked like a CERN portal.
Yeah.
Oh, it did.
That's what really
saying that it looked like a CERN, yeah.
that really blew me off, because I've been following CERN for quite some time anyway, because the things they're doing secretly that nobody's watching is scary.
Oh yeah, they're doing weird experiments where they're like putting doing evil experiments, and they say it right on their they have people that come with cameras and you know and then they say it right on there how
they're trying to open portals. They let you know, seriously.
Yeah, they're bringing demons through for sure. Yeah, look at that. Oh my god, looks just like it.
Yeah.
I mean,
I actually watch a lot of those videos and broke them down and had the Bible out and discussed it with my sons and my children.
Oh, cool.
And try to use that as like evidence and proof to let them know, like, see, it's not as innocent, it's not what they're telling you it is. It's letting these things is doing this to you.
Wouldn't happen if you went to a Bob Marley's son concert. That.
So this is that video that's been going around. This video I posted, I got 136,000 views. So this is a big one. And a lot of the comments are like, oh, it's a drone. Oh, it's one of those cameras.
Yeah, no, I was like, oh my god.
I'm like, no, I actually have drones. I could bring a drone out and show you a mini one. They don't have wings that look that like that. So we're going to show it. And again, it's more symbolism for Isis, these ancient goddesses. As you see it, merge right there through the smoke. That is not a drone or a camera. If it was a camera, we would have seen the footage on that drone. We haven't seen any air footage of the show, right? So very symbolic. Like every character that would be involved in a satanic ritual of this level was there. Whether it was the real Isis or not, it was the imagery. And these children, they don't know anything. Like I spent years studying Egypt and ancient Egypt to be able to see these signs and symbols that Astroworld put out there, right? So, and for these children that have just been engraved in their brains with the Cardi B's, the Nicki Minaj's, like this new era of hip hop has been pushing this satanic way of being and thinking, and just that this whole attitude is just
But they did it with us. They did it with our generation with cartoons, though.
Yeah, they did.
We've been watching stuff come out of porno since Looney Tunes, right?
Yeah, have you seen the one where what was it? Cardi B says that she's all, I rob guys, I rob guys, tell them,
exactly.
false pretense, tell them to come, come to the hotel, and then she'd rob them, and she said she was doing that for the government or something too.
So yeah, all the men, they preach to disrespect women. All the women are like, oh, just take this from this guy and rob him and rob his friend and rob his brother. It's like, what kind of attitude and way of thinking it? And these
While
kids,
giving yourself away to everybody and anybody.
And it's
like no value.
It's filtered so much into society that these 16 to 20-year-olds, that's all they know, because that's all the music that's been hitting them with for 10 years or so since they were like kids. And now they're finally teenagers and young adults. All they know is this trash way of life, because they got it from Chris Brown and Rihanna and all this. Come on.
Oh my God, it was so traumatic going to a family friend's kid's, birthday party. She was like 3 and she was a little girl, cute little girl and everything. And then when she's 10, she's, wearing like a suit type thing, and she thinks she's a guy and she's getting an operation. And her grandparents love her so much, they're just like, whatever, okay with it, I'm just like, you know what I mean?
It's my whole thing about it is that you got to look at it as when certain things that are against life get more rights than the actual lives that are living, and get more freedoms and more luxuries than the actual lives that were here already. When you get to make a new life, when people still have to deal with their shitty existences, that shows that something's wrong. Like you can become a whole new person when other people have to stick with the choice you know what I mean? It's all so it's,
oh yeah, how do you know that you're not going to want to be a girl again later on? That's what I don't like. I'm like,
yeah. But my whole thing about that is that's not a fight that's even gonna be able to fight right now. Okay, so that's been in the works for so long. You're not even gonna be able to fight that fight right now. It's like he's been saying, it's the last and evil day. So
yeah.
So Jules,
yes, we gotta unite, like he was saying, like NiCO was saying, we gotta unite. Like I think there has to be like-minded people, enough like-minded people to,
we gotta
overthrow
We're not too far off of being so like-minded, So that's what I want to ask you guys to answer this question here. Kim Rutherford says, so is Travis being deceived, or does he know? So what do you think?
Oh no, he knows.
He knows for sure.
That's why he records his albums in the dark.
Yeah. Like I said, people are born for these roles, and they might know to some extent and not know exactly, but being born into it, that's all they know. So
it's like growing up a certain way, being it's like growing up a certain way, being nothing, and then finding out you got half the numbers to a winning lottery ticket. And then you meet the guys that actually run the lottery, and they like, all you got to do is put this number here, this number here, this number here, do that exactly how I said it, and you're a god now, right?
Yeah.
You were standing on that pedestal being worshipped and praised like you were a god at that moment. So that's what you do it for, right? That's why that's the common theme going through music right now.
And it's not hard. Look at his album. Look at his music. Look at his music videos. Doesn't he have a song called Stop Trying to Be God? Have you seen the video where he's playing God? He's baptizing people into the rage culture. He's got his woman, Kylie Jenner's giving birth to a baby lamb. So they're mocking Jesus.
I didn't see that one. Wow.
I'll bring up some images now. I actually did a whole screenshot on it and put it in the folder.
Yeah. Like so blasphemous. And the thing that hurt me the most was the fact that I found out from my sons that they watched the entire event digitally on Fortnite a month before.
Oh, what? I know. Yeah, I was watching that the other
He
day.
did the
How it's
entire event on
all
Fortnite for the
weird and
children first.
space and-
Well,
yeah.
because he
What's that
targeted
about?
the children first. They had
Yeah.
McDonald's Happy Meals, Travis Scott Happy Meals,
Yeah, I know.
Travis Scott
Can you believe that?
chicken nuggets.
And I'm wondering why my sons wanted this Travis Scott meal. I'm like, you guys don't even eat that type of sandwich. We don't even like McDonald's. What are you talking about? That's not something we eat on a regular. They're like, no, Dad, we just got to taste it. We got to eat it. We'll get it without bacon. We'll get it. I'm like, you're not even getting the real meal. You're just getting it just for his name now. And they,
Yeah, exactly.
it like it was scaring. Like it was scary to me. Like the hairs were raising on my arms. I'm like, I'm really losing. I felt like I was losing my own children, and I don't have the tools to properly fight. But then I started, taking time out to watch NiCO and start like trying to read up on my Bible and like get back to my teachings. And that's when you realize you do have the tools. You just half of it is just prayer.
Yeah, people don't understand how to pray these days. They don't understand how powerful prayer is. They feel like, oh, I got to go to church on Sunday and pray. No, that's not it. When you do that, you're just giving the prayer and energy to a dark force. You don't need to go anywhere. I can pray and be in
Why
my.
do churches have to be so big now? Like, like they're so humongous, Like, I like it. I liked it better when it was small. And I mean, there has to be something going on if it's that big, that many people, you know what I mean? Like crazy, like 10,000 or not 10,000, like at least 2,000. The church I went to here in San Diego is like 2,000 people. That's how many seats are there.
Wow.
I mean, that's fine, but I mean, if there is, as long as they're, saying the right things and doing, and
All right.
I just had a weird vibe from there. I don't know.
Yeah, I understand what you mean. It's like the truth is so well hidden these days. When you see a lot of people doing something, it makes you a little bit standoffish. So
Yeah.
I get it. I get it.
So I'm just waiting for someone from Houston to come in. She was at the festival. You might be seeing some of her videos online and stuff. So, and she's really close with the guy that went viral, Nook Santiago. So I'm trying to get them both to come on to talk about Astroworld and what they saw. So yeah.
Okay, I'll be back on later. Okay.
Yeah. Thank you for joining.
Right.
You're welcome anytime.
All right. Bye.
See you later.
So yeah, I'm just telling her to try and come on now.
She was there. Wow. Well, her testimony must be.
Yeah. And she's close friends with the guy who went viral, was on the news, the guy that was in his car, like saying, oh, I just saw the most satanic thing ever. So yeah, he was the one that I saw too. And that his testimony was just like, whoa, that made me jump right into it because I knew that what he was saying was real because I've been trying to expose this devil and he said he saw it. And I was like, oh my God, this is the big one. So
yeah. This one here was like, I know you guys been like covering stuff up like this for years. You guys have been doing these ritualistic concerts, and I know that to be true. And Astroworld made me realize it. Tell you a quick story about something like that. I took my sister for her 21st birthday, trying to do something nice for her. Took her for her 21st birthday to Pennsylvania to see Watch the Throne tour with Jay-Z and Kanye West. We were fourth row. Got the tickets super cheap. Bus fare was super cheap. Got there from the meeting each bus and each time by like 5 minutes, but we made it there. They made us wait for like 3 to 4 hours before they came out. As we're waiting, we're hungover from the night before because it's her birthday weekend, remind you. As we're waiting, I just get a horrible feeling over me. I just get a really bad feeling over me, and for some reason I get a bad feeling, and I just look up. And when I look up, I see a cross on the roof of the arena, but it's a cross made of lights, but the lights aren't even lit up at this point. It's just a cross. I can see it's a cross though, but it's no normal cross. It's something weird about the cross. So I tap my sister and I say, "You see that right there?" And my sister says, "Yeah, it's a cross. What's up? What's wrong with it?" I said, "Nah, something's up with that cross. There's nothing wrong with it. Like it's nothing right with it. Something's wrong with it." She's like, "Nah, I don't know." So as the whole show's going on, all the show, Jay-Z is put one finger in the sky if you love Biggie. Put one finger in the sky if you love Tupac. Everything is put a hand in the sky, put a finger in the sky. You know what I mean? Everything is that. And during the show, while this is going on, I don't know what the cross is at this point. I tap my sister and tell her, stop doing that. Stop putting your hand up in the sky. She's like, what? What's wrong? We just in the show. I said, no, you don't know what you doing subconsciously. Something just told me to tell her that. And I said, don't do that. So we both stopped. And the whole show, we're not doing it. We're the only two not doing it. But somehow, some way, I'm rapping Jay-Z's song as he's performing. He locks sides with me, and he and I start rapping back and forth. So we're rapping back and forth like a good 2 verses. Like, not 2 verses, like a good 2 bars. We're rapping back and forth. So fast forward, the show's over. This is one of the shows where they performed the song Niggas in Paris. They performed it like 6 times in a row, consecutively at the end of the show. And they were so good, but the energy was so high. People waited in the arena for like 30 minutes after they left, just to see if they were going to come back on and perform the same song again. That's how intense the energy was. So we leave, but I never get that cross off my mind. I never get off my mind. It's so heavy on my heart that as soon as we get home, I drop my luggage, I get right on the computer. I get on the computer, I start Googling weird crosses, and I start looking for pictures of real crosses. I see the same picture of the cross that was lit up the whole show. Come to find out, it was the cross of Lorraine. The same cross that's on the Duce body that Jay-Z has been rapping about for years.
Wow, the cross of Lorraine, did you say?
The cross of Lorraine. It's the cross, one of the crosses of the Satanic Church.
Oh, cross of Lorraine.
Lorraine, yes, sir.
Okay, I need to quickly bring this up and have a look at it. That's crazy.
That's the same cross on the Duce bottle.
Okay, so let's check this out. Oh, sorry, you see it somewhere?
There it is, right there.
Oh, that's
so you go to the second row down. That black one next to the red, white, and blue one.
Wow. Oh, okay, I see it. So
that black is, yeah. It was just like that. Yep, there you go.
You guys seeing that? So yeah, these are more satanic symbols at these shows, using these tools to siphon energy on a big scale, but not as big as Astroworld. And everything that they were doing in these smaller shows was practice for the big show, which was Astroworld. Remember the 5th of November. And remember, no other concert has ever had a portal or something spinning that looked like that in the middle of a mountain. I've tried to show you, it's all biblical. Revelation 8:8 speaks of a fire mountain. So I got images from the New Age movement that pray and worship lotus flowers in a mountain. So it's very dark and twisted, this world. Everyone could so easily be led down the wrong way with preaching that they're doing happiness and spreading positive vibrations. So we need to, my urgency to come on here and bring people on so we can learn stuff like this. Like Jules was at the show. Sorry, not everyone could go to these concerts. I've never been to a Jay-Z show, but you know, you were there. And
that's the only concert I've ever been to.
Wow.
That was my first and only. I've never went to any more after that.
Yeah, the last show I went to was Travis Scott, and I couldn't believe what I saw. So in Toronto, I'm at the show. He starts singing his song. He's standing on a stage, and then all of a sudden, a spinning circle comes around him. Skulls start scrolling along the stage. So there's like a screen he's standing on, and there's skulls going under him. And behind him on the big screen, there's a flapping monarch butterfly. And I was like, wow, this is the energy ritual, because I've already been researching up until I even went to the show. I didn't expect to be in one. And when I saw it, I was like, oh, they've been using these concerts to get energy from the people for so
whole
long.
time.
And I knew I finally witnessed it in 2018.
I'm like, wow. And that's just one of the ways.
Yeah.
They got so many other ways they do it. I said, wow, man. It's scary when you first get that. I understand why so many people want to just stay ignorant to it. But those people need to understand that they're not going to have that choice anymore. We're in a time where they no longer have that choice to be ignorant to it. You're going to literally have to choose.
No, that's why. And I want to help with that choice, because right now I don't feel that people are getting a fair choice with choosing where they want to spend their salvation in the afterlife. That choice is being very heavily manipulated.
They don't understand that is the choice. They don't even know that that's the choice. They don't even know that, like, that's what they're working on. Like, they don't, everybody, likes to say that, you know, God was working for me then, but God's always working for you. You think like your goal of your life is to ultimately make it to, some people call it heaven, or whether your energy comes back as a better being or whatever it is. Your ultimate goal in life is to get to a better place.
Yeah.
If you're one of those people, or come back as something better, if you're one of those people. So this life is a test, right? So you should always be working to do and show and prove. And there's never a time where God's not working. There's never a time when he's not watching. So that's why your choice needs to be the smart choice, though. But the deception gonna let you think that it's no real big deal. You're not gonna miss out on nothing. When literally it's a whole kingdom that's being prepared for those that just believe. And you know, are saved and you know, get baptized and do, but you know, his people, his children. Because I'm old school like that.
Yeah, we need some old school right now, because there's no way we're going to sit back and rely on the new school to do anything for us, because look where we're at. So we're going to need a lot of old school to pull together and just say no to the government. I don't know how we ever allowed them to remove old school, remove the way that parents raise their kids with discipline. Like, they just took that all away, right? And gave us child services. So if you ever feel scared, just call this number. So like, parents haven't been raising their kids for a very long time now, right? That power was stripped from them by the governments all across this earth. Like, everything was child abuse. Just looking at your kid the wrong way is child abuse. And so that whole discipline, giving smacks and beatings is gone. So kids just raised by the government, and which is why they're so ignorant and so satanic and just very vile and vulgar these days, right? Not all children, you know.
It's all deception, man. It's all deception, man. That's his only trick, his only power. This is literally all deception. Even the people that are on top, that I think they're really worshiping the God that has up, they're being deceived. Like, even when the ones that they're believing that this is just all his deception to do what you just said, to show God, like, see, I told you, just to be able, that's literally what you said. But this deception is so good because they've disconnected people from their own selves, from their own energy. Like, people don't even listen to their heart anymore, because people don't even think their own thoughts for the most part, because they're on social media all day.
And I used to think that for a while, but I didn't believe it. I gave people the benefit of the doubt. I'm like, of course people are thinking. Like, there's no way that this devil would ever be able to put a chip inside the whole world, because it's already written in the Bible, and I've known about that. So who in the right mind is going to take a chip and not make the connection that it's the mark of the beast, right? And here we are, 2021, weeks away from 2022. And yeah, people are doing a lot more than just taking chips inside of them. They're just shutting off all airways. It's ridiculous.
Every time I see somebody digging into somebody who's a quote unquote anti-vax or whatever, if they choose not to do the vaccine, every time I see them dig, I just ask them two simple questions. One question being, what's in it? Do you know what? Can you tell me the ingredients? They never can answer that. And then two is, if it's so, the vaccine and all this stuff in COVID was so deadly, and that's what it really was, why didn't we see homeless people literally dying in the street? They didn't have people. When this thing first happened, they didn't have PPE. They didn't have it. They were literally the ones that we should have literally been walking over. Jules, like, you gotta use your common sense.
Until they took the snake bite. The only people I started really seeing start dying is after the snake bite had been given, when we were supposed to see all those deaths from before, which is why people were taking the juice, right? But no, everything was fine. And then the juice comes along, and now people are dying and going to funerals, and it's like, oh, okay.
And NiCO, let's not forget either that they killed a lot of people in the hospital. My uncle, Dennis Conaway, died from quote unquote COVID. He was fine in the hospital. He talked to my aunt, he talked to his family, he was fine. They had him on a certain type of medication. He was fine, feeling better, saying he was going to go home in a couple of days. All of a sudden, he saw doctors walking all around him. 12 different doctors that he never saw before. They're walking all around him. He's on the phone with my aunt telling her he's scared. My uncle, Dennis Conaway, was a bar owner from Newark, New Jersey, basketball, played internationally, and was 6'9", close to 300 pounds. This wasn't no light, scary guy. But he was on the phone with my aunt saying he was scared. They had him on the ventilator. They turned some type of pressures on the ventilator. After that, my uncle was dead the next day. So let's not forget that we're dealing with the government that will sacrifice their own. America doesn't run on Duncan. America runs on blood.
You know that anyone that dies from this C virus, though, the hospital gets paid money. There's thousands.
They padded their statistics like crazy. Anybody that had cold symptoms had COVID. Literally, that was the criteria for it.
Yeah, and that's how they built this.
In Newark, New Jersey, because I'm from Newark, New Jersey, and I don't know if that was, just because we're the hood or whatever, but I know people that work in the hospital. They were saying, oh yeah, we just saying everybody got COVID right now. Everybody that come in, if you sneezing and you like you even got a cold, you got COVID. It was being literally pushed. This pandemic is going on. We got to stay on top of the pandemic. I was like, wow, this is crazy. And literally just had so many of its own people just going through heartache and turmoil and just misleading them and lying to them just to keep this. It's sad, man.
Yeah.
But so if you're go ahead, if you're a true believer though, this isn't a time that should make you feel bad or make you feel sad or make you feel anything like that. It should just be an affirmation. It should make you jump to your feet and make you scream for joy. Because all this means that we can finally say we've been right the whole time. When they said we was crazy for staying in church for all those hours, when they said we crazy for not wanting to go to this party, for not wanting to do that, you weren't crazy. You were right.
And now,
so it's not
now to be because being right in this kind of situation isn't a good feeling. We're not running around saying you so because there's still children's lives to be saved. These satanic rituals are happening. Jerry says Travis Scott sold his soul to the devil to be famous. He knows exactly what he's doing. So yes, exactly. And
he tried to. He tried to tell us to.
Yeah. So I got some numbers on the screen which show exactly what happened. So the sun equals 522. Travis Scott and Kylie Jenner Antichrist birthing ritual equals 522. Birthing equals 522. Birth date equals 522. So you're going to see this is the birthing number. 522 is my life when it comes to my awakening. I woke up. I had a big awakening on May 22nd, 2008, which is 522. So Astroworld is 522. So anything to do with birthday, birthing. So like I said, Astroworld was a birthing ritual. And all these characters have been impregnated with demons or rituals their whole life to help make this happen. So Beast Feast equals 522. Truth equals 522. Noah's Ark equals 522. And again, this is I can't coincidentally make this all up. That there's a birthing ritual. So yeah, I've gone through so many. Travis Scott did know what he was doing. They're very aware. They have to somewhat be aware, right, to be able to make this magic, this dark, like sorcery happen.
Man, he told the whole crowd when they were pleading for help, he said, y'all know what y'all came here to do.
Yeah. Then he said, put your fingers up to the sky, tell the Lord to F off and let's rage and go to hell. That was exactly what that show was. So
what are you talking about? And you don't know. You know.
So yeah, so if anyone else wants to come on, I'll share the link again. I was waiting for people in Houston. I'm not sure what the time zone is. I told them that we're on, but whatever, no big deal. We can do this any day, every day. We're trying to build the army, get everyone on board, and let them know that we're not going to stop going through the astral world and connecting it to everything that's happening, especially the new variant, right? As you can see that the name of this variant is the same name as a movie released in the 60s. It has the same imagery as the astral world. So we're going to make sure we don't let anything slip past us, and everything's going to, damn. So the damn is so annoying. So yeah, let's talk. I need to get more organized with getting stuff ready to bring it up on the show and slides, but I'm still figuring it out. I'm happy to
Hey
have.
man, don't worry about that, man. God don't have no watch. You do it your own time, man. Don't worry about that.
Yeah, exactly.
This is doing wonders, man. And I want to commend you and say
Oh,
thanks again, man. 'Cause this really helps, man. This helps, man.
I like
And
to hear that.
when I can go to my sons and show them, like, see, daddy's not the only one that you think is weird like this. Like, dad is not the only one that thinks this way. There's other people that are awake as well and that know the truth. Okay, it's not just me saying I don't like everything. It's me trying to
Yeah,
tell you the truth about everything. And it just so happens that everything
thank,
kind of has that in it.
thank you. So this is amazing. I appreciate that. I'm getting these kind words for what I'm doing because yeah, it's great. We need something like this to speak the truth and share it and just get it out there. And I'm not trying to waste time, beat around the bush. I just share it how it is and give all the angles surrounding it so people can see for themselves. So we're gonna keep doing this. I'm gonna be asking questions. Whoever wants to know about Astroworld, that's new. Jules is here. You've watched my stuff. If you have anything you want to know that you're still on the fence about, ask me now. We'll get to it, right? Because it's depending. What I share is depending on what everyone wants to know, right? If you already know it, then there's no point in going over it, especially if I've already done a bunch of videos. So please check those out. So while we're live here, who wants to come on and go over something? We've been going for 3 hours. Amazing.
Yeah.
So
I
I'm
know.
gonna,
I know. One thing that I've been talking to a couple of people around here, where people are really concerned about with the new variant and everything like that going on. A lot of people have been trying to worry about how they themselves can fight it. And if they're not going to get vaccinated, what should they do? Because they definitely don't trust the government around in my area because they've showed us they should not be trusted around here. So you got a lot of people just asking what they should do. And I know from around here, we still have a lot of old school holistic healers. Luckily, thank the Lord. And we got a lot of old school people around here in New Jersey. So they've been keeping everybody around here like on a regimen of elderberry, just a teaspoon of elderberry every day and some tea, like trying to lay off the red meats, the sugar. You can eat it, but keep note of it because your immunity and your health is going to be important in the days coming up. Like if you don't, like people need to start fasting and praying. People need to start getting their children used to fasting and praying. So you can't be controlled by food.
That's so true. That's the thing with me right now. I've been suffering a lot with my diet over the last few years because I too want to be healthy. And I knew that the food I was taking in, the meat, the sugars was just killing me, right? So I didn't want to have to, but I had to give up meat for some reason because the hormones, the steroids that they're feeding these animals, it's something wrong with it, and my system can't digest it. So I just moved towards plant-based beans, vegetarian, and it's been amazing. Lactose free, gluten
Have
free.
have you been taking notice of how much farmland Bill Gates has been buying?
Yeah, he's been buying it all up.
Why?
What? I don't know. To plant humans there because once we're all locked in the metaverse, then he's just gonna need somewhere for us to just like in the Matrix. You see the fields of humans, right? There was
Or does somebody know that we're gonna have a food scarcity, like we're starting to have?
it's already happened. My grocery stores here, there's empty shelves, and there's a sign saying due to the floods in British Columbia.
You
So
want to make sure people can't grow their own food.
yeah.
You want to make a real Hunger Games scenario. Like, what is wrong with these people? Do they know they have to be here too?
So what we're going through now is that they're locking down the unvaccinated,
Oh yes.
and they're
We're not.
coming at us hard. Because they've
Mhm.
been doing it in parts of the world where they've locked down everyone, but after they're only freeing up the ones that have the jab. And I see Stacy's just jumped in. We're gonna get Stacy on in a second.
Yeah.
Yeah, so they're after us, the people that don't have the poison, and we're being threatened over here now that by December 14th, so I think next week it's gonna come into effect that we're going to have to be locked down, and anyone that disobeys will be getting fines and threatened of imprisonment. So, as you said, we got to prepare. We got to get right with God, understand who we want to walk in the eyes of. We got to educate our children, and we got to pull together, because there's no point knowing the truth and then just sitting at home, because they're coming to kick in people's doors. We need to eventually get out of our suburban places or towns and cities, and we need to just, it's going to get to the point we're going to have to find all the rest that are awakened and are not compliant, and just band together, and God will guide us from there, because we don't have the answer. But once we have God and we have our tribe, then God will lead us the same way he led Moses out of Egypt, right? And freed the Hebrews, parted the Red Sea.
Yes.
Our Red Sea might be coming. He might part the whole Atlantic Ocean for us. We don't know, but the Bible
Absolutely.
It's a rapture time, so
that's not like we said, it's not gonna be a time to be afraid or anything like that. It's gonna be a time to rejoice.
Hello. I didn't see that I was in already.
How you doing?
I'm good. So I saw in the comments that there's a lot of discussion going on.
Right.
I wanted to just clear up a couple of things.
Yeah, please do. Tell everyone who you are.
I'm Stacey Kamea. My YouTube channel is Proverbs 31 Woman, and I've been exposing New Age mostly and the snake bite. But in the comment section, they're like having a huge argument about Kanye. I just wanted to say quickly that Kanye on Halloween had both Justin Bieber and Marilyn Manson, and they were literally doing an occultic ritual at his so-called Sunday service.
No, he's a witch. They're sorcerers, Stacey. Remember what I told you about witchcraft and how the news is broadcasting spells using north, east, west, and south, which spells news? Kanye, his last name is West. He named his kid North, right? So there's two of the directions of the spell, right? So these people are working in spells and sorcery. They're broadcasting their crap. There's no accident. His last name is West, Wicked Witch of the West. Now he named one of his children North. I wonder where South and East is, right? So don't be fooled by these people. They're disgusting. Kanye, Sunday, he's a big fake. That album, Jesus is King, had nothing to do with Jesus, was complete trash, not even good hip, nothing. It was crap on purpose. So people be like, oh, that album's shit. Jesus is King. So they use the name and just associate it.
Blasphemous, yeah.
Same way they associate.
Didn't he even make a Bible named Jesus or something?
Yeah, Jesus or Jesus. They just complete blasphemy.
Well, I know that I wasn't particularly fond of the last Sunday service he supposedly did in like memoriam of Virgil, that from the guy from Louis Vuitton.
Yeah,
that was his like sworn enemy before he left. But you did a memoriam and everybody was dressed in black hoods and everything was dark. And check it out when you get a chance. It was really, really weird. It was.
I saw that one, and then I saw the one with the white hoods.
What was that?
Freaking retarded.
Yeah, how is that? Where's the God in that? Why is that a Sunday service?
Exactly. Not only that, he always sings his own songs.
Didn't Kanye
barely any praise music?
Didn't he ride into one of his Sunday services on a horse, a white or black horse, trying to symbolize the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse?
Yeah.
I saw that. I see these things, and when I see, and the same time he did that, Kim Jong-un, the big dictator in Korea, he rode a white horse up a mountain too in January 2020. And I was like, the apocalypse is about to happen, because Kanye was riding a horse into his Sunday church. Kim Jong-un is riding a horse up a freaking mountain in Korea. I'm like, this is the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse, right? These people,
he does a lot of rituals, and people don't even realize it. And they're like, oh, he's saved. We're not supposed to judge him. And I was saying, we're supposed to judge fruit, and his fruit is rotten.
But when they start talking about church and Jesus, that means that they made a pact with the devil, and they're even way more evil than they were before. Like, look at Justin Bieber. Justin Bieber, we watched him grow up in the limelight. He was the America's sweetheart, innocent. We watched him get his first bloody haircut, right? Jesus. And then all of a sudden, he starts doing more rituals, more satanic crap. And then he starts to pose, oh, I'm Christian now, I'm with God. And then he's releasing crap music, satanic signs and symbolism, like ice creams and donuts and yummy yum.
And we all babies.
That's pedophilia language.
The babies on his Candy album release.
It's all pedophilia.
It was disgusting.
It's crazy.
The pink hair, the same color as the adrenochrome, because they're all taking that adrenochrome. And once they do it, there's no going back, right? And they know that, so they just embrace it because they have to.
Yeah. And then they all ultimately start living a life of misery. Ultimately, that's when you get the climaxes where they go crazy, they try to break out, they get killed, or they try to
Like
rebel.
Britney Spears, for instance. She was completely caged for 15 years of her life.
Yes.
These people, I used to idolize all of them. Thank God I saw the light, and I know way too much about them now. I have no sympathy for them. They were born into this. They're not even the same sex that they say they are. So Justin Bieber.
Some of them are complete opposite sex of what they say they are.
When you're born into this religion, which is Satanism, these people, these celebs like Kris Jenner, these people are a part of high order Masonic lodges. They're part of witch covens, right? So their grandparents are part of the same witch covens. This is generational. So these people didn't just stumble upon it. It's given to them through their ancestors to make sure that they stay in power, right? And have the control over the earth. So these people are just born into it. They just change sex instantly. They raise boys as girls and they raise girls as boys, and they just make it work. And then they put them in the limelight, and then us guys will go goo goo gaga over these women who aren't really women, like these Marilyn Monroes, these Jessica Albas and Angelina Jolies,
Lady Gaga.
Oh my God, please.
This is crazy.
Lady Gaga.
The same way with the women. Then they get women to idolize these girls raised as boys. And they're, oh, look at this pretty boy, Chris Hemsworth. They got such nice flowing hair and pretty eyes. Like, oh, girls, boys aren't pretty. But in Hollywood, everything's backward and different, right? So
you know what? This brings up a really good question for me, NiCO and Stacy. Why I got you both here. This is a really good question. Now, this is a question from a Black man coming from the inner city, being brutally honest, not being judgmental or anything, being brutally honest. Now, when it comes to homosexuality in the inner city community, Black men, it's a no-no. Either you are or you aren't. There's no in between. There's no gray area. It's either you got to get out of here, but now it's being more accepted. It's being more of a way of life, so to speak, over here, because you know they're pushing it home with the F those B's, only love my, you know what I mean? That's being grammed home pretty hard. So, and I have a cousin who's homosexual. I love my cousin to death. Nobody will ever say anything about him. Nobody gonna touch him, nothing like that. I love my cousin. Now, how do we, as Black men, come together with, because it's designed for us to still hate them, right? No matter if he's homosexual or not, he's still my Black brother, right? And it's been designed to set up for you to be gay and for me to be straight and for me to hate you and for you to hate me, right? And for me to try to outcast you and for you to make me feel like I'm wrong for outcasting you, right? When I feel like it's a deeper and better conversation that can be had, right? Because we can address it. Because I believe that the only real genuine problem with it, with the Black men in the inner city, is that we're more concerned with our lineage, right? Because me as a Black man in the inner city, I really don't have anything, right? Only thing I have is my children and my lineage and my name. Literally, that's all you guys have the government has kind of left us with down here. So I wanted to ask you guys, how do you approach that situation where nobody's pointing any fingers, nobody's walking away hurt, and we literally fix it to where it's okay, that's the way you live your life. You live your life that way. That's not going to be something that you can expect me to promote, though, because I'm a man that's concerned with my lineage. My lineage does not grow on and live properly the way I believe. I believe that lineage is supposed to happen the old-fashioned way, scientifically, biologically. I believe if you go the other routes, you can have a lineage, but I believe you will not have the lineage that is yours. And I believe science will prove that.
So when you want to talk about lineage and DNA, there was a comment earlier, people like, oh, Jesus was Black, oh, the original people were Black. Maybe that's true. And that's where the melanin comes in. So the melanated people, the Black people, have been heavily under attack because obviously maybe they're not as they don't the the effects of fluoride don't hit them as much as the albino people, right? So white people are the blacks, but the albino version, right?
Mm-hmm.
So there's just the pigmentation difference. We're all related. We all came from
the same origin. We all, human race comes from one origin. I get exactly what you're saying.
It's just that the ones with the strong pigmentation with the melanin, maybe it's like a thicker layer or something that the evil can't get in with its fluoride and stuff. So they come at the melanated and the black community with more like reparations and
abortion,
slavery,
homosexuality,
and they push
and
the
drugs.
the drugs, of course, the crack, the heroin, the cocaine, the everything, right?
They were hit hard, and it was by design. That's why all the Planned Parenthoods are always in the poor black communities.
Yeah.
And I've tried to address this situation, but I get called a racist, so I try not to talk too much about it.
My whole thing is that that's water under the bridge. We already know that's what we were born here for, right? We know that, right? So we're not going to act like it's not going to keep happening. We're not going to act like we're not going to. My whole thing is that I want to have the conversation with my people for us to start healing internally, right? Because I don't even need to start going to you with any demands or doing anything like that until I heal myself, right? I feel as though I need to be whole and healed myself before I even come at you with my aggression or anything, any type of argument, anything like that. I feel as though this is just something I want to do for me and my people, because I see this, they're using this to not only keep us separated, keep us not talking to each other, they're also using this as another way to kill us amongst all the other ways they have to kill us. And that's it. My whole thing is I'm tired of seeing us die. Literally, I've went to middle school around the corner from where I live at. In my middle school, of 20-something children, out of those 20-something children, out of, I would say 20-something, I've lost about 12 of them. Wow. I'm tired of seeing that. You know what I mean? And I know it's the last and evil day and all that. I just, like he said, we need an army and we need to start grabbing, formulating and uniting and coming together. I just want the tools to do that. Like I'm prepared and I want to do God's work. I've always prayed for that since a young boy, because as I said, I was born into the church, but I want the tools to do it. And that's why I come to people that I feel as though are like-minded and have more roots into the ground than I do, I feel, so to speak. Like you guys have done more studying than I have. So that's why I bring these type of complicated questions that I can't, because you can do anything, but questions that I have a trouble asking my neighbors and the people around me. That's why I bring it to y'all, so that way I know how to translate it. I can speak your language and I can speak the language down here where I am too. So I know how to translate. I just need the tools. You know what I mean?
That's what I'm doing here. I want to unite anyone that's just grown up and has matured, whether you're 18 or 48, it doesn't matter. If it comes to a point in your life where you can just say, yeah, I don't fall into this racism card. I don't fall into any of this Tom, Dick, and Harry. I don't care for different nationalities. I just want to unite with my people and get educated and share stories and find my truth.
People that love people. Like,
if we're divided, if we're not talking to the people in Australia, if we're not talking to the people in Africa or Taiwan or Moscow, Russia, then we're not going to know anything, because this whole world was once ruled by a like, this new world order is not new. It's an old world order just becoming new, right? Because they can't have a new world order if there wasn't an old world order, right?
Which went by many different names over history, a lot of different names that they've taken.
So we got to understand, and the only way I was able to do that is, yes, the internet. You know, the internet is part of the beast system, but I was able to see stuff that I wouldn't have been able to see unless I traveled to those countries, walked around and saw for myself. So the internet I was able to use to shine some light on pretty much the whole earth, ask the questions like we have drones now, so I can find a drone pilot and just watch their drone video fly over any city on earth, and I can see what I've always wanted to see without going there. So it depends how we use these things and make it work. So now we
like to act like just because it's a beast system that God can't use it. Like God can use anything or anybody. He's God.
Yeah, of course.
So
It's like fighting
Well,
fire.
the devil
Yeah.
uses the Bible, doesn't he? So why
Yeah,
can't we
totally.
use his
Bible.
beast system?
They
So
say
we-
every time you go to a church building, when you in the pew, the God is on one side and the devil's on the other side, right? Same church
Exactly.
session. Yeah.
So like I said, I my whole life I've been trained in the devil's arts or whatever, so I can fight fire with fire. Bring it. Like devil's got nothing, right? He wants to bring hip hop. I'll give hip hop back. Like I know how, I know it. We've all learned it. So the devil's got nothing that we can't withstand against, right? Absolutely nothing.
Absolutely.
Deception, lies, manipulation.
But it's all cowardice tricks, though, right? Nothing shows real power, right? Only God is the thing that shows real power, right? God is what makes the rain come down. You guys can fake it with your machines now. You've learned to mimic the power of God, but the real power lies one place. You can say what you want. You know what I mean?
Amen.
Yeah, that's it. The proof is, I'm a very simple person, and the proof is always in the pudding for me. There's no reason why I should still see a rainbow if there's no, you know what I mean? Like certain simple things.
And sometimes there's even a rainbow ring right around the sun from
Exactly.
chemtrails.
See it around the sun. So it's, yeah.
It's just the sun. Like when you look at the simplicity and the beauty of nature itself, that's when you can start to see the proof of the real power. So I look at a lot of this stuff that they use, a lot of tactics, and I laugh now because I've grown and I've matured some. I laugh now, but I still get worrisome because I still don't feel as though I'm equipped with all the tools to help my people and to keep us grounded and to keep us away from it. Because right now they got everybody manipulated and so lost that people are voluntarily ready to go.
But Jules, like I said before, this whole channel is nothing, like I'm not doing anything magnificent. All I'm doing is going back to grade 1 to grade 6 when we were like 5 to 11 years, right? So when we were all 5 to 11 years, that's when they sold us on the belief system that we all have now. Or not us now because we all broke out of it, but majority of the earth, their belief system is based on something that was told to them when they were 5 to 11 years old, like NASA, space, the Egyptians and the Greeks and mythology and Zeus and stuff, and how slaves built the pyramids and dragged freaking rocks across the desert, right? It's nonsense. And of course, 5 to 11-year-olds are going to believe that because we're 5 to 11.
Yeah.
We have adults telling us this stuff, so we're told respect the teachers or you're going to get detention. So we listened, right? And our parents told us to listen, so we had to. But now,
and you need to write down that exact information, or you were wrong.
Now we're old enough and we got the tools like the internet and all this research we can do. There's no need to still believe something like that. We're allowed to question what we were taught, right?
Yeah.
And that's what I did. Not everyone has the time because, life, children, work, the home. Not everyone can go back to, grade 6 science to figure it out and see if it was really true what they told us. But, some of us have, and that's how we figured out some of the lies and deception, and they're here now. So all it is just unlearning everything that we've learned and just giving like a day or not even a whole day. So it's a couple of hours. You get someone that's done it already and listen to them and you're like, whoa. So yeah. We need to start, and like what we're doing, like this whole truth thing, it's not really conspiracy because we're way past conspiracies now. Like we've seen.
It's fact. It ain't no conspiracy. It's a fact
what is
now.
A conspiracy?
The same
I don't know what still is one.
These have all come true in the last 2 years, right? From Roswell aliens, now they've confirmed that aliens exist, right? They've confirmed everything. So the
fallen angels. Isn't Aleister Crowley the first one that's seen an alien? Like in
the great
his rituals?
That makes perfect sense. Yeah, that was a demon though. We know exactly who he was looking for.
Exactly.
And then that other guy that used to work on like rockets in the 50s, he was a huge Satanist and he opened up a portal too. He's seen his own death before it happened, apparently.
So let me tell you, NASA was created by Aleister Crowley, right? You don't know this. Walt Disney, right?
Yes, Walt Disney, it's true. And some other a very big film guy too.
German Nazi rocket scientist. So NASA was founded and created with sorcerers and Nazis, right? Because why was Aleister Crowley involved, and why is Walt Disney involved in NASA?
Exactly.
Because
The
Walt
man-
Disney is a magician that creates cartoons and creates fantasy, which is what NASA is. They created fantasy. They used cartoonists and Satanists to create this fantasy that is the universe and sell it to people so they can be deceived like 50 years later, 70 years later.
Wow.
Because the Bible doesn't talk about planets. The Bible talks about wandering stars.
Yeah, which are in the firmament. So yeah,
Yeah.
we have to get on board. There has to be a way for us to just come on live, talk, get an audience of thousands, and just be like, boom, Walt Disney helped create NASA. Why? Because NASA's all cartoons and fantasy. It's all CGI.
Mhm.
Just Disney for adults, right?
Mm-hmm. That's crazy. Wow.
The YouTube channel ODD really exposed that he likes to play over and over again the dude that actually made the image of Earth outside of Earth, and he says it's photoshopped, but it's gotta be.
Wow. Wow, that's amazing. I would have never known. I would have never thought that, but it makes perfect sense. He's still frozen somewhere, right? Walt Disney.
Yeah, apparently.
He's always a strange bird. That makes perfect sense to me.
Maybe they're trying to clone him again.
No, they're waiting for the technology to come. They're saying that's what they're waiting for, the technology to come about for that way. So that way, when it comes about, they can bring him back to life. That's what he's waiting for, the technology. But who's to say he's still even down there?
Exactly. His conscience
Like,
is gone.
Who's been down there to check recently? I don't know. But, it's crazy. And that's crazy. You guys brought up Aleister Crowley. I had no idea that he was one of the people responsible for NASA.
Yeah,
But he was
I didn't
supposed to be
either.
such a-
I knew Disney was involved, and another very huge film dude was involved with the moon landing. And
Yeah, I heard that.
at Studio 51, which
Yeah,
is why they
51,
use
okay.
Area 51 as a code word, because it was in Studio 51 that they did the moon landing.
That makes perfect sense. They're just a bunch of guys. That's how we'll remember it. We'll call it the same. Like simple guy stuff, right? Oh man. And Aleister Crowley was supposed to be such a super Satanist and so in love with the devil and all of that stuff, but his last words were something to the effect like, "Oh God, oh no, I've made a mistake," or something like that, right?
Yeah.
His last words was something like that, like he was regretting his life. Him and Anton LaVey, both their last words were something to that effect, like,
Yeah,
"I've
I
done
believe
something
it.
wrong. What have I done?" Yeah. But
I believe it.
But you won't hear that story though. You won't hear
No.
those stories. Because you should be the one rejoicing, right? You were the one so ready and everything. It's crazy. Well, I don't know where NiCO went, but it's
Sorry,
12.
these dogs-
Well, you know.
The dogs are being bad.
No, you good. I was just saying it's 12:30 where I am. I gotta get going. I gotta wake
Yeah.
up early.
Okay, have a good night.
Nah, you guys too. It's a pleasure talking to you. I'll be back on here soon. Don't worry about it. We'll talk again.
Share the news. The more we can keep going, the more I could do this daily, and we'll just get the momentum going. Like I said, every time I take days off, I get sidetracked and stuff, and come on and just like, oh, I'm all over the place. But I love having you guys here talking. We're gonna get more on. Jules, thank you so much.
Absolutely, man. Thank you. Before I go, I just want to say a prayer if it's all right with y'all. It's no long thing.
Yeah.
It's just something I've always learned from my church since I was young, and I say it with my children whenever we part, and it helps us.
Everyone has heard. Everyone listen up to Jules from New
So,
Jersey.
so it's really simple. It's real quick. It's may the Lord watch between me and thee while we're absent, one from another. This we ask in Jesus' name. Amen. That's it.
Amen.
That's the whole plan. That's the whole prayer. And that's like a protection prayer. And I say it to everybody I love that I want to see again. All right?
That's it.
Y'all be safe.
Protection. We want the protection. Yeah. Put on the full armor of God. That's the protection prayer from Jules. So yeah, everyone, we're gonna stay protected here, and we're gonna march on, crusade on with this truth, and just wake up as much as we can. We're not gonna get everyone, so stay strong, okay?
Absolutely. You guys be safe, man. God bless you.
Thank you.
Bye.
All right.
Yeah, amazing. So Jules is gone. So Stacy, you've done like hours every day. Hold on, we got Keith in. I want to see what Keith's got to say. So yeah, tell us what you've been doing all week. Let everyone know before we bring Keith on.
So quickly, I just been exposing the Merkaba and the serpent, and yesterday was the mark of the beast and the mark of God and the image of the beast and the image of God, and then today I exposed portals.
Wow. So again, everything that she's talking about is all tied in with what we're sharing. Just that Stacy's a lot more expert, got a lot more expertise in this subject. Tell them how you know so much, Stacy.
I was involved in Wicca and witchcraft for 23 years. The last 2 years of it, or so, maybe a year and a half, more like, before I was saved, I was involved in spiritualism, New Age, and occultic alchemy.
Wow. So you were in it longer than most of these young stars and fake idols have been alive. So she definitely knows what she's talking about. Just like you can talk for hours. I've seen some of your hours go for like 3 hours. So it's like very
Yeah.
impressive. So that's how you know that someone knows what they're talking about. When the Holy Spirit just gets in you and says, deliver, there's nothing more powerful than the speech of truth, right? No performance, no singing or dancing. It's just speaking from the heart and the soul what the Holy Spirit and God wants, right? That's incredible. Good evening, Keith.
What's up, buddy? How you doing?
We're good here. Not sure how long you've been in, but like we're just going with the flow. We recapped some Astroworld. Didn't get too deep into it as there's so much to go through, and I've already done it. So
Yeah, it's some pretty interesting stuff, man.
yeah. So again, if you have any questions, go
I was
ahead.
just going to say, I was just going to kind of encourage you, and I just want to, get off the bat that I'm a human being, and I'm flawed, and I'm a sinner, and by no means do I know everything, and
Yeah.
I'm wrong a lot of the time, so I'll just get that off the cusp. But
Okay.
I would encourage that, the Travis Scott stuff and the portals. Looney Tunes had portals. The cartoons when we were little had the same portals, and Disney has the 666 and the NASA and all this good stuff. It's great to draw people in, but I would encourage you. You guys talked about Aleister Crowley a lot, and he wrote, the Devil's Book, basically.
Yeah.
And
I read
the rule of the Devil's Book was do what thou wilt, which was basically lean on yourself. Do what you want. And I would just encourage you guys that once people are drawn in, show them Jesus. Because Jesus is the only way. You can't say that Muhammad might be the way and Buddha might be the way and Jesus might be the way. Jesus is the only way. So I would encourage that when you draw people in with this very interesting stuff, that you then guide them to who can save their soul, who is Jesus.
That's beautiful and correct. And you mentioned Aleister Crowley, Keith.
And his last words were, "I am perplexed," which means that what he thought was BS.
And he used to sign his name as what? You know that too? He signed
No,
his
when
name.
he died, his last words were, "I am perplexed." So everything that he believed in his dying breath, he knew was BS. Basically, he said, "I am perplexed," which means that he didn't know anything that he thought he knew.
All right. So Keith, thanks for coming on, shedding some light. Where are you from?
Yeah. I just wanted to kind of encourage that. There's a lot to unfold here, but I might have misunderstood you, NiCO, but I thought you said that you weren't a Christian. And I'm very I used to be a non-believer, and I think it's important to make sure that people find Jesus through all this.
Yes, definitely. He is the way, the truth, and the light. So
my man.
But the only way people can choose him if they know the evil that we're dealing with, and that's the only way that you can know that how powerful Jesus is if you understand who the enemy is. Because people don't understand that we have an enemy, so they don't understand why we need a savior in Jesus Christ. So
well, I also believe that even we all sin. We might look at what Jay-Z does as worse than what we do, but to God, stealing a piece of gum and stealing $1 million is the same thing. It's all sin. So I think sometimes instead of putting down these people and making us look better because we're not as bad as them, we're all sinners, and maybe we should pray for them people too. Because Jesus could have saved Judas if he wanted to.
And that's what we're doing. We're putting some light on. Like I'm not perfect either. I'm also a sinner. I'm repenting, and I'm sure there's someone out there that's way more pure and closer to Jesus. And if they're out here, then maybe they could come on and help us all in the right ways. Like we all have a special part. You know, so like you came on and gave us some info about Crowley and Do What Thou Wilt. Here is a picture of Jay-Z taking at
It's
least
such a deep rabbit hole, isn't it? It's so deep. It's unbelievable.
That's
like-
also where Wicca gets their harm none is their
Right.
slogan. Do
And
what
right.
thou wilt is the same as harm none.
and it's heavily in the music industry and has been ever since even the days of the Beatles. So here's Jay-Z wearing
The backmasking. Do you know what backmasking is, NiCO?
yeah, so playing things in reverse that has the real message over them, but
Right.
it's forward. Correct?
Jay-Z and the Led Zeppelin, the Beatles, they all have that stuff going on. It's pretty interesting stuff.
Sergeant Pepper's. You know that Aleister Crowley is on the Sergeant Pepper's cover, that album cover?
Jimmy Page bought his house. You know, they all lived in his house, the Beatles, and wrote all their music in his house and all that.
And Zeppelin too.
Yep.
So-
Yep.
There you
While
go.
we're on the topic of Aleister Crowley,
Oh,
you
there
should
he
look up
That's him
the
right
Babylon
there.
working ritual. Aleister
Yeah,
Crowley
I
and
kept
Alice
seeing that
Bailey
in the
worked on
comments. I'd
that.
like to look at that.
Yeah, and there's Aleister Crowley on the #1 album on earth. So if you go to Google and type in the best album of all time, it will be the Lonely Hearts, Sgt. Pepper's Lonely Hearts Club Band by the Beatles. And there on the cover is Aleister Crowley in the back left-hand corner there. All musicians somehow paid tribute to Crowley, even as recent as the Jonas Brothers, I believe, are wearing Aleister Crowley t-shirts. They're all
Ozzy Osbourne has the song Mr. Crowley. Mr. Crowley.
Crowley, yeah. And who was he? The Prince of Darkness. He used to call
What
himself.
went on in your head?
What did Ozzy used to do? He used to bite the heads off of bats, right? And the blood ritual with the bat. So it was all. Now we know that these concerts were doing rituals and energy siphoning. We just have to go back and see that nothing has changed. Just the rock music, the rock and roll music to now hip hop.
Yeah, the whole Dio with the horns.
Yeah, it's gone crazy. We gotta just tell people where it is. We can't stop it if people don't know.
But these are very interesting times, though. A lot of people are kind of like sad and depressed about the times we're living in, but these are times that people have written about for thousands of years, and it is a great time to be alive. We're going to witness things that people have written about for thousands of years, you know, and it's happening right now. I think it's pretty exciting.
Yeah, we're seeing everything. Like
it's happening right in front of us.
Everything that we're seeing, like you said, that's happening in front of us. It just confirms to me that the past really did happen. And the future that we all somehow knew and felt we were going to witness is inevitably going to happen now. We're here. We're in it. I don't see.
They came up. I was just going to share a little something. They came up to Jesus and they said, you know, when will these things happen? And he said, when the world's knowledge is in the palm of your hands. Now, 20 years ago, that sounded like science fiction. But you could take your phone out and go to Google, and what do you want to know? Right in the palm of your hands is the world's knowledge. You know what I'm saying? And it's like, wow, it's happening.
Yeah, we're here. Like, you can't get more powerful than this device in your hand that has access to pretty much anything and everything. Anyone, like we can reach any person. Like, what more is there apart from the portals, which you've now seen? And
I wanted to tell the black gentleman too. He kept saying, like, what can I do? What can I do? And it's like, you know, us as humans, we have to have God work through us. We can't do anything. We're human. We're not smart enough. We're not, you know, the devil knows the Bible more than we ever will. So we have to have God work through us. There's nothing we can do. You know what I'm saying?
For pointing that out.
You know, once you put yourself as I do this and I can do that, you know, pride comes before the fall. You have to take yourself out of it. You got to have God work through you. That's it. Point them to God, the gospel. Jesus is the way, and have God work through you. You know, my opinion.
Yeah, and that's another reason why the Bible is so powerful, because now you see that the devil's using it. The whole devil's playground, the whole Antichrist system is built and based upon all rituals mimicking the Holy Bible. So why is he using it? He's not. I don't see him copying the Quran or the Torah or the Bhagavad Gita or Taoism. It's all biblical, right?
So do you believe that the Antichrist is out there ready to take his throne right now? Or do you have any thoughts on who that might be?
Yeah. So the Bible says that there's 8 kings. And according to scripture, the only people I can see that tie in with these kings are the most recent presidents from even Nixon, Obama is the 6th king, Trump is the 7th, and Obama is also the 8th king. And I know we have Biden as the poser as the president, but some reason a lot of things are pointing to that
He's doing the Obama agenda, though, right?
He's the front man with Obama in the headpiece telling him what to say and do. So there's been jokes about that. Even Obama said he made jokes that he'd love to be in his basement one day and just have someone with a headpiece and run the show. So
he loved to mock the Bible too, Obama. Holy cow.
Very much. Too much. Like,
yeah.
Always. So,
I don't know if I agree with that. I think it's an interesting, conversation, but, I just was kind of getting your feel on that. I'm not sure he's actually displayed who he is yet, but it'll be soon. Couple more things got to happen prophecy wise, but
a couple of things are going to happen, but it's going to be, it's not hard to tell who it is leading up to, especially because Obama has a lot of connections to Pharaoh Akhenaten. And as you know, this year in March, April, and Easter, they did a festival in Egypt where they moved the pharaohs and drove them from they moved them from one museum to a new museum. But it was a gigantic awakening ritual. As we know that these pharaohs did put to sleep rituals, and there's video, I'll have to bring it up, of all the pharaohs parading through Cairo through this big satanic ritual with fireworks during the pandemic too. Like, it's like, what? You're gonna risk the lives of the living to move the dead?
It's unreal.
So that's how this world is. They risk the living to focus on the dead, right? So yeah.
Yeah, they have plans to rebuild the temple, which I know that's going to be a big,
in Kazakhstan, they've already built it. It's already there.
Well, the one that Jesus is going to, or that the Antichrist is going to walk across and claim himself to be God in, I thought they were just starting to build that one.
No, it's us. It's us humans. We're the temple.
Yeah.
We're the third temple.
I've heard different theories, but okay.
Which is why the whole snake bite's coming in, because it needs us to get in us, because that makes more sense.
Exactly. That's why we shouldn't be taking the juice.
Yeah.
No juice for me.
It's assembling things inside of us.
It's literally changing your DNA, yeah.
Easier to manipulate us and deceive us into believing Satan is sitting in our temples. Yeah, that's what I believe.
Yeah, it's interesting. I'm not sure. I mean, again, vaccine is kind of one of them political things. I don't want one myself, but and I hear it changes your DNA. There's all kind of things. They say that even in the Travis Scott concert, that's what made people kind of be hypnotized or whatever. It's interesting.
I exposed this on a blog 2 months ago, and I'm going to be exposing it again in the next couple of videos that I do. If I'm even allowed to go live, I might have to pre-record like I did today. All the platforms wouldn't allow me to go live today.
So how far from the market of beast do you all think we are?
We're here. It's here.
So what's the mark? What do you believe the mark is?
The vaccine.
But you don't need it to buy or sell any yet.
Yeah, we do.
You do.
It's restricting buying and selling.
I know it's restricting it, but it said no man may buy or sell. Yes, that he has the mark. So that means that nobody can buy or sell.
No, it doesn't say nobody. It says you can't buy or sell. And it didn't say what specific you can't buy or sell, but it is restricting buying and selling. And in Austria and in France, currently, they have it so that people can't even go to supermarkets without it now.
It's the beta version.
So how do you explain the right hand or the forehead then?
It's the beta version.
The right hand and the forehead is for what you give authority to is your right hand, that's your works, and in your head, whatever you fear and worship, and what's in the frontlets of your eyes is what you're worshiping. So that is where the forehead comes in. And if you want a physical thing,
you could say it's a debit card.
If you want a physical thing, the only place to be able to see the heat signature of whether or not you have the bioluminescence hydrogel in you is in the right hand and in the forehead, which is why they use the temperature thing.
Okay, Keith.
I'd have to look into all this. I always thought it would be like a biometrics, like computer thing, but I'll look into it.
Watch this on the screen now. I'm going to show you some numbers. See that? That equals 666. That equals 666.
Graphene oxide.
mandatory.
There's a lot of things that you can do this with, though. To be fair, but go ahead, I'm listening.
Graphene oxide equals
Yeah, it's not-
666.
Okay, I
Luciferase is the hydrogel, which is the name of the beast.
but
And
it's
the image of the beast is when he changes our DNA from God's image into his.
Okay, Keith,
But it
where are
does
you?
say no man may buy or sell less than he has a mark. It does say nobody will be able to buy or sell without it.
Oh, is it?
And nobody can buy or sell certain things right now without it. Everyone.
Are you
There
in
is
Canada, Keith?
non-essential things that nobody can buy or sell without it. Like
I'm
nobody can go to
listening to you,
theaters,
but I don't have it, and I can
nobody
still
can go
do
to
what I want.
gyms, and nobody can even travel by air without it.
But it's
So
not the
there you
final
go. It is restricting buying and selling. And there's a lot of places that are requiring their employees to have it to be able to sell to their customers. So
But
there's
don't
the
you have to?
selling
Don't you
aspect
have
of
to?
it.
Don't you agree that you have to openly know that you're giving your allegiance to
Nope.
Satan? Though?
Revelations 2019 or 1920, I believe it is, that says that the false prophet deceived everyone that received the mark of the beast.
Okay, so I just
I'm
want to.
listening to you. I'm not sure I agree, but it's interesting.
So Keith, are you in Canada?
No, U.S.
Okay, so in Canada here in Ontario, like I'm
Yep.
saying, these are like the mock trial versions, like the beta versions of the final mark of the beast, right? Because
Right.
the official mark doesn't come until after the rapture and until trial and tribulation begins, and the Antichrist has to show himself, right? But these are
Mhm.
definitely the mock trial versions. So like with in Canada, we need in America you have a social insurance card, right? Or something to work. In Canada, we
Right.
need a social insurance number. It's a SIN card. So you cannot work, buy or sell or trade unless you have this SIN card, a card of sin.
You can say that about your
So that
what you had since birth, though. You know what I mean? You need a social security number to work. You know.
yeah. So again, that's like it's not the mark of the beast, but it's a mark to work within
Okay.
this system. So all this trials with the snake bite, it's just conditioning everyone to just take.
I agree with that. I agree with that.
When the final one does come, like in the next few months, if it does get to that point, the majority of the world, they've already taken the mock version. They'll have to take the next version, right? So it's like, yeah, if the mark is really inevitably coming in the next year or so, then yeah, we're here and people are gonna take it and be deceived, just as Stacy says. Like if they've been deceived by this one now, even though Joseph's got the numbers here,
It'll
then
be
the next
easier.
one,
Yeah,
yeah, it's just gonna get easier for them to keep pushing it, and it's just
I agree. I agree with that. I always thought it would be some type of like computer chip, like banking system. You know what I mean? That's what kind of where my mind went. But
I'm still at that. It is gonna be an RFID chip, most
yeah,
likely. In Canada, we already have the news talking about how there's too many loopholes to the certificate and how people are faking it. So how are they gonna beat faking the certificate, right? They're
right,
already
exactly. And if you go to like the gas stations, they got them hand printers now. Have you noticed that?
so yeah.
You know the tap pay now.
Thank you,
Now you don't have to
Joseph.
put a card in.
Thank you, Joseph.
Oh yeah, in Italy you can't have a job, so it's spreading. It's not the final one. It's probably like the final trial run version because they anticipating the Antichrist because the Astroworld happened like a month ago, which was exactly 660.
Bringing up the Antichrist, which is why I wanted you to look up Babylon working ritual. That's when he was apparently conceived.
I'm gonna check that out. I keep seeing it in
Antichrist.
the comments. I'll check that out for sure.
Wait,
I'll tell you what though, that Travis Scott thing, and I've been studying this since I was very little. I was always into Revelations and this, that, and the other. But that Travis Scott thing, man, just watching it just gives you that feeling inside. It's just like, holy cow, it's so dark and deep and just I
The
don't know. I don't
sounds
even know
were
the
of
word for
hell.
it.
It
we
was
have
the
some
sounds of hell to
right
me.
now. So
When he looks hypnotized and he's like doing that weird like low vibration while the people are dead, it's just like it's just like mind blowing that like it's just unbelievable. But then again, nobody's bringing people to Christ more than stuff like this. It's wild.
So I see Nux Santiago's name on the screen, and Rich Luck. So Nux Santiago was actually at the show, and this is someone I've been trying to reach out to because his video went viral. He was the young man sitting in his car. He looked like he just saw the devil, and that was enough for me to go into it. So Nuke Santiago, if you're in here, I'd like you to jump on, and we're going to get into this because, yeah, I don't want to let this Astroworld go. And it's the news has been hiding it and trying to sweep it under a rug, but I'm here with all these great people, and we're trying to bring it back. So Nuke, jump on. I'll send you the link. Bring up your video of your testimony that you made after the show. But yeah, I'm hoping you're here and can jump on. But yeah, we are in some crazy times, and it's all connected. Whole new Omicron variant, which everyone says equals moronic. It also equals en commer. So for anyone to still be buying it at this time, definitely is a moron. What do you have to say about all this, the news? Like, Keith, like, which part of the states are you in?
I'm in Pennsylvania, Pittsburgh.
Nice. Okay.
Yep. What do I think of what? I'm sorry.
Like, how's the news in your area? Is it just the same old? Are the people? Do you have like a resistance rising up anywhere around you? Do you have people going to the city on the weekends and rallying and speaking up? Like, is anything like that happening in Pittsburgh?
It is, the whole this whole pandemic, whatever you want to call it, it's really kind of divided people. You see some people going further dark, and then you see some people coming to the light. But there's not as big as a push as I would like there to be. You know what I mean? It seems like people like being ignorant, and not to sound any way, but people like to not admit the truth, I guess. You know what I mean? They'd rather just keep pushing it off and go about life. They don't even want to worry about it. But someone like me that was saved at 14 years old, I see it all around me. It's just, it's just everywhere. You know what I mean? You can't avoid it. But no, there's not as much of a pushback as I thought there would be, to be honest with you, not here in Pittsburgh.
And that's what I've noticed. Every town, every nation seems to be going through the same thing, and the people are all acting the same. And it looks like we're that much more closer to that one world religion, because everyone already is a one world nation doing the same thing, because the internet connected everyone the last 20 years. So
can you imagine if Hitler had the internet? It would have been all over.
Yeah,
he only had a radio and he did damage.
He did it by mouth to mouth. That's what I'm saying. If he had the internet, holy cow, it would have been over a long time ago.
So we got Yogi J is from Pittsburgh. It's like in Pittsburgh, I fought hard.
Pittsburgh.
Mamaya Abu Jamal back in the 90s. Good city, Philly too. So there's a shout out there.
Yeah, Pittsburgh's cool, man. But Pittsburgh's I don't know, man. It's a different town, man. It's wake up 9 to 5, punch the clock. Not a lot of entrepreneurship and free thinking in Pittsburgh, and that's just my opinion. I'm not trying to sound negative. I love Pittsburgh, but
you sound like you're talking about Toronto right now. Toronto,
they're just stuck in the mud, man.
Yes, they just love doing the same repetitive nonsense, and they're stuck.
Yep. Stuck in the mud, man. Drugs are off the charts. I used to be an addict myself. You know what I mean? So like I said, I'm a sinner, but drugs are just, the heroin and the fentanyl and the pills and it's just unbelievable. It's just everywhere. You know what I mean? That's like that's what the big business is everywhere anymore.
It's a spread here too. It's the same name, the fentanyl, the same crap names that it's just spreading. Xanax came out at the same time. It was killing people here in Toronto because the mainstream media and the music, the Future, the Travis Scotts, they're all rapping about Molly and Percocets.
I kissed a girl and I liked it, right? That's how Satan influences people, through the music, man.
Yeah, that's what Buddy from New Jersey was saying, telling us about the music and how I said hip hop was empowering.
Must be normal for singing about it.
Just switched, and people didn't raise any red flags, raise the alarm. Like, whoa, why is hip hop promoting drugs, killing, murdering and beating women, and like everything was
God, yeah, money's your god, and bitches and hoes. Yeah,
a lot of new age witches in Toronto. So anywhere
same here in BC too, though. There's like a huge hub in Vancouver of witches and new age,
and they all do the drum circles and they do the sage, and it's the same crew. I've seen it pop up in England too. And the resistance over there, they're doing the same witchy tribal stuff, banging on drums, rainbow
Yep.
family. I'm like, well, this new age isn't really doing anything. This is Satan's religion, and I'm starting to see it more and more that they're not bringing in any peace and love and positivity. They're here ready to be ruled by the new world.
Everybody's lovers of themselves anymore, man. It's all about
Exactly.
me.
It's all about self. That's why
What can I get? Yep.
I have a problem with New
Everyone's
Age.
creating their
Is
own
because,
life.
you know, the Bible says that we're supposed to deny ourselves and we're supposed to pick up our cross and follow him. And then New Age is telling us, no, man, you gotta love yourself.
Be your own
first.
God.
Yeah.
Be your own
Self-love,
God.
self-love.
You think you want? So you're telling me everyone that's practicing this new age religion manifested this new world order? Because that's not peace and love. Like,
Exactly.
what is going on?
And I'm exposing
Step on ahead to get ahead.
I'm exposing the symbolism down to the root cause of the symbolism because it's embedded in New Age. And those those symbols are like they're totems. They tote them as
they dangle it in front of your face. Yep, every TV
like
show,
the
everything.
the tetrahedron and the Metatron's cube and even like made up archangels.
Yeah. Made up, all made up. And especially when they start using angels, that's a big red flag, because the book of Enoch says that it shows you the names of the leaders and tells you that 201 of them fell after Lucifer, or 200 fell. So most of them are named, but there's still a whole army that isn't named. So if these new age,
every cover of the music is this or this or.
ML Savick, my name is Stacy Kamea, and my YouTube channel is Proverbs 31 Woman. If you go to my Facebook page, I actually posted the link to my thing on my Facebook page because I couldn't do any lives on Facebook today, so I had to do it from YouTube. Yeah. Hey, J7.
J7's online. So yeah, Stacy, if you're getting blocked, I'll make sure I have an outlet for you to come on and make sure it gets out there. We're all here to help each other. I definitely know what it's like to be blocked and banned and shadow banned, because that's why it took me so long to get on here and do this. Because
how much longer do you think you'll be allowed to do this, NiCO? Pretty soon they're going to shut you up, don't you think?
December 1st, they said that they're going to remove people that don't do certain things, which is why I'm using code words.
Yeah.
What was the date? I didn't hear the date.
December 1st.
December
Facebook
1st.
and YouTube are cracking down on certain creators.
Yeah, they don't like you to say like Jesus or none of that stuff. They just,
Yeah, and I'm not gonna.
Other things like that's why I use Snakebite and Mark of the Beast.
Yeah, the more evil that comes in this world, the more I scream Jesus, the more I push the Bible. I'm not a pusher, but it's the truth. The more I'm gonna back it up with evidence and
never be ashamed to proclaim the truth, man. Jesus is king, man. He's the only one that can save, period.
Lord of Lords.
And the people that I'm trying to wake
Alpha and Omega.
And the people I'm trying to wake basically
got that on my arm.
Hey, did you notice that the Delta in Omicron is like an A and an O, almost like Alpha and Omega?
Well, yeah,
everything's like a copy, a fake copy, yeah.
So when you put Delta, Omicron together, that together is an anagram for media control. You guys must have seen that one going around, right?
Holy cow, Jesus just joined us. What's up, buddy?
It's half Korean Jesus.
My man.
I don't know if Stacy told you, but if you rearrange the letters of Delta and Omicron, you can spell out media control.
Just mentioned, yeah. See, us to know this truth, and especially the moronic one, that's a just big red flag, and the fact that this equals so many different anagrams for on command, media control with the Delta tied in, it's ridiculous now. And like I said, it's urgent. Keith saying how much longer do you think we'll be able to do this? I'm like, weeks maybe. 2022 is going to be a whole new world. So I'm going to be urgent on this for the whole month of December and try and get everyone on board for what's about to be down next year, right? So weeks, days, hours away.
This woman I'm married right here, she woke me up. So I love her for that.
That's amazing.
God woke you up through her.
That's right. That's right. Well, I woke her up first because I was Christian before, Baptist, and then met her, and then she was, into that weird crap.
Satanic crap.
I didn't even think anything of it. I just like, oh, whatever makes her happy, blah blah blah. And then like all of a sudden she's like, hey, let's go find a church. I'm like, yeah, let's do that.
Hit turnaround, huh?
Yeah.
You guys are evenly yoked then. That's a good thing.
That's right.
Yeah.
All right, I'm gonna go.
Yeah, it's great to hear from you. Yeah.
But my testimony
NiCO, I'm
was
gonna
about
bounce
that
off
it was
too.
a sudden thing.
I was just gonna say I'm gonna bounce out of here, guys. It was great meeting you. God bless you. I'll come back and see you. And Jesus is King.
Make sure you'll subscribe because I'll
have
be
a good night, Keith.
Thank you.
I'll keep in touch. I'll keep in touch.
Okay.
God bless, guys. See you.
Yeah, if anyone else wants to dump on, I know it's late, but it's different times all over the world, so I'll keep it open and let's keep going because it's great. We're hearing
Sacred name, I'm not into it. I think that all this sacred name, sacred knowledge, and Gnosticism is what's confusing people and why people aren't coming to the truth of the Bible and Jesus. I would stay away from anything that has to do with sacred name stuff. Just saying, let's not confuse people.
Well, you're talking about the name Yeshua and Jesus, and
I think that might be a decoy, might be a deception. In fact,
it's good to count, like she says, it's good to like count your chances. It's like some people believe in a pre-tribulation rapture. Some people are like, oh, there's no rapture, I don't believe in it. I'm like, well, I'd rather believe in it just in case.
I believe that I believe in it, but I think that it will be at the end of at the end of the tribulation, because of Matthew. It says at the last trumpet, which is at the end of the tribulation. But I would like to hope that maybe we'll be taken out before. You know what I mean? Hope for it, but also prepare for tribulation, just to keep myself mentally prepared and spiritually prepared.
I feel like what you said, honestly, Stacey, that's a good point because I strongly believe in the pre-trib rapture and I pray to be saved. But then a part of me says that would defeat all the training, all the hardship I went through, because I feel like I am perfectly trained and ready for trial and tribulation, hell on earth. So I do have a part of me that is prepared mentally and physically to go through the famine, to wake people up and just withstand evil on this earth. So that's why I have the resistance. I didn't start the Crusaders of the Resistance and build this whole army just to disappear, right? So yeah, I'd love to be raptured and be spared from having to go through trials. But if we do go through it, bring it on. The devil's going to wish that I wasn't here because I'm going to be the monster that he doesn't want, that he wish he was, right? Because we're going to make sure it's hell for him on this earth. So bring it. I'm ready for trial and tribulation. I'm ready for everything. And I'll be fighting for God and on the good side, leading all the way up to Judgment Day. So I can't wait.
There's a theory out there about the two witnesses, that it won't be Elijah and Moses, but it will be two different remnants of both the Jews coming to Christ and then the Gentiles, because of the fact that he mentions 2 fig trees and 2 candlesticks. And when he's referring to that, candlesticks is usually referring to churches, and then fig trees is usually people, a body of people. So they think that the 2 witnesses will be 2 different factions of people, one being the original Jews and then the grafted in Gentiles that are recently saved by the time the Antichrist takes the scene.
Wow. So someone's asking for new gematria calculations. Of course, every single day, especially on Joseph's page, there's so much numbers. Like I don't even have to decode myself. I just go to his page. I'm like, wow, it's just constant. Definitely with Astroworld. I went through some in the beginning. All the connections with Omicron and the movie from the 60s, guys, it's just constant. So make sure you watch all the lives and try and watch all the past ones and stay on track, because yeah, I don't mind recapping everything, but we gotta keep pushing on forward too, right? So again, I want to keep everyone up to date and not let anyone straggle behind. Kelly's upset with you, Stacy, in the chat. So Kelly, what do you want to, what's going on?
I'm willing to answer anything. I'm
So
here to answer questions.
she said many red flags. Yeah, so just feel free to ask what's going on. What do you feel is a red flag? So we're all grown up here. No one's gonna lash out and say anything bad. What is she talking about? She is wrong. What is this? Tommy Latch. Sorry, guys. What is going on?
What am I wrong about?
I don't know if they're arguing each other, but Kelly the one that's saying you're a false teacher. So Kelly, I'd like to know. Maybe someone struck a nerve with something that you practice and you're upset. But we'd like to hear.
Bound to happen. I do
don't want
just
people to-
speak truth, so
Yeah,
truth
we don't-
hurts.
I don't want anyone to feel like they're being lied to on this show, right? So, yeah, your opinion, want to hear it. So we're gonna move on. So Kelly's just being
We
rude.
have to be able to discern what?
Sorry, Kelly's still saying stuff. The guy.
Oh, he wasn't throwing Satan signals. He was just saying peace. That's what he grew up doing as like a teenager. Everybody did it. Yeah, you.
That's a peace sign, fool.
Baby.
Hey.
Hey.
We have to be able to discern where man has tried to manipulate the living word of God. So that's what they're talking about, right?
Yeah. Discern where man has tried to manipulate the living word of God. I don't believe it was manipulated other than the new versions. I believe that if we stick to like the first few versions, like the Geneva Bible and the one that was made after the Geneva Bible and the King James Version, I would stick to those ones because I believe that they're more accurate, considering the fact that the newer versions like to say that Lucifer is the morning star and that's Jesus's title. And I don't think that we should be putting Jesus and Lucifer on the same level, considering he is our Lord and Savior.
And guess what? So on Yonge Street in the center of Toronto, there's number 666 Yonge Street. It's a nail salon. Guess what's directly across from 666 Yonge Street? It's a shop called Morning Star, right? But the devil's not the morning star. Jesus.
No, that's NIV version that said that. That's why NIV says that he's the morning star, and that's why I'm always exposing these newer versions because of this.
And it's real, it's true, and it's in your cities. Like the Bible, like we're literally in it. Like when you read it and wake up to it, and then go out in your city and see the world in a different light, then you start to see things like 666 on one side of the street with the morning star opposite, and you're like, that's not by chance. And you start to see the way the buildings are, especially the old ones that were supposedly made in the 1800s. They're full of gargoyles. They got devil's faces in them. They got lizards and dragons on them. I'm like, wait, 200 years ago, they're carving dragons into courthouse buildings and banks and stuff that we still use today. So we just gotta pay attention and get on board quick. And our time is running out, right? So I'm trying not to rush anyone, but like, yeah, we're running out of time. It's getting to that point. You must be born again. Jesus is the truth equals 222. 2022 is that 222.
I believe it's going to be the worst year we've had. I do believe that. Thank you. Good. I'll be trying to do some lives tomorrow on my page if I can. If I'm blocked again, I'll have to do a pre-record and I'll let everybody know anyway. So.
Yeah. So again, jump on. Stacy's exposing all of that. Me, I don't have as much knowledge as she does with that. So that's why that's amazing. That's perfect. So it's great that we can come on together and still talk about and share stuff. So it's amazing times right now. We both know that people need this, and there's not going to be another chance to get this information, people. I feel like this is the one and only last chance to take this in before we head into 2022, because they're going to crack down on all these internets and these platforms and Facebooks. They're already cracking down on unvax versus vax versus booster versus 1 or 2 shot versus that other one. So yeah, there's going to be no time to sit down and relax and learn the truth, because we're going to be living in hell. So
I wanted to say really quickly to Kelly, in one of my videos, I put my old ritual video beside other videos of New Agers to prove that what they're doing isn't innocent and that it's tied into witchcraft. I was very scared about doing that, but I did it because I felt like if I can't face my past to prove what I'm saying is true, then how can I help teach someone to stay away from it? So I literally took some footage from old rituals and I put it together with some new age tarot readers, and I showed that they literally cast a circle before they start reading their tarot by using my own experiences. And right now I'm just like, I'm sad that I had to say that because I'm still very much ashamed of it.
Circles, you're supposed to do it with specific intent, right? It's so specific, and you have to do the circle. I don't know if you ever got far enough where you had to draw a pentagram within that circle too. But yeah,
I had a pentagram on the surface that I was using when casting the circle, and I also had sigils carved into the surface of the table that I had. And I had to use specific candles with carved sigils in it. Like I said, I was more into alchemy and like occult ritual stuff. Like it was the dark stuff. And that's how come I could recognize right away in the beginning of some of these tarot readers videos that they were casting circles and that was witchcraft. I was like, no, I recognize that because that's what I used to do. Even though I had the greatest intentions, I would call in only archangels. It was not innocent.
Same here. And I was part of the same similar rituals and practice, and my life went to crap, domino effect, just boom, 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 one thing after another, right? So this is why it's important that people understand that, yeah, you were a part of all of this activity and this practice. I myself had witnessed a lot of it, which is why we are able to see it in the music industry. We are able to see the ritual on a grand scale at Astroworld Festival, right?
We can recognize it because we were in it, right? Exactly. We can see the language. There's a language.
A textbook way of doing a specific ritual, and all these rituals, no matter what they tell you they are, they're all to just feed off the energy and give it to the fallen angels who are trapped and who are desperate to get back on this earth and wreak havoc and pull their end game. And guess what? They're back. Astroworld made that happen with all their Travis Scott puppets and the CERN and the technology and the frequency of the music and the
Vatican is a big thing because it's a gigantic portal with the keyhole in the middle of St. Peter's Square. The Vatican is a portal too. I exposed that today on my portals video.
Again, guys, we have been in this for over 4 hours. And for the whole of 4 hours, there has not been under 100 viewers at one point. So the fact that people in here start to continuously be on here, jump on, I thank you. God bless you. Like, this is incredible. You're giving me the energy. Like, my bedtime's 11 p.m. So that fact that right now,
mine's 2 a.m. recently. I can't sleep. I'm doing too much research for my next video.
Like I said, I'm an aggressive, angry person. If I don't get my 8 hours of sleep, I snap. If the dogs bark too much, I'm like, shut up. And, I don't want to be angry and aggressive and just snappy like that because I'm
the same way. I need to sleep for at least like a lot of hours too. But I was up till 2 a.m. last night. And then I woke up at 8 a.m. this morning and I was up all day. I was surprised.
Yeah, so T. Clem says, NiCO, you stunned me, showing all the fallen angels around the world, including at St. Peter's. I haven't even got
absolutely.
There's so much I got to compile. So let me know. I got so much footage and pictures of each statue on all these buildings, like miles up. I even flown my drone around Toronto, and I got videos of the angels around Toronto. I want to play that video for you actually quickly if I'll bring it up. But yeah. The angels, they're the enemy, and the evidence of their architecture and their mess that they made here is all around us. And I'm gonna try and do my best to get all of the information out by the end of this year, the last 3 weeks, right? So, Tommy Leche, I'm not sure what you mean. King NiCO's right, she is wrong. Like, you're just jumping, you're not listening, but pay attention. No one's right or wrong here, so we're just gonna keep listening, and it's all of us that are gonna come to agreement on something. So
It's okay. It's okay, NiCO. They're gonna be against me because I'm literally shining the light on the fact that no matter what you're playing with in New Age, it's not innocent. It's gonna lead you to the path that at the end is not good.
I just feel like if these are new ages that are attacking you for something, then I just want you to ask the question. Like, there's millions of you. You are not the only one performing this light working, this positive vibration, this Gaia holiness, whatever you calling that you're doing. There's millions of you doing it. You haven't manifested in anything good in this world, not even in your own life. So I just asked. We've just been asking, where's all the positivity, the positive vibrations, and the harmony in the world? So I don't want to say that you guys all.
I wanted to just put out there really quickly that I'm not attacking any specific person. This is just the false religion. So if somebody feels like I'm personally attacking them, it has nothing to do with them personally. It's just the divination tools that they're using that are dabbling in demonic spiritism. That's all I'm doing is exposing that because I was part of it and I know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, and I agree. She does. Like I listened to you for like 20 minutes, and I was like mind blown. Like, and I know a lot, so it's like, wow. Again, that's why we're here, because no one knows everything. We might know something, but I'm still here and I'm willing to learn. I still got lots of questions I want answered, right? We're here, we're about to find out. But wouldn't it be nice if we could just all come together and figure it out for ourselves and choose the right thing and just be blessed that way, instead of just doing what we're doing, just watching the news and going about our businesses and
we're not going to learn anything from the news. They're the false prophet. I'm always saying false prophet media because they are the false prophet. They only push the satanic narrative.
Yeah.
Exactly. All glory to Christ. Absolutely.
Yeah, Astroworld, the angels. Okay, I want to bring up a quick video if you want to quickly go on there. Hopefully I can bring it up quick. I wish I could have things more prepared. I'm just going to, I know where it is. Okay, I will have it quick. I just want to show you the Fallen Angels video, because when you see it from this perspective, you'll see, because that's how I realized, because once because we all look at it from the ground level, looking up, and we don't really see how fascinating it is from once we get above it and look at it downward, then you're like, whoa. Instantly, the first thing I said in my mind when I saw these buildings and statues from above, I was like, these aren't impossible for humans to make. So I'm going to show it to you right now, this video.
Like even the few ones that you showed yesterday on or the day before when you did the first episode, the pilot episode,
Right.
Those were incredible. I was like, there is no way a human could do that because they can't even mimic some of the stuff with the tools that we have now.
There's an angel in Toronto, right there on University Avenue. It's holding.
What's that in their hand?
It's a golden crown.
It looks like a snake.
Look at it. See, look, it's got the wings and it's right there. It's massive. And look at the building behind it. That's the Canada Life building. It's just ginormous.
Interesting.
So look at the wings flying on it. And it has, these angels are in every city, from Munich to Mexico City to Buenos Aires. And look at this. They're on top
of the archway too.
They're on top. They're always on top of their creations with the columns. They're on top of these amazing buildings that have no use for anyone. An archway built like this, you can't sit in it, you can't live in it, you can't eat.
Is that one holding a crown too?
They're all holding crowns.
Interesting, because tomorrow I'm going to be exposing crowns.
They're all holding the corona. It's the crown, the corona.
I'm going to be exposing the crown tomorrow.
I can take you to South America. The angels are doing the same thing, holding crowns on top of these amazing buildings. I can go to Italy. I can go
to right in plain sight.
There they are. That's only 2 of the 3 angels in Toronto, right? Why are there angels everywhere? And if man made them, why did our ancestors, why did our great, 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 great grandparents make statues of angels and put crowns on them? It doesn't make sense.
It doesn't make any sense. Unless it was like a prophecy, a self-fulfilling prophecy.
And this goes back to what I said, that these angels came to earth and created the heaven on earth and made themselves gods. That's proof of it, because the statues are still there. And like I said, the flood flooded the world, but the angels built their buildings so far up in the sky that when the waters came, the tips of the buildings were still way up there, because they wanted to be closer to heaven, because that's all they knew. They didn't live in huts on the grass on the beach. The angels just willed into existence these magnificent creations with the necessary columns made out of solid granite, solid marble, solid gold, solid diamond, whatever you want to do. They just willed it into existence and lived as gods and ruled over humans as their slaves, because they wanted to rule and be God. That's what happened.
Didn't you tell me that, I think you said it was in the book of Enoch, it goes into Cain being a king for a time?
I think so. I have to go back into it, but yeah, like I said, Cain was the seed of Satan. So they made a deal with Cain to have his daughters, the daughters of man, were the daughters of the Canaanites. So the angels wanted wives, so he took Cain's daughters and all his women children. He gave it to them, and they gave him like kingdoms of earth, right? They says, you give us your wives, we'll give you, you'll be a king of this world, right? And rule over man. So Cain was chosen. They made statues of Cain. You could still find them all over the world. It's an old bearded guy with a big beard. Looks like Santa, but it's not. That's Cain. So.
And then he was the tribe of Kenites. Yeah. And then that's the bloodline of Ham. And Ham was the tribe of Canaanites. And Canaanites were the ones that worshipped Baal.
It's because Ham married a Canaanite. He was in love with a Canaanite, which was forbidden. And on the ark, I'm not sure if he brought her on the ark, but somehow, whatever, he was in love with a Canaanite. So his son was cursed. So she must have been on the ark. So that's how the Canaanite blood came through on the ark, because of Ham.
Right. And that's why Ham was cursed.
The devil knew that Ham was weak. So the devil threw his last temptation at Ham and threw a Canaanite that has the devil's seed in it. So Ham was in love with this woman, begged his dad to bring her on the ark, and whatever. That's where the bloodline came from. Nimrod came from, the Canaanite woman that Ham was married to and in love with, that survived the flood. This is how the devil's seed and the Canaanites still came through, and why Babylon rose after the flood.
Exactly.
That's
Baal worship.
Why all these cities on earth and post-flood are called Ham, because the devil gave Ham earth. That's why there's Durham and Markham. There's a place in Canada called Markham, the Mark of Ham. Why does the queen of the whole world live in Buckingham Palace? That's all I gotta say, right?
Not a coincidence, that's for sure. And I don't think it's a coincidence that Cain, then there's Canaanites, and they worship the Baal, and that they had to sacrifice innocent blood, the same thing that Cain did, to be cursed.
Exactly. Now we want to know, where is that bloodline today? The royal families, the politicians, the celebrities, like, that's them.
They're fallen angel blood. That's why.
That's why. Because fallen angel bloodline does exist. Because once you learn what the original sin in the Garden of Eden was sex and fornication with a fallen angel that was Lucifer.
It's kind of evident in the fact that he says, I'm going to put enmity between your seed and the woman's seed. I mean, it's pretty clear when you read it in that context.
If you're the father and you're God, and you tell your children not to fornicate with the beast in the garden, and then you do it, he's gonna curse you. He's gonna be like, why did you do the most heinous thing? Like, you're naked, you're covered in semen or whatever. They just had a big orgy in the garden. The most forbidden thing, no eating of apples and reading forbidden knowledge. No, that's
they
nonsense.
Would have made it clear what the fruit was, wouldn't they? If this was an important fruit, they would have said if it was a pomegranate or an apple, but they just said fruit. And isn't later in the Bible in Psalms, he refers to a baby in the womb as a womb fruit.
I think Eve was the forbidden fruit because she was the first woman, the first feminine in the whole world, right? Which is why the fallen angels fell for her, because they'd never seen a woman before. They never had feminine energy because they were the ones that were masculine and feminine. So they never had the thought process to have sex, maybe, until God created her. So that's why they hate us, because we got to supposedly experience sex before them, but they didn't want that to happen. So that's why Lucifer came, fornicated with Adam and Eve, made sure he got a seed in her, and that's how we got the
So
seed.
Adam was involved. Oh, maybe that's why he partook of the fruit too.
Of course.
Because
See,
it says he partook
yeah,
and
he
did eat.
And he says that, but it was the woman that you sent me that made me eat of the fruit. So he performed in homosexual acts with Satan, right?
No wonder God hates homosexuality.
Okay, we're not gonna, yeah, but this is what we got to understand and stop looking at a Sunday school Bible teachings when we were kids and looking at it as a fairy tale. No, we're grown-ups now. We've all seen porno and we've all had sex, and no, now we tie our grown-up lives, because when we're kids, we don't know nothing about sex. So of course we're gonna fall for a snake and an apple in the garden.
Right.
You can't tell children
Because it
about
didn't make sense.
fornication, right?
Right.
People, listen, they told us this lie because it's better than tell us a lie than tell kids what really happened, that the devil had
And
sex.
well, it would have also traumatized some kids to hear something like that, right? Which is why we're trying not to get that kind of information into schools.
So
right?
we're go again. We're getting to this. Thank you, Stacy, for coming on, because now we're just talking about this and getting the momentum. Like, you can't teach people by showing them. You just gotta talk it out and let it flow, and it will come. It just clicks, right? So I'm trying to get to this Bible verse here. So it is. We're gonna go to 1 John 3:12. So I'm just gonna bring it up on the internet, and I'm gonna show you right now. 1 John 3:12, because it's incredible. Everything we're just talking about with Cain, Bible.
I'm very interested in Cain because he's part of what I'm trying to expose with the crown tomorrow. So now that I have you on live, why not ask you while I can talk?
Yeah, so we're going to 1 John. So this is an important Bible verse that exposes who Cain is, right? And this is the verse that confirmed my thoughts. When I found out the truth, I was like, how? It would be in the Bible. And here it is. You're going to see it right here. Hold on. Let me just move some stuff off the
John
screen.
3:12. Not as Cain, who was of the wicked one, and slew his brother, and wherefore slew he him, because his own works were evil, and his brother's righteous.
So again, look at the first line. Not as Cain, who was
of the wicked one.
of that wicked. So who's the wicked one? Eve is
Satan.
not the wicked one. Adam is not of the wicked one. So who is of the wicked one? Who is Cain of the wicked one? The only wicked one that Cain and Adam and Eve ever had the chance to meet was the devil. And once you associate sex and fornication to the original sin in the Garden of Eden, you realize that Cain 100% is of the wicked one. Like it says in the Bible, God's very word, Cain is of the wicked one. And not once ever has Adam been known as the wicked one, nor has Eve ever been known as the wicked one, ever.
Then
ever.
it makes more sense that he said that if you did eat of that fruit, then you would surely die, because later, when he gives the 600 and something laws, fornication and the act of homosexuality are both punishable by death. So you would surely die partaking in those sins.
Yeah.
That makes more sense now
Because
of why that has to be a death penalty, because he said it from the beginning. Wow, what a revelation that is.
So that's why because the children of God lived near to 1,000 years, right? And who knows how long the Canaanites lived, because they had angel DNA in them. So they were corrupted and came out all like, like if you have incest, then the kid's going to come out all handicapped, right? So that's why the fallen angels kids came out all deformed and became beasts, and they had cyclops, like one eye in the forehead, like all that was real, right? They created all kinds of genetically modified beasts, and God said this is madness, and that's why the flood happened. So the more we talk about this and get the real story out and get rid of this whole fairy tale cartoon that we all grew up with and put some sex in there, people are going to realize, oh my God, this is real.
That makes a lot more sense too, because it doesn't make sense the other way, because he never forbid anybody from eating a certain fruit.
No, and fruit in the Bible has many times been used as a metaphor as for the body, right? So we know in church they use wine as the blood of Christ and the bread as the body. So why is the apple cannot be Eve, right? So
Right.
fruit and people have a strong correlation in the Bible. So now you go to the Genesis and all of a sudden there's a literal apple being with a bite, and yet we let Apple computers like mock that whole. If that was true, why is Apple computers the biggest brand in the world, right? Because they're mocking you that you bought that lie and feel like people would bit into knowledge when that's not true. No, Satan wants you to know that. He doesn't want you to know that he's physically here in the seed, because then his whole deception plan won't work, right? That's why he needs you to believe that he doesn't exist, so that you can continue living all the way up to Judgment Day, buying into all the lies, not believing any of this. So I'd rather believe that Satan's real, that Cain is the son of Satan and the seed of Satan, and that the fallen angels were held in limbo until the evil of this world created the technology and used mass broadcasting spells to siphon our energy and feed them to release them to perform the final deception. So, and I feel like their final deception, what could be the reason for them to come and hide something as big? And the only thing I could think of that the angels would become to hide is something as miraculous as the rapture, right? I don't see anything worth hiding than a rapture. So if they didn't hide the rapture, then they'll lose everything, because everyone will know God's real because they see everyone disappearing. So if they're not here for that reason, then that's why I'm leaning more towards the pre-tribulation rapture. Otherwise, the angels wouldn't be here for any other reason, right? So we'll see. I don't know. That's why we're here doing the show, talking. But that's a big one, and everyone seems to be silent now after hearing that.
It could also be maybe the coming of Christ, because isn't he supposed to come with chariots and an army in the sky? It could be that too. It could just be another deception for that.
They can't really hide that, because that's the end part. Jesus comes and casts them all into the lake of fire. And that's the only time we hear of seeing Jesus. The rapture, we don't see Jesus, but we know Jesus is taking people, but there's no sight of him coming. There's just talks of people disappearing, right? But that can still be disguised. That's why it's very clear that angels being released, preconditioning for UFOs and NASA seems like it was all created to hide a rapture, right? Which was been written long before any of us ever existed, long before any of these evil organizations ever existed. So it's safe to say that they could definitely be created with the purpose to hide and disguise any of God's miracles. They could hide the darkening of the sun for 3 days by having their own fake sun and just keeping it on, right?
Right, exactly.
So they're in the business of disguising Bible prophecy. And like I said, I've somewhat witnessed a lot of it happening just by looking at the people in the world, because Jesus does talk about how men shall become lovers of themselves, proud, covetous, boasters, right? I mean, look at it. Everyone's staring in the mirror, loving themselves and love with themselves.
Selfies constantly, TikTok videos.
Angels can hide prophecy,
Self-love.
but they can't hide the fact that man has lost their way and has become exactly how Jesus said. So, here we are. So Justin Saunders says they already have a fake sun. Yeah, I've spoken about the fake sun simulator. It's at least 50 years old by now because I've seen the patent for it in the 50s or the 60s or the 70s, wherever it was.
Really?
Oh,
I
yeah.
didn't know about that one. I knew about Flat Earth and like
Where they
Operation High
hide-
Jump and Operation Fishbowl, but I didn't know about any of the other ones.
Yeah, there's Operation Dominic. So Dominic goes with Fishbowl because Dominic, because they were testing the dome, and Fishbowl because Fishbowl, right? High Jump, Deep Freeze, Paperclip was when they brought like 4,000 Nazis in from
Yeah,
Germany.
I know about Paperclip.
We got to
And
look.
MK Ultra, Mockingbird, and that never even stopped. Those ones, they just stopped talking about them.
Yeah, exactly. So we're gonna go through everything from, like I told you, from the Apollo missions. Like Apollo is another name for Nimrod. That's another red flag for me. So obviously, we know the story of Nimrod. He was in the business of trying to kill God and break into heaven, which is why he built the Tower of Babel.
Right?
So he's failed because he can't do that. He's a psycho. No man can physically break into heaven. But he tried. Why did he try? Because what he knew at that time was that there was a dome above and God was just above. So he wanted to break in and go there, and it didn't work. So now we got NASA, who basically called their mission to through the dome. They called it basically Nimrod because Apollo is another name for Nimrod. And instead of failing, they succeeded because they got smart. They knew they couldn't physically destroy God, so they can spiritually do it. So now the whole world believes in the universe and believes in the floating blue ball floating through black holes and endless space with no God in sight. That's how they did it. Once you remove God spiritually, then they have full control to own you, right?
The foothold.
It's getting crazy.
Stumbling block. Stumbling block. Nimrod was a Green Day album. No wonder I don't like them.
Nimrod was a Green Day album. You're joking.
Never liked Green Day.
Nimrod was their first album.
Nimrod was their first album.
You
My
gotta
husband
be
said.
joking. This music industry is crazy.
That's disgusting. No wonder I don't like Green Day. They suck.
Wow.
Dookie was their second album, he said.
Oh my goodness.
No,
Thank you,
no,
Emma.
sorry.
So yeah, there it is.
Her Punk was their first album.
Wow. There's Nimrod, the Green Day. Why Green Day's Nimrod? Wow.
Wow.
Isn't that crazy? See, that's why we got to do this. The more we talk about this stuff, the more we find out that it's true. I've already been going on about Apollo and Nimrod, and here you go. The whole damn music industry. As we know, Green Day, very big into Aleister Crowley's teachings and the Satanic Church. It's everyone and all of them. Unbelievable. Google the Apple alien logo.
Apple alien.
Apple alien logo. Is this official?
Oh. You can see a face.
Oh yeah. So when you turn it to the side, it makes eyes. It's the grays.
Right.
Oh my goodness.
And also it looks like Horus on both sides. The way it's sitting looks like horse, and then the grays are between horse head in two directions.
I see it, and I'm getting chills inside my body looking at this now.
Oh.
Especially that one. Oh wow. How they could do this. It's incredible.
Oh, that's disgusting.
Guys, again. So wait, I'm gonna bring up Aleister Crowley and the Greys. This is crazy. We're learning and seeing.
Oh, that's a good one, J7. Thank you. That just shocked me.
Yeah, I'm shocked from that. That sent something through me. That's crazy. Okay, so now.
Oh, look at that ugly looking thing. Oh.
So look, here's this picture here. So this is the demon that Aleister Crowley was summoning, right?
Yeah.
So where I'm telling you that if for any reason, I think they'd be stupid to try and still pull this off, but they're still giving you moronic variants that people are still scared of. So these fallen angels, if this is what they look like and this entity now that Aleister Crowley summoned them in, or one of them, then this is what they're gonna pose as, these aliens. Wow. But there's only 200 of them, so I don't know how they're gonna pull this off, how the militaries have created maybe
Portals. They could pull more through.
yeah. So if there's more than just the fallen angels, who knows what they've been able to do these past 4,000 years or more? Like, yeah, they're
And don't they have like underground caverns and layers of like, I believe that David Wilcock, when I used to watch him when I was a light worker, he was talking about like 50 layers down, like 50 stories down into like a canyon somewhere in the Antarctic. They have like secret underground bases where they have like certain levels where they're doing experiments on aliens, and aliens are doing experiments on humans and stuff. So there's like actually a lot more than just 200 here. There's quite a few, and apparently they even have underwater ones, which is why they can only do research in certain areas of the ocean.
so I added the
I don't know too much about it, but this David Wilcock, the guy, and some other dude, Corey something, he said he went to the moon and he went to Mars by portals, and I don't know how much of that I believe though, because
we'll be bringing everything up. There's the hundreds of people. I definitely invite anyone to come and give us some insight onto something. True Christians in the house. They will be able to pull off the alien deception extremely easily, because 98% of the general population of every nation are sheeple.
well, that's because of the X-Files, which I was even involved in. I was a huge X-Files nerd. And Rosalind, like
I was big into Roswell. I believe Roswell.
Yeah, Roswell. Sorry, not Rosalind. Roswell.
That's what we're trying to expose.
Yes,
World-class
the god of air, right? The Prince of Air. Sorry, Prince of Air. He's the Prince of Air and the god of this world currently. Little G, not big G.
So world-class Satanist. I don't know if you really are a Satanist and if you love Lucifer or hell Satan, but
Well,
yeah,
that's interesting. I didn't even look at their name or their picture. I just was
Yeah,
reading
I
their
know.
message there. I was like,
but yeah, everyone has
Baphomet? How
maybe
original.
maybe you want to repent and choose something better than your androgynous goat. I know all about everything that you represent in Satanism, so that's why we're here exposing it, right?
Jackalope and Danny Darko and
Yeah, that's no Satanist can come on here and tell us something that we don't already know. So thank you for that.
Justin. He's laughing. Totally laughing too. I can't even believe that. That was like a trip.
In fact, you still want to support all that nonsense after everything we're exposing and telling you about it. It's just, why would anyone want to? But we're hoping you're here and learning and get out of that.
Jesus is Lord of Lords and King of Kings, the Alpha and Omega. Nothing is going to be able to beat him. He wins. The end.
Yeah, so guys, where is everyone? If anyone wants to come on quick before we end this, let me know. Did you get enough of your fix for Astroworld? Is any people still on the fence about that? Like, Stacey, are you still on the fence about Astroworld?
Nope. I was exposing that it was a portal and that it activated certain parts of the snake bite. I also was talking about today in my portals how there's a correlation between the fact that it took 40 days for Moses to get the tablets of the law. And it's strange that we also have 40 weeks until we can give birth to a baby. And then I thought, wow, that's interesting that Astroworld was birthing something as well, because with a portal, it's two ways. Something goes in, transforms or transmutes, and then something comes out. So
yeah, that's all I want. So I don't want to keep recapping the same stuff, because I get it, I see it, I shared it, and I want to move on. There's lots to go over. Thank you. Kelly22 says she's good on Astro. So yeah, we need more people. Someone here wants more Astro Angel time. What is it you've missed? I'm sure there's enough out there from my channel. But yeah, leave you can see the email, go in, send me some information, or put it in the box here if there's anything you're on the fence and need to see or know. But we're going into lots of topics here.
I think Travis Scott is in communion with fallen angels. I think that's how he knew what to like chant.
Of course, like I said, and why else? I'll show you something now. So, birds in the trap. Oh yeah, Travis Scott definitely knows about. So I've been telling you, fallen angels. We're going to show you lots of. Let me bring this up now.
Oh yeah, like come on, the symbolism is so cliche. Fallen angel, black wings, not showing his face.
This was released 2016. So there's the 216. 216 is 6 times 6 times 6 equals 216.
In the
right?
smoke there, I can see a skeleton with its mouth wide open. So there is also fortune telling in the smoke above his head. There's like the skeleton head, 2 eyes, and then the mouth is dragging down towards his
You
head.
would see that. Let me see if I can get a clearer vision of that. Some more of the smoke. So again, for anyone, we have exposed successfully that Travis Scott is working with the fallen angels.
And it also has a wing, I can see.
In the smoke. You're still looking at the smoke?
Yeah.
Okay.
Wing and a skull head with the mouth dragging down towards his head. And like almost like I can see like a cloak almost on the other side of his shoulder.
My kids, La Flame is going to be La Flaming your ass down to the La Flame of the Lake of La Flame if you don't get on board and know that La Flame is dealing with fallen angels. And that's where that trash is.
No, man, this isn't trash. This is real. They put it right in your face for a reason.
See, and the name of the album was called Birds in the Trap, Sing McKnight. So what trap? What birds in the trap? Is he talking about the fallen angels in the trap? The fallen angels in limbo? Because he knew that he was going to be the guy to release them. So do you see how it's all coming together? The album that I'm showing you is called Birds in the Trap, Sing McKnight. So that now I'm looking at it, the birds in the trap are the angels in limbo. And we've all seen Christ in limbo, the painting with the golden head and all the souls coming through it, just like compared to Astroworld. That's what limbo is. That's where the angels were sent to and trapped in to await judgment.
But in chains. That's right.
Yeah.
In the Bible, it says that.
So
chained
now
to await judgment day.
So people are asking, does Travis Scott know what he was doing? Is he a fallen angel? Was he working with the fallen angels? I'm going to tell you, yeah. Look at the album.
Yes, definitely. Absolutely. Look at it. There's a skeleton demon angel behind him as he's pretending to be cloaked as a fallen angel.
Again, thank you for putting that up there, Prince Cairo Thames. But yeah, The album is called Birds in the Trap Sing McKnight, and on the album cover, he's dressed as a fallen angel. So the birds in the trap are the fallen angels in limbo. That's it. That's honestly more truth that he knew and was chosen well in advance to release the fallen angels from limbo.
I'll get that picture and I'll draw the skeleton for you and I'll send it to you so you can see where it is. Even the wing that I see above his wing.
That is unbelievable. So yeah, that's the album cover there. So you can see some more images. But yeah, Birds in the Trap, Sing McKnight, Fallen Angels in Limbo. This is all storytelling, and there's a clear picture of the smoke for you there.
I can see it so clear though. It's strange.
Okay, yeah.
And I can even see like there's a mark in that skeleton's forehead. Actually, it doesn't even look like a skeleton in that one. It looks more like a gray alien with more human-like eyes.
I'm definitely leaning more to you being right, because now we know that everything they do is so coordinated, and all I saw was the wings and stuff, but definitely the smoke has got some kind of imagery and sigil in it to help. It's definitely a sigil.
It's occultic for sure. It's alchemy. He knows what he's doing. He knows what he's doing. It's alchemy. I used to do that in my rituals. I would pick out smoke images, and I would draw the sigils that were in the smoke, and those would be for my next ritual. Scary, but I can see it. Yeah, Kelly, I can see it too. I'm gonna get that album picture, and I'm gonna draw it out. Yeah, he is holding something in the other hand. I thought it was like his shoulder cloaked, but it might be him holding something. I can't see it very well because it is small on my screen. But I can definitely see a face. His mouth is wide open, going down towards Travis. Oh, there's something on his shoulder. The smoke is something's, maybe that's a foot. The fallen angel's foot on his shoulder. It looks like it's touching him.
I see an arm coming down, grabbing him. Yeah, it looks like an arm with claws grabbing him, like right.
Yes, see? You're right. Absolutely. One long claw right there, right near his neck.
Like holding the back of his neck. Yes, I see it. And I see the face now right over here, maybe.
That's right. There you go.
My God,
see,
I see it. And I see the shoulders and the arm grabbing him. Like, that's the force. Oh, my goodness. I can see it. There's a face there.
See? I taught you something. Now you'll be able to see more occultic symbolism in albums now with smoke.
Guys, it's too late to be scaring me like this, Stacy. What are you doing?
I'm sorry.
I'm joking. I have Jesus with me. I'm just joking. I ain't scared.
Ephesians 6. Ephesians 6.
Believe in this. None of these demonic forces can come near you. I ain't scared of nothing. But that is sick. I cannot believe, the more I'm looking at it, I can see it. It's just coming in, like grabbing him. It's so like, do this. And he's just there, like someone said, he's just a zombie, lifeless, like puppet. And that's
he is, definitely. I knew there was something to do with a fallen angel, and that's his fallen angel.
And yes, he knows. He has Duke tattooed on his chest or on his neck. So he is the Duke for the Prince of Darkness. Thank you, J7. So yeah, she's been here. We've been going through this in the videos and the lives. We've done the whole Duke and the tattoo. It's been an incredible journey. And the fact that we're here recapping it and still finding more clues that show proof that he is controlled by the fallen angels is on his album cover. It says the angels are in the trap. That's what the birds in the trap is he's dressed as a fallen angel.
And it has a bird-like claw on his neck.
Holy moly. This is more proof that the fallen angels have been released by this Travis Scott character.
I gotta see that album cover up close. I'll see more if I get it. I'll see more. Thank you, J7. I know it's hard when you're from that life, and then you see these things, and then you're trying to wake people up to the same imagery. It's so hard because they don't want to believe it, that it's right in plain sight, but it's right there if you just look.
Watchman Studios says there's a small demon right behind him, then the phoenix and the smoke. So we got some more visions of phoenixes, and yeah, the same demon behind him. I see the claws in the neck. Yeah, this is so we know that their images can show a million different stories.
And there's a sigil right on the forehead of it. I'm gonna draw that out.
Yeah, so
Not
please,
not so that people are worried about it, but the fact that it's there, it's because it implants in the subconscious and then later gets activated somehow.
it says it's a bird head, a phoenix head. All right. Well, we do know that there was the phoenix or the flapping bird, burning dove, or whatever you want to call it, but most likely a phoenix, because that's definitely more.
Phoenix, I tied into how the original imagery of phoenixes were more like a dragon in flames, and then later became a feathered phoenix bird-like thing, but originally they were feathered dragons. So another imagery of like snakes, fiery dragons, then the bird-like figure that we know now.
So yeah, I want to address this Satanist quickly.
I know what goat means.
I'll show you what goat means. Actually, let's go. I'm going to show you your idol Tom Brady. So I already know this guy's going to tell me what he thinks goat means, but I'm going to show him what goat really is. Right? So Tom Brady, big goat. Because remember, Tom Brady's the GOAT, right? So if Tom Brady's the GOAT, why is there a GOAT posing as Tom Brady on the Samuel Adams beer? Because GOAT means what that means. It means GOAT. It doesn't mean greatest of all time. It means GOAT. That's who they're summoning is the GOAT.
Right.
That's why Kylie Jenner was holding a baby lamb or goat or whatever you want to call it in a mock manger and a mock Bethlehem in a Travis Scott music video called Stop Trying to Be God, because that's exactly what they're doing, is that they're playing God. And they're fooling you, telling you that goat, call everyone the goat. That means they're the greatest of all time. But yet they make a beer and put the goat on it because Tom Brady's the greatest of all time. So why did they put a goat if goat doesn't mean goat? Yeah, and that's the
Baphomet. It just goes back to Baphomet and Baal worship.
And Baal worship, exactly. So Justin Saunders says, you think it means greatest of all time. Now pay attention and try to learn. So yeah, it doesn't mean greatest of all time. It means goat worship, Baphomet worship. It's all tomfoolery. Yeah, unbelievable. So there's your goat there. Let's remove that off the screen. Unbelievable. The smoke was wild. The smoke looks like a demon swooping down on him. Exactly. And I never noticed it until Stacy pointed it out. Unbelievable. So
yep.
Thanks, J7. Someone says goat is Mike Dean, a puppet master. Sandra Kennedy.
There's many of them though. There's many of them.
Yeah, we're doing some brilliant stuff here tonight.
Good. You should. Ephesians 6 is the one I read before bed, so I don't like worry about anything. Because sometimes when I'm doing my stuff for the next morning, I scare myself too.
That's my verse that I tie my brand to. Ephesians 6:11. Put on the whole armor of God, that ye may be able to stand against the wiles of the devil. Right? And then I'll go into, for we wrestle not against flesh and blood, but against.
And Psalms 23 is another good one, so that you're not scared to walk through the valley of the shadow of death. We all rebuke Satan, Kelly. We all do. Explain alchemy, please. So from the little bit that I learned from alchemy, you have to have certain elements involved in your rituals so that it can make a certain outcome happen. Like old alchemy, if you want like simplified, they used to say like if you put this metal and this metal you can make gold, or you put this metal and this metal and you can make diamonds or something. But in a ritual you have to have certain elements from astrological signs, vibrations of the earth, certain sigils on placed inside the ritual. You have to have all the elements of earth, air, fire, water. You have to have your oops. Am I still here? I disappeared for a second.
Oh, you're
Sorry.
here.
My my timer went on saying, "Oh, it's downtime," but I turned it off. Anyway, so during the ritual you have to have certain elements. You have to be completely open. It's better if you meditate before and empty yourself. And then during it you have to have like, I should just post one of my rituals that I did. You would see the alchemy that I used. And I learned it from Higher Realms Holistics because she used alchemy. And that's the only reason I learned about alchemy. So you have to have a lot of elements involved in a ritual for it to have a certain outcome. Like Babylon working ritual is a good alchemy ritual that they performed to conceive the Antichrist. Okay, Raven, what's your question? I'm ready.
There's a link in the comments. If anyone wants to jump in, click that link and I'll bring you in. So alchemy's bad then. Like again, it depends what you're using it for.
Yes, alchemy is bad in the fact that it just, you can't recreate God. God is the one that creates, right? And brings things to life. And alchemy says that you can be a god, right? It's just another way of being a little g.
But can alchemy also be tied in with cooking and food preparation? That's the type of alchemy.
I would say that's more chemistry. That's more chemistry. It's not alchemy. Alchemy is way more intricate.
Yeah, when
There's
you're
more,
doing
like I said, you have to have certain symbols and sigils and elements. There's a lot involved. Yes, Jesus is the Son of God. And he's my Lord and Savior. And I confess that he is the Lord of Lords and King of Kings and my Alpha and Omega.
Beautiful. Yeah. So guys, there's a link. Jump on. We still got a lot of people in here. So I put a link. It's in the YouTube chats. Jump on. You know, let's keep this going while we can. I might have to quickly go get some more water. Let me see. I'll put a video on actually. Yeah, I can do that. So let me find something quickly. Oh, I got a great video I want to show you guys that I made. So again, we're gonna bring it up. Oh, this thing's still playing here. My channel. Sorry, can you see me? Okay, let me just show you so you can see me. Yeah. So many videos. I wanted to show which one is it.
As it was in the days of Noah, so it will be at the coming of the Son of Man. In those days before the flood, they were eating and drinking, marrying and giving in marriage up to the day that Noah entered the ark. They did not know until the flood came and carried them all away. So will it be also at the coming of the Son of Man. 2 men will be left out in the field. One will be taken and one will be left. 2 women will be grinding at the mill. One will be taken and one will be left. Therefore, stay awake, for you do not know on which day your Lord will come. Be sure of this. If the master of the house had known the hour of night when the thief was coming, he would have stayed awake and not let his house be broken into. So too, you also must be prepared, for at an hour you do not expect the Son of Man to come.
Exactly. So I made that, making sure I I put the spaceships in there to give a visual of what it might look like as the Bible verses go in there, because we've been warned. Chrome Hearts, we got Chrome Heart comments here. Watchman. Oh, Stacy, someone wants you to tell them where your Facebook is. I'm just going to show them your Facebook right now.
Okie dokies.
So much information. So, scan Facebook on this. Stacy. Man. Just make sure. Let me just close up some of these windows. This Apple logo, you see that? Crazy. Like seeing it.
And it's strange that there's a bird there too. Like the demon phoenix looking thing on his album cover. Strange.
There's a whole Stacy's. One can see that. Yeah, Stacy's great. So there you go, Allison. There's Stacy's link right there. I'm just going to quickly see some more comments. Eating up the loosh. Jesus is God manifested in the flesh. I truly believe that. Raven Brown. Raven, I'm here. You know, there's a lot of people with a lot of questions. Wait, you guys can hear me? I heard a sound. Where is that sound coming from? So she needs the truth. Tell Watchman what? Someone tell Watchman, please. We want no confusion here, only the truth. Exactly. So bring it up and we'll go through it. Oh, don't be talking to this guy. World-class Satanist. Well, that's a troll. So it's probably the first troll we've had up in here. And nothing more hardcore than... It looks like they made that account just to come on here and be a troll, right? World-class Satanist with the Baphomet head. I'm like, okay. Yeah, you really went hard to make that account just to show up on this.
Oh, he's really showing us.
Yeah, so everyone wants to know what Raven's question is. Too much stuff. So I'm going to get more prepared. If anyone wants to help out with the show and join the team and become a real crusader, I'll make you a friggin' commander or a captain or a sergeant, whatever we all are. I'm not getting all these comments in real time. Yeah, I'm streaming this to Twitter, YouTube, and Facebook. I haven't really seen any comments from Twitter show up. I don't really use Twitter much. So there we go. So in a future stream, would it be possible to explain the Book of Enoch and how it explains biblical cosmology, the firmament, the movements around that? Yeah, for sure. I know you asked me that before. I've seen that comment. So again, there's a lot of people that still want Astroworld, and I have to give it to them because it's the big one. They're not going to wake up to anything else if they can't wake up to Astroworld, right? So I definitely want to. You already know me. I'm big. I know. I love the firmament and the flat earth, and I want to make sure everyone sees it and loves it just as much as I see it and love it. So I'll be making sure to compile all the information. The Book of Enoch for sure. The Bible has more than enough that you don't even need the Book of Enoch, but I'll bring it in there too to make sure it's all connected and falling into place, right? Yeah, here's another troll. There is no ranks. I just Satan it off, you know, whatever makes you feel comfortable. We're all equal crusaders in God's army here. That's what the resistance is. The logo is the same for everyone. So, you know, even me. So, yeah. World-class Satanist is interested in the truth. I know you are. That's why you're here. You don't have to make a fake account just to come on here and pretend to be a troll, but you're really looking for
If you
truth.
want to know the truth, man, Jesus is Lord.
Yeah.
Lucifer ain't nothing compared to Jesus. Jesus is going to incinerate Satan and throw him in the lake of fire. That's the truth.
Oh, we got someone on. So, first of all, Sean Zander, we do see your comments. And now we're going to bring on Tanya. Good evening, Tanya. Oh, Tanya's muted. Unmute. Oh, so you're muted, Tanya, so we can't hear you. But you're here. Yeah, everyone's welcome. Ask questions. That's why I'm keeping this going. Ask questions. Tanya, if you want to unmute your mic and chat. Okay, she's done now. Yeah, that sounds amazing, the flat earth stuff. Yes, Angel Time. I'll be getting into that. I do have a lot of info on the secret transgenders. So, oh, that's a big one. When you guys see what I got with that and who I can expose.
I'm interested in that one.
Yeah, that one, that's what's gonna get me booted off the whole freaking internet. Wow.
I'm getting booted for just exposing symbolism in like regular
True.
New Age.
My buddy Joseph's been booted a number of times just for talking about numbers. So listen, I want to make sure I get all the other stuff that's not going to get me booted out first. And then when everyone says, yeah, I see the flat earth and yeah, I believe the angels, then I'm going to be like, all right, let's get kicked off. I'm going to show you everything live. We're going to dissect all these friggin' gender benders from way back in the past to Alexander the Great of Macedonia.
Ooh.
To Queen Elizabeth I, the Virgin Queen. I wonder why she's a Virgin Queen and couldn't have babies. Then Queen Victoria. Then Victoria's Secret. I wonder what Victoria's Secret is. You guys are gonna learn everything. So, whoo!
Sounds
Guys,
very intricate and exciting.
good luck trying to find that on the internet now. And I found this out back in 2018, so it was like 2 years before the mass blackout and censorship. So, if anyone absorbed enough info, because I knew the blackout was coming, it was me, and I can't wait to just go hard and just, I'm going to break the internet with this truth. So it's coming. It's coming.
I'm going to look into that, considering I can always do a revision of my portals exposure video. I'll look into that too.
Yeah, very interesting. Very interesting stuff to go through. We're trying our best to focus on the matters at hand immediately. Like, we can talk about some of that stuff anytime. But again, Astroworld is helping wake a lot of people up, and so many have woken up because of it. And we're gonna, like someone already said, I think Keith came on earlier, said, yeah, talk about Astroworld, but teach people about Jesus. And that's exactly what we're doing. You know, whoever wants to be free from that demonic realm and save themselves from going to wherever this limbo is and entering the beast's mouth, then yeah, don't do it. We're exposing it and sharing how to get saved. Not send, what is this? Lucifer is the Prince of Powers. Yeah, you guys are all learning. I like seeing how everyone's aware of certain things. The secret is they are all dudes. Yeah, there's FTMs and then there's MTFs, right? So all first ladies of the United States in the White House were all first men or dudes or boys, because no man dresses like that. So yeah. And Barbara Bush was actually the daughter or son of Aleister Crowley. So Aleister Crowley got into the White House and no one ever even knew it.
I know that there's like a prime minister of, I think it's either Austria or one of those EU places that's the granddaughter of Hitler.
Oh yeah, they're all related and they're all in power, no matter how evil. Even Vlad the Impaler. That's like even the Queen is related to these satanic people. It's like, what? How did we let these people become rulers of all of our lives and nations when we know that they got ties and blood relations to vampires and Satanists, right? So I'm going to show you some Barbara Bush and how she is Aleister Crowley's kid, right?
She's scary looking anyway, like her eyes alone, like.
So yeah,
I couldn't even look at her pictures. Like when she's just standing beside him, I'm just like, she's horrifying. You can tell she went through some ritualistic abuse when she was a kid.
I see a dude here still, but once you see them side by side,
Ugh,
they're the same face. Like we'll
and
find.
the neck. Ugh.
Oh, these people are creepy. Yes. Oh, look at the eyes. Oh my goodness.
Bug
yeah.
eyes.
So George W. Bush was married to the child of the most evil person in modern history. And so we let the most evil person in modern history, who wrote the satanic Bible and the magic book and admitted to all his rituals and pedophilia and babies and stuff, we let him get his bloodline into power, into the modern day Babylon, the throne that is the White House. This is crazy, and that's how it's proved that these politicians all practice these rituals, right? And they're all doing
Fact
it. Right?
checker.
This whole
Boo.
that's why the whole Epstein and the Ghislaine Maxwell trial is going on, because it is going to prove that these people did do all this stuff and are Satanists. But by the time people find out and they announce it, it's going to be like too late. They're going to announce it like minutes before rapture, pretty much. You know what I mean? And they'll be like, yeah, so we're all evil. We've all been drinking blood from babies. And then boom, rapture happens, chaos on earth, new order. No, like that's how it's going to happen. And that's why they waited this long to announce that they're evil, because no one ever raised any red flags. A lot of us knew, but it never went to anything. And now it's happening. People are still giving it their time and day when, like I said, it's done. We know now, like, you really need the courts and CNN to tell you these people are evil. Come on. Absolutely disgusting. And that's it. Oh, don't even get me started with those two. So I'm going to show you some.
Michelle Obama is Michael Owen or whatever.
Michael, yeah. So I'm going to show
He
you.
even said, my husband Mike, I mean my wife Michelle, on national television. He called him my Mike. Called him by his name. And the woman actually came out and said that she was their nanny, that she was actually the original mother of his two daughters.
See, everyone knows. Exactly, not things, knows, except
It's a no. Like the person, Mike, literally had like, bulges certain times when he was like sitting and standing. Kind of hard to hide that.
we've all seen it. We've all seen the pictures from back in the day. I'll show you some more just so you know it's not all.
And didn't what's her face? Joan River or whatever, didn't she say Michelle's a man and then she died?
Like everyone knows. Yeah, look at this. Oh my goodness. These people are gross.
Like her arms alone say it.
I know. I'm gonna teach you all. So like I said, I already know everything to do about the gender bending. So I'm gonna show you the signs to look for. There's the digit ratio. So each man and woman are physically, genetically different. No matter what the regular schools are trying to tell you and the science that we're all the same, but we have 57 different genders. That's nonsense. We are all different. Our skeletons are different. Our heads, our skulls alone, like you don't even need flesh on the skull to tell the difference between which one is male, which one is female. We have jaws. Men have a mandible. So we have a big, like that's why it's called mandible. Women have Women have a curved, sloped jaw, right? I know there's exceptions. Some women have the wide jaw, and like these are exceptions. But man and woman are different. Men have the boxy, wide, like jaw, and you can feel the mandible, and women don't have that. And then you look at the hands, digit ratio, right? So a man's hand, like you got to look at the ring finger. Women's hands are different. Their index fingers like a lot bigger than. Wait, that's your index. Hold on, that's my middle finger. So my ring finger, there's a difference. I'll get to it, but you can tell by the hands, the digit ratio, the ring finger is the same size as the woman's middle finger, like that, but the men's is different, right? You can just see the difference. Then there's the hips. There's the Adonis belts. Men have Adonis belts. Women don't have Adonis belts. Women have like round curves, like a pear shape. Men are just straight up and down, right? So there's so many, all these Victoria's Secret models that are just straight up and down toothpicks. That's not women. They don't have wombs. They might look like women, but they're not, right? So I'm going to show you everything.
Hips don't lie.
Exactly. And that's why that's why the Brazilian butt lift has become this mass surgery now, because everyone wants big booty, because that's all the Chinese trying to hide that they're trannies. Trust me. That's why there's a surgery to cover everything, and these surgeries have been around. It's only just been slowly released to us regular slaves, right? Like a lot of this, the software and the machines that we have, like Photoshop. Photoshop's not new. Photoshop's been around for like 200 years, right? The government's been using it in the history to doctor all their photos, to fake you've been using Photoshop to fake construction of the buildings that never really happened, and I can expose that for you. So all the fake construction photos of these buildings that they say were built in the 1800s, I'll bring them up right now, and I'll show you that they were all photoshopped, right? I got the proof. We're going to go through that. So nothing that we have is new. They've had it for hundreds of years before us. TV, internet, radio, Photoshop, video editing. Like, they've been selling us crap before we even knew about editing and Photoshop. They've been doing it on us, right? That's why we got to this point. But they give it to us at the end. So when Judgment Day comes, Satan can say, yeah, I gave them all the tools. I gave them the truth. I showed it to them. Yeah, they had 2 minutes to process it, but I did give it to them. That's how the devil works. We get some more comments up. We got people have been commenting all night. Thousands of comments. So someone's asking you something, Stacy. J7 says, do you have that clip about Obama?
Oh man, I wish you could just do a YouTube search, because you used to be able to just pull it up on YouTube.
Or is it the asking? Is the one with the Joan Rivers?
Is it the Joan Rivers one, or is it Obama saying my mic during like one of his speeches? Because I believe that Alex Jones was the first one to show that, and the whole clip, it was pretty. Like, he even goes, I mean, Michelle.
That's a Chromebook with built-in virus protection, so you can click with confidence.
Sorry, guys. So I'm going to bring up some Joan Rivers here, just so we can just get everything out there that we were mentioning, because it helps. So yeah, that's good. I can bring that up here. Is this the right one? Did I click the right one?
She's like running into her house or something, into a building when she says it.
It looks like they've removed it all off of YouTube. You can't find it.
That one there.
This one?
Yeah.
Comedian Joan Rivers dies. Did they show it on the news? No, they didn't show it.
I don't think they would show it on that on regular news. But I believe that was the clip that she says it in. She's like walking into a building.
Oh yeah, I seen it, but yeah, look how they're not making it. Joan Rivers, Obama, let me see if this clip. Yeah, this is it.
Yeah, You made a ton of news officiating the wedding in New York yesterday. Is this like a new cottage career move for you?
I'm so excited.
Okay.
And I should do very well because I don't charge.
And do you think that the country will see the United States will see the first gay president or the first woman
We already
president?
have it with Obama, so let's just calm down.
Got it.
You know Michelle is a trans.
I'm sorry, she's a what?
A transgender. We all know.
Oh my gosh.
There's the 6'6".
It's okay. She does the
You got someone
And then she died. You don't talk bad about Mike.
Yep, 606 for your 66, right? So the 66 was there. So we're gonna bring on Leah. Wait, Leah, you were here earlier, no?
Yeah. I told you I'm gonna come back.
Leah's back. Welcome back. I can't believe we're still going. If you guys want to give me 2 seconds, you guys can hold up the chat for 2 seconds, and I'll be back. You've been watching it though. We've been busting out the information. Like none of this is planned. This is a live show. It's all about Astroworld and what's connected to it. And
I have you guys on my TV, and it's a total delay. It's so funny. I'm like, oh my god.
Everything people in this world.
Yeah, you guys are talking about something totally different. Got Joan River or whatever, right? What was that? Yeah. Where'd he go?
He went to get some water, I believe.
Oh, okay.
So how's your night going?
Pretty good. I had a friend over. Yeah, he's kind of still a little bit brainwashed, kind of trying to work on him, trying to get him to wake up a little bit, I mean, people on here were talking about the whole lizard thing. What do you think about that?
Lizard thing?
How, how they, are
like
the race of, I think it's
body
like,
snatchers?
Well, no, like they, I guess they did a poll and I think it's 3% of the world believes it's true.
That the elite are lizards? Well, it could be. I mean, they are of the bloodline of Cain, and Cain was conceived by a snake dragon thing, so could be true. We wouldn't know. They have such great technology. I've seen how they can make somebody look like somebody else just with makeup.
Really? Oh yeah,
maybe.
I know. Yeah, the Halloween ones, and the girls wear. Yeah, they make someone. Whoa, what is? But yeah, I don't know, because it's weird, because I've seen some even newscasters. I've seen the videos, and they've got there's these little dots, on their face. And I mean, I know that but some of them are new. Some of them are new videos when they had way better. And I mean, come on, this is the Hollywood. They have way better, phone technology than us. And there's these dots on their face, and then they start to look like they're straight up they look like a lizard. They look like, or maybe not. Maybe it's, I don't know. And then have you seen the videos of the guys that the NBA stars basically only really? They stop for a second, and they're
they freeze, and it's they're frozen in time.
Yeah,
they don't even blink. Creepy. They don't even breathe. It's weird.
Yeah, I know. I'm
that fake freeze. I know what you guys are talking about.
I think you had a video about it, or maybe not. Maybe somebody else. There's this other really good channel that I watched called the Impossible Channel or whatever. And he's a guy from Brazil, or I don't know if he lives here now, but yeah, he has a lot of really crazy videos that are really, I mean, I'm just once I started watching that, I was just now I really believe
the glitches with celebrities. And even Katy Perry saying, I don't feel well, master, and then she faints on stage.
Remember Wendy Williams had recently, that Wendy Williams character had a complete freeze, had a meltdown, had a glitch. They're all just
she's like
flickering.
And then Hillary Clinton too. Hillary Clinton, she's like this. And then
Or
the chick next to her.
oh.
No, they're possessed, man. 100%.
Yeah, that was creepy,
I mean,
man. And then there's the chick next to her is like this with her
we
too.
just start talking about this, like how we're talking about it, because people just talked about it before, like, oh, are they possessed? And then they're not serious. But no, we got to be like, no, this is real possession. We're
Yeah.
witnessing it happening on a mass scale now. No one's safe. No one, whether you took the juice or not, demons are
No one
coming.
believes. No one wants to, because no one wants to speak out and say that, hey, something's going on, and that's obvious. But I mean, to be blind to it. I mean, come on. Somebody said sheeple on here. I'm like, yeah, sheeple. It's true. What do you think about Trump, though?
I don't like the name sheeple. I don't like it because we're supposed to be the sheep of Jesus. He's our shepherd.
Yeah.
I don't like people calling people sheeple.
Yeah, I don't like it. I think it was probably somebody just trolling or whatever. But I mean, but you know, what do you think about Trump, though? Because my roommate, he's right here next to me, but he's like kind of sleeping right now. But he met Trump. You know what I mean? And he said he was nice and normal. But I mean, this was years and years ago when he was like young. You know what I mean? So, but I mean, I don't know. What do you think, that he was a good guy, or do you think he was in all this? Or?
I was in 2016, just as the awakening was going on, and I was still, you know, whatever, normal.
Mm-hmm.
I was all pro-Trump. And
Yeah.
for me, no, you already know the whole world was against Trump because the media were bashing him.
I think that might be a sign that he's good, though, right? Since the whole world was against him.
Fake. It was so fake. I bought into
it was very decoy.
Yeah,
classic diversion.
He's the seventh king, and it's purposely, because in the Bible it says that the sixth and the eighth king is one of the same person, and he will be the Antichrist. And the way they have Obama portrayed and then have Trump immediately after or whatever, just looks very purposely driven, because in the Bible says that the Antichrist will be someone that someone loves and adores, right? Trump isn't that person that anyone loves and adores.
No. So you think that maybe he was a good guy, or no?
Bush, it's not Clinton. The only one of the 8 presidents that everyone ever adored was Obama.
Yeah.
And who's still in the news daily, constantly? Obama's having dinner at this place. I'm like, why are you talking about the ex-president? Like, get out of here. They're still
in
the news for a reason.
Yeah, he's, you know, I don't know. I mean, I just thought it was kind of strange because my grandma even was talking bad about him. And, you know, my grandma has some serious, you know, she's, I mean, I love her, bless her, but I'm saying she kind of, you know, she's a little bit, you know, brainwashed in some parts, you know, but she's like hated him, and like most old people hated him. And I was just kind of like,
to expose him, sorry, Leah, the easiest way to expose him is the way I'm going to do it. The same way we just showed you Obama and Michael Obama and how Michelle's a dude. Guess who else is a dude? Melania Trump was born a boy. So if I don't I'll bring up some pictures right now. Even Trump's exes were all dudes too. So he's always been married to men. So once you see that, he falls in line with all the rest, no matter what character he plays. He's the apprentice, he's the mogul, the billionaire. No, he's a Satanist that does the same rituals as all of them. He's married to fraud. I'm going to show you Melania Trump. I'm going to show you some pictures. You're going to see.
And so Trump was a good guy, or was he like kind of like
controlled op, I believe.
Okay, yeah.
Definitely.
There's a video of him like on the ground, like doesn't even, like, he looks like a straight up.
QAnon was a total psyop.
Yeah.
Completely.
Yeah. I mean, what do you mean emails and all these things? It's like, I think that was somebody, maybe one of their workers, trying to, like, you know, expose them, and like just expose them for something very small, just to kind of like let it get out there. I think that's kind of what that was. I think you're right. It was probably like a diversion from the fact that somebody wanted to expose them. You know what I mean? I don't know, maybe.
Obama.
Yeah, Duke. Yeah, exactly.
Hilarious. That is hilarious. Duke was in on that one. But yeah, back to Joseph even showing you some.
Obama bin Laden.
So Trump's book, The Art of the Deal, equals 888. His name, Donald J. Trump, equals
Oh, okay.
888. Beast System equals 888. Freemason equals 888. I'm sure ritual sacrifice also equals 888. So I was just looking at
And
888.
it's crazy how there's 8 people that in the 8 flames of Astroworld.
Exactly.
You know?
And did you see the Revelation 8:8 connection?
Yeah, I've read that
Revelations
one.
8:8. Yeah, that was crazy.
Isn't that wild? I'm going to bring it up again quickly because I have it all open. So Revelation 8:8. It's all right here. It's on the screen. Can you guys see
Got a
that?
delay again.
There we go. Let me move.
Oh, there we go.
Sorry.
Great mountain burning with fire, cast
Oh,
into the sea, and the third part of the sea became blood.
That's a big
Oh, that's just chilling.
Isn't
There is
that
a
massive?
mountain in his imagery. There was
yeah.
fire, the portal, and then people died. So like
Wait,
innocent blood in a
Stacy,
sea of people.
not only does it say
Wow.
mountain burning with fire, it has it's Revelation 8:8, not Revelation 1:3, not Revelation 8:7, 8:8. Okay, that's
Yeah.
like double down on the eights for this one, right? And they pulled it off because I keep saying we're in Revelation. The Astroworld just full out went Revelation 8:8 with the mountain burning with fire, with the 8 flames and the 8 deaths, right? And everything is the Infinity 8 logo right now. The metaverse is a sideways 8. The Canadian
Oh my
love
gosh. Yeah.
symbol.
I was gonna ask you
The
about that.
Kundalini, Ouroboros,
Yes, everything is this 8.
DNA,
Yeah.
The metaverse and the blood coming together.
the phallus of Baphomet, and
Yes.
even the medical symbol, which is Hermes'
Yeah.
staff.
Yeah. And also it's also for giving blood. That's
And
why I never
even
gave blood because I
they
mean I want to give blood. I want to be a good person, but I mean, you know.
No, they want your blood so they can put you in the metaverse, right? Like the
Yeah,
logos
exactly.
are
And then my
identical.
mom is a donor. She's gonna donate her organs. I'm like, Mom.
Like how else can they connect you to a metaverse that is like a matrix? How else can they put you in there? Like if you watch the movie Matrix, the only way they can put you in there is by attaching stuff to your physical self, putting metal on you or in you so they can plug you in.
Mixing iron with clay.
How are they gonna plug you into
Iron and clay. Wow.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
why
We were made from clay. The Bible says that we were made from. That's how He made us, was from clay off the ground or whatever, right? I mean, am I wrong about that?
And he warned us against mixing iron and clay in Revelations, not to mention that on the dream that I believe it was Nebuchadnezzar had, that Daniel interpreted for him, the feet of the statue was made from iron and clay.
Huh. Oh yeah, I remember my pastor did one on that. Did a sermon on that. Yeah. He didn't say that much about what that meant, but yeah, I remember he said that. Yeah.
Always you have to try to interpret scripture with scripture and compare scripture with scripture, because it kind of tells its own story.
But don't just, I mean, it's good to just open the Bible, but it's kind of not, because if you're not, like, you have to, like, be reading, I think, chapter by chapter, you know? Because if you just open the Bible up, then you don't know, you know, like, because you can't memorize all of it, you know? I mean, you try, but it's a really long book. So, I mean, but I opened it
I've
one
read
time.
it cover to cover at least once. I'm on my second way through now, and I know it pretty good.
Yeah.
So I know, but I have like a memory thing where I can.
It's not. It's.
I
Really
have a
hard
memory thing where I can remember everything I read and see. So.
Oh yeah, you must have what's it called? Photographic memory then, yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, I thought I had that, but I don't think I do. But I think I was just being boastful. But yeah, the
yes, Baphomet is a goat, but his phallus is the symbol of Hermes' staff, and also Kundalini awakening, and the Ouroboros, and DNA spiraling, and serpent from the Garden of Eden, Satan, the old serpent dragon from Revelations. It all leads right back to the same thing. And even the fact that
Yeah.
when we see like depictions of Satan, he's always like a scaly thing. There you go. See the phallus
Yeah,
right
we were
there.
we were talking about that when you went to get water. We were saying how I was asking what she thinks about, the whole lizard thing, and like 3% of the population believes that, that lizards control the government and the media. What do you think about that? I just wanted your opinion on that because I kind of believe it. I mean, I kind of think it might be true.
On lizards.
Uh-huh.
Oh, that's that's part of what they wish. You know what I mean? So don't let their wishes and their goals to become a lizard influence your thoughts, because that's not true. The only thing that ever makes them seem lizardy is the demon possession. They
Okay.
wish, but a lot of these people have been sold on a lie, because these fallen angels had to manipulate and lie to each and every one of them to get them to serve them, no matter whether they're Hamites or part of the bloodline or not. They still had to be deceived, and
Yeah.
that's what they do.
Yeah, you
So,
can't just be born into it and think that you're not
so they
gonna.
deceive them. They sell them on riches and fame, which they have, and they sell them
Okay.
on. And they sell them on this. Oh, you'll be like young forever and immortal and indestructible. But guess what? That the only way that makes happen is if they do these rituals. You drink the adrenochrome. It only lasts like 5 minutes, and they have to keep doing the rituals to get that effect, and then it just becomes a cycle, and they get trapped in it, right? So, and they don't
Yeah.
become lizards. They don't become fantastic superheroes. They become nothing but lifeless vessels with the soul just leaking out into hell, right? And that's
Wow.
it.
And that's probably what the glitches are then. Is that what you think?
Look at them. Look at Johnny Depp. Look at any of these world's sexiest people when they were in their prime. Look at them now. That they barely hit 50 and they crumble into a million pieces, right? If they don't have surgery, some Botox, and all the world's best stylists like constantly tinkering at them, they
Yeah,
look
look
like
at Goldie
hot
Hawn.
men.
I mean, she's definitely, she didn't get any surgery or anything. That's awesome.
Who?
But yeah, Goldie Hawn, no, she didn't get any of those Botox things,
Yeah.
but I mean, I think she got in her lips definitely. But I mean, other than that, I don't think she did because she aged like a normal age.
Look at Cher. Cher's what, 80, 90? Still looks like
Yeah,
she's 35, right?
I
So
know.
that's
That's
not right. It's not normal. Yeah, it's
no.
impressive, but we know by now, but they're not doing no fancy health diet and working out at the gym. They're just sucking on the blood of the innocent, right?
What
So
about Madonna? She's looking strange.
she's looked strange 20 years ago. Like when she was dressed up
Yeah.
as a girl.
She just goes and kisses somebody at the
Yeah, she was
the
kissing
music
she
awards.
was
She's like,
trying
let
to
me
be
just
young.
kiss you, like.
When she was kissing the Aguileras and the Britney Spears like 20, almost 30 years
Oh,
ago.
she's
She was,
definitely
Oh, gross.
she's pushing the gay.
she
She
was
was
hideous.
definitely.
She was
Yeah, she
thin,
was
hideous
pushing the
black
gay
eyes.
agenda and stuff like that. I think is what it was, and the
Her
bisexual.
furry little boy has always been gross. So yeah,
Yeah.
that's the mess. So this is part of the enemy. This is part of the image of the beast. So this is part of the androgyny. So this is part of how there's so many different sexes in the world, and this is why, because it's part of the
And
health
he's
system.
wearing pants, and that my church they didn't like if you wore pants.
So notice he's doing the as above, so below. Notice the crescent moon, which is very relevant in many religions, many flags like China or Morocco or Saudi Arabia. So there's a lot of crescent moon worship, like Eid. So for example, in Islam, they worship Eid, which is all to do with this moon. And guess what Eid spells backwards?
See, no,
Die.
see, die.
Eid.
Oh, Eve,
E-I-D is the
E-I-D,
religious
Eve.
holiday.
Die. That's
Yeah.
right.
You said Eve or something. Okay,
Eid.
die. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
So,
what live spells backwards? Evil.
yeah, exactly. Like Live Nation is Evil Nation with organized.
Oh, what? I didn't think of that. Wow. Yeah.
Yeah.
I have a theory, and it's actually pretty kind of impressed with myself about this one. This is the whole reason I joined. I just want to tell you this real quick. Okay, so I think that it was so he didn't do a deal with the Travis Scott didn't do a deal with the deal for his, like, he doesn't have to come and take his soul. what he did is he gave up 8 souls. You know what I'm saying? So that he could have the, he wouldn't have to give up his soul. So he wouldn't have to die and go to the bad place. He gave up 8 people, and he probably had this idea in his mind and went to, who with this idea in mind. That's my theory.
8 people, that like
Yeah.
30 to 40 people have officially been plus dead now. Like 8 was never the kill count. I don't know why. Maybe that was their offering. Maybe that's what they had to have.
It's been 30 people already now.
I think it was just a code. They like to do codes in the news.
Revelation 8:8, but they can't put because it wouldn't match.
It was like it was like a code thing. Yeah.
They're telling the code, right? They're telling codes to the fallen angels of what part of what they're doing is complete and whatnot. I've noticed that they use a lot of coding in the news with numbers and even certain phrases that don't even make sense sometimes.
Okay, you want to talk about? Maybe look at Joseph's comment. I'm going to take you straight to his Facebook because he's the master decoder. He sees what it really is, which is the numbers, the lies, the nonsense. So if you want to see the news stories and Carl Rittenhouse all exposed thanks to Joseph, as you can see here. So there's a Stanley Ann Dunham. There's the hand in the name, right? Obama, the Antichrist. Obama, all equals this number. So so you'll see. I'm reading the story, even from sports. So Bruce Arians is in the news. Buccaneers coach Bruce Arians says Antonio
Vaccination. Oh my gosh, vaccination. Wow.
Yeah. Look at his name.
I still don't know what the mark of the beast is.
Aryans is what the Germans were trying to accomplish with eugenics.
Aryan race. Yeah, Aryan race.
It was the Aryan race that Admiral Byrd spoke of, that he supposedly spoke to.
Oh yeah, have you seen? Have you heard his speech? Oh my gosh, his speech is amazing, and he was, yeah. Have you heard his speech? Or was it Admiral Byrd? It was another person that did a really good speech. And then he died. He was JFK's speech says a lot about this kind of stuff. Says a lot of really good things he said in there. He said he was the one that talked about the other map, and the flat Earth and stuff. He actually talked about that, and then right after that, I think he got assassinated.
So there's more wings.
Speech.
Sorry, there's some more wings symbolism, fallen angels. I showed you the Baphomet. You see the black wings there.
Yeah, and that's in the remember the at the concert. There's people were saying they were drones or whatever you were saying, but no, they're not drones. You can tell that looks just like ISIS or whatever, right? I mean,
so look, there's Travis Scott posing with the black Baphomet wings.
I mean, come on, people that don't believe this, come on, wake up. I mean, wake up.
Can you go back to the album cover and then Baphomet for a second? And can you close in on the smoke again?
Oh yeah, I want to see that too. Yeah, I wonder.
And then go back to Baphomet for a second and close in on his head.
Sorry, that thing's in the way. How do I get that off?
The smoke is the head. Yeah, right.
Oh, it's Baphomet head. There you go.
Yep. You're so right. Oh my gosh.
That's disgusting.
Look at that. Turn it sideways. If you turn Baphomet's head sideways.
And
his wing right there.
Oh,
and then there's like a bird claw in his neck.
So he's right behind him. You see his little things on his the little wrinkles on his face, on his head. Right there? Is that what you're talking about? Or is it upside down?
So here I see
it's kind of sideways. I see a wing behind a wing, and then I see a face, and there's something on the head. I can see like an image on the forehead of that smoke thing.
Me too, yeah. Like almost looks like I don't know. And then there's something right next to him too.
Yeah, wow. I'm trying to figure out if that's his arm or if that's his It looks like he's holding something, like she said. He's holding it like this.
Yeah.
Beside his head.
Yeah. Oh, and there's a hand on him right next to his head. Yeah,
Yeah.
there's like
Yep.
a hand.
A claw. That's
A
right.
claw. Mm-hmm. Oh, that's so creepy. Wow, I can't believe we just saw that right now.
Look
That's
right
crazy.
there. That's an
I
eye.
see it. I see the I see it right there.
There's
What
a
you're saying right
nostril,
there.
The
nostril.
wolf.
There's horns. There's horns, and there's the Baphomet head. That's what I see right here. If you can
I
He has
see
see
a
that
wolf's
too
head.
right there too.
eyes, horns.
Wow.
Crazy.
Yeah, these people are showing you who they serve and who they work for. And this album is called Birds in the Trap, which is angels in limbo who are trapped and no longer trapped because they've been released.
Oh,
This-
so the trap doesn't mean what we think it means, huh? Doesn't
No,
mean.
especially if he's
Yeah.
dressed as a fallen angel. So the birds in the trap, if it was birds, then he'd be dressed as a bird, but he's dressed as a fallen angel. So the
Oh,
people,
I just got the chills. Wow.
yeah, the birds in the trap are the fallen angels, and they came through the Astroworld portal. This is what all this has led up to, all the
Yeah, now we
information,
have.
the codes.
I mean, do you
We're
think that there's already some of them here, or do you think that he let them in, and now there's the only
No,
time
one
they've ever
or
been
two
here?
of them,
Or?
it doesn't matter. If he released one, that one has the power to release the rest, right? So they're
Okay.
basically all here, and they're going to perform some kind of end of days deception scenario, anything to manipulate what God's going to do. They're going to hijack the rapture if that's what's going to happen.
Wow, I'm glad I'm saved.
And informed, because the deception,
Yeah.
anyone that doesn't see this right now is just gonna, is how can we ever get them to see this? And the time is running out. Look how fast this year went. Look how fast last year went. So,
Oh my gosh, yeah, 2020 was a weird thing, man.
yeah, 2020. I mean, we didn't have time to reflect on 2020. We don't even have time to reflect on 2021. Both 2 years just flew by.
Oh
And
yeah,
now
I was noticing that too. I'm like, why is time going by so fast? I
I'll show
just
you why
turned
time
25.
goes by fast.
I mean,
I'm
this
gonna
is
show you.
ridiculous.
So I'm going to bring you to Matthew 22, 24, or 24, 22. I'll soon know, because I already gone over this. No, it's 24, 22. Sorry. I don't know why I always do that. So, can you all see that?
And except those days should be shortened. Whoa, there should no flesh be saved, but the elect's sake, those days shall be shortened. Wow. So that's basically talking about that the days are shorter, that time's going by fast. Maybe that's probably what that is. Yeah.
For everything that has happened, from Astroworld to any event, I'm able to bring it up and show you word for word. It's in here in the Bible. Just like
Wow.
Revelation 8:8 with the fire mountain, right? Come on.
Yeah.
How many, if you can't wake up with that, that's enough. So in the Bible it says that the time shall be shortened. And I experienced time being shortened at least 2-3 years ago now.
Yeah.
I remember
Me too.
growing up, I remember counting seconds as a kid, learning time, and seconds was slow. It was one.
So slow. I mean, and
two,
I don't think that's because I think that my mom told me that like when you get to be 30, it goes by really fast. But
4,
I'm not even there yet.
Now it's just 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Yeah.
When you watch the countdown on New Year's, just 10 seconds ago, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6.
I know, you noticed that? Oh my god, I was like, wait, what? The countdown's already done? What? I remember when every single year, my mom would be, like we'd talk to each other on the phone if I wasn't with her, and it would be a long time. It'd be like, oh my gosh, when is the New York countdown going to be done? You know what I mean? But no.
I've seen and experienced all of the Bible prophecies happen, even the days of darkness. 2 years ago, I made the video about the fake sun because I knew that the skies were being chemtrailed like crazy, to the point that they were blanketing the sky, that we could no longer see the blue sky, because they've been working up there, creating this madness and hiding it as it follows. I found images from around the world of 2 suns, because some parts of the Middle East or parts of the world,
Oh, yeah, you saw that too. Oh my god. Yeah,
they
that's
caught.
I thought nobody knew about that. There's 2 suns. Yeah.
NASA has one following the other one.
Okay.
God said he's going to
What could
darken
that
the
be?
sun.
What is that?
The tribulation is there's going to be 3 days of darkness, right?
Okay.
But they don't want you to know that Bible prophecy is true, so they're going to hide the 3 days of darkness. So when God makes it dark, they're going to turn the lights on and keep it on, so we'll never know.
Yeah.
That's what they do. They hide Bible prophecy.
Yeah. Well, how come the Christians don't know that read their Bible? I mean, I don't.
Because they've been brainwashed. Because the preachers and the pastors in the church are not telling them these Bible verses. There's so much in the Bible. I can open it up onto any page, tell you I'm a preacher, and be like, whereas I have not dwelt in any house since the time that I brought up the children of Israel. And then that's it. The people go home and be like, yeah, I was in church today. And that's it. They can read any verse and not the ones that are relevant to right now in our lives that we need to know. Store, right? So.
Yeah. Man. And is there any way, I mean, we're obviously gonna, oh my God, there's this really good movie. And it kind of like, I think it's kind of like how it's gonna be like, you know, people, oh, what's that? What's that one?
It's 8.
Oh, what? It is an 8. Oh my God.
Yeah. Is that the smoke from the picture you zoomed
Yeah,
in?
on the side of the
8
wing.
right on the side.
8. I also saw
8,
3
right?
beside his ear, and 11. I'm getting a lot from this.
Yeah, that's creepy.
It's all
Man.
tying in with the 8, which is the blood clinic, which is the metaverse, which is
I did that on accident. I didn't know what it was. I
Actually, I
clicked the
see
meta.
34 beside his head, where the claw is.
Well, that means
34.
30. No, that means 7. 34. I wonder what that could be.
And 11 in where the Baphomet horns are. 11.
Does 34 mean like sacrifice or something?
yeah, it is an 8. Oh my God, how come I just seeing it now? It is an 8.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, we got the 8 right there.
And the 11 right above the wing. Right there.
Oh, I see that too. Oh my gosh.
And then
Wow.
34 right by his ear. Very subtle 4, but you can definitely see the 3.
Yeah, I see the 3.
And then the 4.
Where's the 4? Here?
Yeah.
Oh, 3, 4. Or 4.
I'll
3.
get more. I'll
Maybe
have to look at it more.
maybe
It's
that-
it's like an alchemy
Hold on.
ritual is what
That
I'm
could be a 9 and 3. It could be April 13th. It could be September 13th.
His birthday, you were saying in another video how his birthday is like a total really weird one. Like his birthday is like means something really crazy.
Yeah, I showed it in the beginning of this one too. That April 30th, that his birthday.
April 30th, that's what it was. Yeah.
It's also the Satanic Church's founding birthday in 1960.
Yeah.
It's also the first inauguration of President George Washington was inaugurated into the White House on April 30th. Bugs Bunny's first showing on TV was April 30th. Hitler disappeared.
Yeah, what's that about? Was Bugs Bunny portal like?
Because I believe April 30th is the day they crucified Jesus Christ.
Oh my gosh, that's so messed up. That is so
Because
blasphemous.
you know Easter is like March, April, and it's around about that same time. They can just say Good Friday is whichever day, but I'm telling you, they killed Jesus. They know the day they killed Jesus.
Yeah.
God,
They probably celebrate it.
Come on, they're gonna look at it. You're archaeologists. They're gonna look at a rock and be like, "This is 400 million gazillion years old," right? Bullshit. Sorry for swearing. It's the first time I did it tonight, but yeah, Jesus was crucified on April 30th, and they very well know the day. That's why they create the Church of Satan on that day and use all these rituals on that day. That's why Hitler disappeared that day. That's why they inaugurated the president on that day. I'm telling you, it has to be. Like, it's not hard to figure out. They killed our Lord and Savior on April 30th.
Yeah, that's so messed up. Well, I mean, and then I was gonna say I don't remember.
Right, there's a lot.
There's so much. Yeah, I mean, I've been almost like a little journalist trying to learn all these things.
you've seen a couple of the other videos, or did you see all the previous ones? Because all
I've
the
seen
information.
pretty much all of them, yeah. And pretty much anybody else that's on YouTube that's doing this stuff, that's that's enlightened in this way. I don't want to use that word. That's a bad word to say because that's what they say in the Freemasonry. But I mean, to the truth, enlightened to the truth. Anybody.
You don't want to be illuminated, is what they're after. They're after.
Yeah, that's the word. Yeah, illuminated.
The enlightenment at the end of the illuminated path.
Yeah, once you put it down, where we'd love to be illuminated or enlightened, but not like through there. You can't do it anyway because we're not doing the rituals they do it. So
no. Yeah.
Get scared because I mentioned all C-sections are satanic. I'm like, yeah, for them, like they cut their babies out on specific days because they need it out on that day for ritual. Like when your parents get C-section, yeah, that's a medical procedure. It's okay.
It's different, yeah.
It's involved, right? So.
Yeah, and when the rapture comes, we're just gonna. I think it's true because there's just one movie that's really good.
Yes, because God is all light and there's no darkness in Him.
Yeah. The light is always existent. It's the darkness that doesn't exist in the light. So the light exists whether the darkness is around or not. Darkness. I love this guy's profile. I know he made it just to come on here and start trouble. Right?
I wonder what he thinks about me reading into smoke and stuff, considering that's kind of what I used to do a lot of. It's a borderline fortune telling. It's a form of divination, only I'm using it against the enemy now.
Look at it. It's 3 a.m. right now, so it's Satan's hour. How convenient, right?
It's 12. It's 12. It's 12 here.
It's 12 here too.
Hour here, and all these calls I see. Look at this one. This guy's trying to say Baphomet was not the devil. Satan was created by Christianity. Do more receipt.
Okay, come on.
Satan's
Do you really think? Why? Come on. I mean,
Baphomet was not the devil. Satan was created by Christianity. Do more research. Okay, so Baphomet is just another form of their original god Baal, which is a cow. But instead of a cow, because everybody was turning away from cows because the Jesuits were like stoning people for worshiping cows, they went to goats.
Yeah, and isn't it weird how the word goat is like the greatest of all time? I don't know, bro. I think they're saying the goat thing so they can what I mean?
I already went over that. You must have missed it. I did. They are the GOAT, right? Because I brought up Tom Brady and the beer he had released for him.
And didn't Crowley himself call himself the Beast?
The Baphomet, actually. He signed his name as the Baphomet. That's how hardcore he was, and that's why America loved him. And he ended up in the White House with his kid.
And then, oh my gosh. And what's up with the whole football thing being on it? What's up with the whole football thing being on it? I mean, I know football is a diversion to get people to. I always hated football. It's so funny because I've always hated it. I was like, oh my God, what? Go play it. Why do you want to watch it? Like go play it.
Yeah.
That's what I'm really
I was telling people, that's supposed to be Tom Brady, right? So that's Tom Brady celebrated with Sam Adams. And instead of putting his head on it because he's the GOAT, they actually put the GOAT on it because the GOAT is actually the GOAT. Because that's who he serves, who he represents. And there you go. GOAT does not
mean that they like to do coding is duality, so black and white constantly.
Oh yeah, black and white checkered floor. That
their duality, they have to have their duality.
Mm-hmm.
It's ridiculous. Which is what goat face guy's trying to get at here. He's trying to enlighten us on the duality of everything, but duality is a construct that was made by Satan. There's no duality. There's only one truth, and it's absolute. It's not fluid or relative. That's Jesus is Lord.
Yeah. Yep. If you don't have a good relationship with him, better start now. You know, you know, and no matter what you've done, doesn't matter what you've done, he will.
Really doesn't. Even
accept you.
Baphomet dude can get saved tonight if he wants.
Yeah.
I can help him.
There's the
Yeah.
score of this year's Super Bowl.
I've gotten a couple people saved in my life, and I'm only 25, so I think that's really good. I want to get more though. I want to, you know, I want to, but it's like I don't know. Going to church, like you were saying earlier, I don't know. Going to church is like, why does the church? It used to be a small community, like small. Like I don't know. I just feel like smaller churches are better. I don't know. I just.
I picked a
You know?
small, very modest church because I didn't want something big, fancy, and gold.
No,
I
yeah.
picked a very small, modest church, and then they went and got their demon juice, and I was like, nope,
Yeah.
there won't be any truth in there anymore. They stopped
Yeah.
practicing what they preached. They preached against it, and same with the,
Mark
you
of the
know,
beast, right?
no, the thing we have to wear everywhere.
Oh, the mask. Is that cover your mouth? Oh, is that what it is?
Yeah.
Cover your
So
mouth, like
they started. They preached against all of those things, and now all of a sudden, they're practicing and they're also.
What's that? Oh, doing the shot, yeah. Oh, we can't. So we
Certain
say.
words I just don't say because I know that
Yeah.
They'll
it'll flag right away. So
okay, I won't say
snake
that. Okay.
bite or mark of the beast, and I just do this for the other thing.
No, that's good. That's good. Okay, yeah, I'll make sure of that one. Yeah, my mom got the snake bite and really sucks.
It does. My mom did. My sisters, my brother, my dad, all of my other friends did too, which broke my heart. The only one that didn't was Katie. And a few others from church, like 2 other people from church didn't. And those are the only people I keep in contact with.
That's another question I was gonna ask you before I go. Are they going to go? Are they not going to go up with us in the rapture because that?
Sorry, say that again.
Are they not going to? The people that did that, are they not going to go up with us the rapture? Are they not going to be able to go up to heaven or what?
No, I don't think so. I believe this is the mark.
Mm-hmm.
I believe that
a mark
Revelation
getting raptured, and then trial and tribulation will have another chance to repent, and then there will be another mark. And that will be the final one. You take that, you're done. That's what I'm saying. Sorry, you can go ahead and say something.
I'd like to hope for what you're saying, but from what I've been researching about the fact that Revelation isn't in chronological order and it can go in any different direction, I'm preparing myself spiritually and physically for this being the mark and practicing not complying. Even if it's not the mark, me thinking it is deterring me from even compromising. You know what I mean? I'm not compromising.
Even if I have to be on a ventilator and they say I have it, I'm not going to do it.
You probably won't. There's a 99.7% chance that everybody that gets COVID will get over it. So I don't even know why they're pushing the agenda that you need to get the snake bite. You don't.
No,
in fact, it's mostly the people that's getting the snake bite that's ending up in ICUs.
That's so messed up. I know. And they're lying about the numbers. I mean, come on. And there's like 20 million people here in my town, in my city, that have it right now. Okay, well, wouldn't the numbers of deaths match the numbers of people that have it if it was that bad? I mean, you know what I'm saying? I mean, but I know the numbers they said were wrong. I mean, come on, because everybody was so worried about it, and it was such a small number of people that were dying. I mean, on a grand scale of things, I mean, look at the plague. I mean, you know, people are acting like this is the worst thing in the whole world. I mean, come on, wake up. This is like,
if it was the worst thing in the whole world, people wouldn't be risking their life just to go to, like, you know, Dunkin' Donuts, McDonald's.
No.
It's ridiculous. Like, the world would legit be shut down and see real effects, not this nonsense.
And they wouldn't be firing nurses and doctors left and right, right? Because if this was a real serious situation, why would you get rid of the people that are helping?
Yeah,
makes no sense.
Yeah, so that's Don Lewis there.
Right hand and forehead, I already went over this earlier. It literally means your works, your right hand, your works, and your forehead is where you place the authority or your worship.
You know what's funny is I have a freckle right here. It's not really in the middle, but it's. I always thought it was kind of funny. My friend said, "Oh, it's because in the past life you were shot in the head." I'm like, "Yeah, right."
Yes, thank you, Joseph. Thank you. It most definitely will be. If it's not this one, it will be this. It's coming.
Yeah, I know. Beyonce transformed right on there on stage. Yeah,
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 we've
she
all
did.
seen a lot of these celebs transform and demonically get possessed and have them admit it to you. It's like, yeah, I had Sasha Fierce come over me. We've heard Nicki Minaj talk about her alter ego and her demon that
Yeah.
possessed her. They're all friggin' possessed. Eminem,
Yeah,
you know
so
Eminem. I
so
used
did
to love
Travis Scott. He says some jack
I used
guy.
to love Eminem when I was of the world,
Hey,
man.
I grew up on Eminem. I still know all his lyrics off by heart. Jeez, I gotta get rid of it.
I
least
used
he
to
let it
rap
be known.
his stuff. Damn.
Yeah,
Makes me sad.
I know.
Yeah.
Now I found a new rapper. Brother Works from Revelations of Jesus Christ, and I'm learning his rap songs now.
Oh, cool. Brother Works, cool.
Good night, Joseph. Sure.
There's another guy. There's another guy.
Good night,
that's
Joseph. Thank you for your help with and your knowledge.
I want to be ending it.
You're awesome.
I'm freaking tired too. But yeah, Joseph.
Yeah, I'm tired.
There you go.
I'm gonna help
All
get
right.
more prepared so we can get all the information together and just bang out these like hour shows or not or whatever 2-hour shows at least would be great. But yeah,
Okay, well,
this
I've
is
been on here twice, so I'm gonna go. So thank you so much. Let some other people come on here.
Good night.
Bye.
Leah.
Huh?
Where are you calling in from again? San Diego?
San Diego,
Nice.
yeah.
All right.
Finest city. I
Be
don't know about that. All right, bye.
We've been talking on this a lot tonight, so everyone can share it, so everyone can see. And yeah, I'll be back probably tomorrow, the night
All
after.
right. Okay, cool. I'll come on. All right, bye.
Good night, everyone.
Good night.
Yeah. Again, so yeah, I'm gonna just say goodbye to everyone. We've had like 100 people on for the full 6 hours, so I just can't believe how great it's been. Everyone's been in here thirsty, hungry for the truth.
And that person never actually came and asked me what they were going to ask me. I was waiting.
Yeah, you did. You shared your Facebook, so maybe after this, you probably got some messages waiting for you. Everyone's doing what we asked. Unite with each other, get connections, follow us on our socials. You'll get more truth, more constant, and you get the updates when we'll all be going live, right, on all our channels.
Hopefully, I can do that tomorrow. I'm hoping.
Yeah, tomorrow's
Lord
Saturday.
willing.
I'm actually going to be out freedom fighting in Toronto tomorrow, so we're going to be taking over Eaton Centre. No mask, no passport. And we're just going to dine in and have some fun and see what goes on and wake some people, show them what living looks like. You know what I mean? And anyone that wants some word of advice, that will be there. I'm always there to give some Bible verses, so it's fun. So I'll definitely be out there. So yeah, guys. We did a good 6 hours tonight. Fantastic.
That's awesome. That's a good second episode there.
Yeah, I know. From the pilot, just definitely something that none of us will have time to sit down and watch again.
Oh, I sat down and watched Brother Works' 6-hour documentary.
Oh,
I did that before on a Saturday.
goodness.
I'm willing. If the information's good, I'll do it.
Yeah, for sure. If it's good and addictive, I know what it's like. When I was learning about flat Earth and stuff, I was watching 3-hour videos. I was watching Rob Skiba videos. Poor guy died recently, not sure if he was controlled up or not, but I learned a lot from him. I know we still got some other good ones out there, Mark Sargent and what's his
There's
name?
Decimal Z or Decimal Z is also a good one that's been doing flat Earth stuff, proving it scientifically.
Eric Dubai is pretty good too. So I'm going to be joining
Eric Dubai. I just recently found, so I like his stuff too.
These guys have been around for a long time, so I'm going to hopefully try and use everything that I learned from them and all my own experience and awakenings, and we're gonna up it a notch or 10 notches, and we're gonna go big with every freaking topic before this year is done, because I don't feel we're gonna get the chance ever again.
No, definitely not. That's why I'm
This is
punching
like-
my stuff
This
out
is like
too.
the burning of the Library of Alexandria. We're not gonna let it go down without a fight, you know? They're not gonna burn us and delete us. We're gonna give out all the information before they set it all on fire and prevent us from ever sharing it again. So,
Book burning soon online.
oh, so that's why. Everyone get on board, because I'm about to go hard with this. I'm just going to lead you all in with this truth, that truth. We're going to finish up with Astroworld. I want to make sure everyone gets it so we can move on, get on to the fake alien invasion, so we can all figure out if the rapture is going to happen or not, when's it going to happen, even though no one's supposed to know, not even the angels in heaven. So, but let's pray and look forward to it together, right? So, thank you again, Stacy. Yeah, we'll be talking to all of you. So many comments. Send me emails. Message me on Facebook. My email's going down at the bottom of the screen there. Crusaders of the Resistance at gmail.com. Unite, not fight. That's great. I'd like to come on, but speak to you first. Yes, for sure. So give me a shout. Okay, guys, I'm going to wrap this up. Comments are finishing up. Woo! We got a sip. We did it. A full shift right there. No breaks. Wow. Wow. I love it. I kind of don't know, man. Like, I'm liking this feeling of just talking the truth and saying what I want on my mind and having people like, this is honestly, we got something good here, but we're going to quit while we're ahead. I see everyone saying good night now. So, yeah, I'm going to end this.
Good night, everybody.
Good night.
And if anybody's curious, just ask me whatever you want. I'm an open book. I'll tell you.
All right, so Stacy's gone. Good night. Good night. Join the resistance. King NiCO here. We're building the army. It's going really well. Oh boy, I see someone's in Australia. So yeah, everyone's in different time zones. I'm like 3 in the morning here. I'm gonna go get some sleep. I gotta get up and go fight for freedom tomorrow in the big city, and prepare to come back on. I'm probably gonna have lots of messages to go over and emails to look at. So yeah, it's been a blessed evening. I knew we were leading up to one of these long nights, and it's December. It's the end of 2021. We got a lot more to go, so make sure you get comfy and you get at me, because the show's not going to happen unless I hear from all you guys and what you want to talk about. All right, guys, girls, ladies, gentlemen, I love you all. God bless. Put on that full armor of God. Good night.